Just say, like, introduce yourself and say what you do. And then tell people how to get to your content.
Okay, I am Toegrinder. I am a guide writer for all 3 mage decks and contributor to Alter Time Discord. You can find me on YouTube and Twitch as just Toegrinder. I'm confident you'll figure out the spelling. Yeah. Other than that, I raid with preheat sometimes. I'm not very active on Twitch, more so on YouTube over the course of Alpha, but I...
Yeah, but you got videos for pretty much all the bosses in the last raid, or I don't know if it was the last raid, maybe the raid before, but
I do on YouTube, or well, not the later bosses, but kind of give up on those. But I will be releasing a lot of content on YouTube, or plan to at least.
Cool. So why don't you go ahead and give us a quick introduction, just like plug your content as well.
Yeah, sure. I'm Porom. A lot of mages will recognize me from the Discord. I write the Wowhead guide for Arcane, and
you stream in Mage.
Yeah, and I stream some Mage stuff now and again on Porom Games on Twitch.
Cool. Okay, so starting off, yeah, first row here, Ice Block, Cone of Cold, looks like Shatter as a baseline class 1 invisibility, so pretty strong first row here. Obviously, when Ice Block, that's going to be 100% something we want. Looks like...
So,
go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just really pumped about Shatter being in the first row like this. I can't help but think about, like, Frost Noving while Barrage is in the air or something like that.
You can shatter your Dragon's Breath, because that's also in the shared tree.
Bro, you're gonna channel, you're gonna cast your Arcane Surge in melee, and you're gonna be spamming your Frost Nova button. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, so like, in terms of like the stuff that you can't really make like a lot of choices on, it's gonna be like as the rows get lower. So like the 20 required row is probably gonna be like the hardest fought row. There's a lot of stuff to cover. We're gonna start with just the class tree, and then we're gonna talk about the fire tree, and then we'll go from there. But that's good to know. Is the Shatter one on the Frost tree, or is it on the class tree? The upgraded one.
Upgrades on Frost.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Just making sure. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so let's just go literally one by one. So obviously the top row, we're already familiar with pretty much all these. We do have a nerf Shatter, but you know, we do have an upgrade for that on Frost. Cone of Cold, Invisibility. These are all things that we're familiar with. I think Invisibility and probably the movement speed from Invisibility. I mean, I really love that that's a talent. That's great.
Yeah.
Ice Block is also 10 seconds instead of 7, which I believe it is on live, right?
Oh boy, I can't wait to sit my block even longer.
It's 10 on live.
This is actually a pretty interesting choice, because like Ice Block is obviously good and Invis is good, especially with the speed. But Rin of Power and Encounter Slow are in the middle of the tree, so you actually have to go down the Remove Curse.
Yes.
If you want. Yeah,
you're gonna have to do that. Okay, so let's go ahead and make our way there, because that's 100% something we want. I think we can probably skip on Slow, and we're gonna have to get a couple more talents to be able to unlock that row. But oh, we're also gonna pick up Alter Time as well. I feel like that's a pretty good one. Okay, so just gonna slot in some other things here. It looks like for Ice Block, if we want to go to Mirror Image, which also seems like a pretty important talent, and also leads into like the rest of that row, we're gonna either have to go with Frost Nova, more damage, or cooldown of Ice Block. So I'm probably gonna slot in the Ice Block CDR there.
Oh.
Okay.
Right side.
Go ahead, Toegrinder.
I was gonna say, so then you have like 2 stat buffs on either side of the tree, so there's like crit on the left and haste on the right. So I think you probably want to like hard commit to one of those, because I think like a big thing about the class tree is there are not that many damage traits. So like if there is a damage trait, like
you have to get it.
Really should be trying to get it.
Yeah, definitely. Just quick cursory glance at these other ones. Reabsorption is the conduit where you heal. We already know what that is. Mirror Image cooldown is the other one there. Okay, so that's not super important. Cryo Freeze probably leads into Crit Strike. And then, okay, let's just go ahead and slot in Rune of Power, because we know we're going to take Rune of Power. That's another gimme. Dude, I can't believe that you could accidentally just not take Rune of Power. Or Incanter's Flow. That'd be pretty troll.
And I I really wanted to go down the mirror image side, but then I think you want to end up. I think you want the haste from the other side. Although I guess shifting power is on the left side, so it's fire. You're probably fine. How many points do you get? So you can get 2 capstone. Is that what they're called? Capstone traits? Balance? I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe because there's a lot here kind of in the in-between. Let's actually plan out our strategy based off kind of the capstones, I guess. Let's hop ahead here. So for capstones, the first one's going to be shifting power. We're familiar with this. This is the nerf version though, because we don't have a conduit anymore for that. Next up is going to be time anomaly, which is the arcane talent, but they've made it work for combustion and frost as well. Oh, look at that. Combustion for 5 seconds, 1 fire blast charge.
Mm-hmm. And it gives a fingers of frost charge for frost.
Okay. So yeah,
and clear casting for arcane, which is proportionally very strong too.
Go ahead,
There's no
Toegrinder.
shot you can get There's no shot you can get shifting power and Dragon's Breath, right? That is like very big for Mythic Plus if you can't get them both.
You might be able to. Let's see. So
it might involve giving up. So like Shimmer requires you to go down a bit, but like it doesn't lead.
You can
like,
definitely
Shimmer doesn't
get
lead into anything.
You can get meteor and shifting power. I've got it on a setup right now. You definitely can.
Okay, sweet. Fine.
You have to take some weird shit though, like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm looking right now. It looks like even though Cryo Freeze seems like, you know, the obvious choice on this like left-hand side, you have to put in 3 points there to be able to move on to the crit strike one. So I think for now we're just going to go ahead and grab either reabsorption or reduplication. How are we feeling about reduplication? Because I feel like this is probably a little bit of a weak talent here.
I think reduplication is better than reabsorption, in my opinion. I think having, like, as a mage, you're kind of like littered with defensive cooldowns, so it doesn't matter that much. But I think having your live button more often is better than having your live button be stronger for progression rating. Generally, kind of situational. Probably like on a rot boss or something, you'd want the heal, but it's my initial impression.
Okay, we'll go and slot that one in. Go ahead, Porom.
I was just gonna say, I feel like in raids, right, they just don't die of direct damage very often. So you just might not even see that until the very end of it.
Well,
yeah.
I'm assuming that this is supposed to trigger whenever one gets removed because you took damage. I know that that is currently bugged, but because you know that your mirror images are supposed to disappear whenever you take damage, but it's bugged in raid and they don't for whatever reason. Because, I don't know, I guess pets are coded differently in raid, so if you take damage with mirror images up, all 3 of them will stay. So, I mean, it's obviously very good for a different reason, because it's just 40 seconds of 20% DR. But, yeah, they kind of need to fix that bug if this talent is to do literally anything.
Obviously 2 points into the crit damage, or crit percent chance. And then from here, it looks like we have a choice between Barrier cooldown recharges 10% faster while shield persists, or Ice Nova. Ooh, Ice Nova as just a talent for anyone. That's nice. So
that's really nice with Shatter.
Yeah, I definitely think the left side of this tree just looks a lot more slanted towards PvP a little bit, with like shifting power, the accumulative shielding, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the Frost Nova traits, a lot of the like Ice Nova's kind of a good pickup in PvP a lot of the time.
Yeah, so I'm going to slot in Ice Nova. Once again, I'm just making a decision based off of the amount of talents I have to put in because I just want to get like further down the tree. So we're just going to sit that one there for now. And then let's go back and look at some of the other stuff. So Shimmer is going to be something that we absolutely want. Or Ice Flows. Right there in the middle.
You.
Yes, of course, Ice Flows. So we're going to want to get to that. So the way that we're going to get to that is either by taking Frost Nova Duration or Arcane Warding, which is reduces magical taken by damage taken by 3. Okay, that's wrong. That's a bad tooltip. We're just going to pick that, though. Reduces magical damage taken sounds better to me.
I think the data mine tooltip said it was 3% at max, so like 1% per rank.
Okay.
That's right. I think. It's 3 points,
I mean,
right?
even if it's like 2% less damage taken, I'm going to take that over Frost Nova Duration, I think, every time, so... we're just gonna go with that. And then so Shimmer's like, it's almost like a capstone. It's like a middle capstone. But yeah, we'll plug that one in. You know, or Ice Flows, you know, depending on what your preference is. But moving on from there. So going back over to the right side, we have a choice between 3 into gain the shield absorb, which is the defensive option, or it looks like we've got Blast Wave, Mass Polymorph, which would allow us to immediately go into the haste one.
I like the Blast Wave one's probably the better option.
Yeah, so I think Mass Polymorph could be useful in like dungeons, right? For like skipping packs. We talked about this in the previous talk, but yeah, we're just gonna slot in Blast Wave for now since it's like instant cast, and just gives us another button to press while we're moving, I think.
And it allows us to skip the 3 points in Tempest Barrier. I think that's really the most appealing thing about it, right?
Yeah. I think, like, if you get to the point where further down the tree, you just need to spend points. Like, Blast Wave doesn't really do anything in raids, and it's probably better to go Tempest Barrier, because you're probably going to need to spend points at some point anyway to move on.
Yeah, so I am noticing that, like, right now, without sliding in this haste, we now have access to this bottom row. So if we were to skip straight down there and try and make a beeline for shifting power, we'd have to probably hold off on these. So we'll double back on these right-hand side talents for just a little, in just a little bit. Let's look at the talents that lead up to shifting power. So, yeah. So the first one, all of your snare effects reduce the target's movement speed by additional 3%. Looks like we just have to take that. Moving on from there, we've got either Ice Ward or Ring of Frost. So this is like the normal talent pick basically right now. So that's going to be situational, but, you know, probably Ice Ward, generally Rune of Frost for any situation where you want to CC a bunch of ads. And then we can go ahead and grab Shifting Power. So that's one down. Now we have to make a decision based off of where we want to go from here. So let's assume that we're doing like a raid build at first. So I think Time Anomaly is probably going to be better for raid if I'm kind of looking over these talents. You've got greater invisibility on the way there, which is really nice. You've got blink cooldown, also really fantastic. Yeah, I mean this. So we're gonna either have to do barrier recharge or movement speed increase. I'm inclined to do movement speed increase. What do y'all think of that?
Yeah, barrier would be nice if you just are hitting it on cooldown regardless of damage coming out, but you probably shouldn't be doing that.
They're both good. The weird thing about movement speed after blink and alter time is ideally you don't need to move after you've just blinked or alter timed. So I think they are both a bit mopey, but yeah, probably not a big deal either way.
Okay, so moving on from there, obviously we're just gonna run it down mid. It looks like we need one more talent though to be able to get Time Anomaly, so we're gonna have to grab something from somewhere else. We'll just unplug Blast Wave there and plug that in. Okay, so
I'm really kind of surprised that they didn't actually just add in Scorch, like frenetic speed, into that temporal velocity talent. It just seems like a lot of the, I don't know, a lot of Fire's mobility sometimes came from that, and it seems like a talent that's kind of in that same vein, right?
Yeah, it's interesting that that's not associated with Scorch, but we may actually see something on the Fire side. So we'll wait or hold off on judgment on that for the time being. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, as you mentioned, movement speed after using your movement ability is kind of weird. But then again, if it's like a situation where you need to blink somewhere and then you just want to move like just a little bit, 10% isn't really going to help that much, but it is a little bit. I guess it helps somewhat. And then the alter time 40% increase. That seems pretty good for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty happy about that.
I think the alter time part's the seller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually think that would be a really good talent for Zymox, actually, in Castle Nathria. Just thinking of an example where it might come in handy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I mean, just yeah, running bombs on Zymox, this would be a huge talent. Okay, so yeah, Temporal Anomaly, we already talked about what this does. Combustion for 5 seconds, 1 Fire Blast charge. So you're gonna at least have in that time like probably 2 hot streaks that you get for free from this. So this is pretty good. Also, this is gonna pair well with the talent that we already know exists, which is gonna be the talent that basically gives us the tier set bonus that we have currently. So yeah, it's not just 1 Fire Charge Blast, it's actually a little bit more because we're getting 50% increased cooldown reduction on Fire Blast during combustion. and Phoenix Flames. So to me, this talent seems like a ringer to me. Like obviously for Mythic Plus, you probably want to go Dragon's Breath, right? But this seems really good.
Yeah. Interestingly, I'm not sure if Meteor is better than Shifting Power.
Yeah,
It's hard to say. Like,
so the pros and cons, right? Like if we're like, let's say that we wanted to instead go for Meteor. Number one pro is that it's gonna be easier to go through the haste node, and I feel like we're gonna definitely want that haste node for fire, right? Because comparing crit against haste, it seems like that would be probably a better thing. You know, we're gonna want the increased haste for the since we're gonna be stacking haste most likely. So that's a huge bonus, right? What we're missing out on is potentially losing Ice Nova, no big deal, whatever. Critical strike increase, okay, whatever. Snares, Ice Ward, and then the biggest thing is Shifting Power. So we're actually dedicating a lot of talents just to route into Shifting Power. That's a lot we're giving up right there.
Shifting Power is so much versatile at the Conduit, I feel like, as well. Like, 10 seconds is not a lot. It's like just over a Fire Blast. There'd be more in Combustion, but I mean, it's still good, but I don't think it's the powerhouse that it is with the Conduit. I think the Conduit is like extremely good.
I'm curious if like if this is maybe like how this compares in AoE against like Dragon's Breath and Meteor, right? Because there's also other talents that buff up Dragon's Breath, so we might actually want to double back and pull those talents out and see what maybe we can grab on the right side instead. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. So if we were to go back Blast Wave and then 2 into the haste, this allows us to get to this next row. Master Time, really good talent. This is the one where it reduces the cooldown on Alter Time, but it looks like it's been nerfed considerably. It's only 10 seconds now. So that's...
It makes sense. Before it was like competing with like the Shimmer, Slipstream row, and it's available to all 3 specs now. So I think with like as far as like 1-point wonders go, I think it's a pretty valuable one, even nerfed.
Yeah, and it's in a really good spot in the tree too.
Yeah, it looks
also
like
still resets Blink.
Yeah, it looks like if we so we're gonna want to route to Time Anomaly, so I think we're gonna have to take Temporal Velocity. So that kind of devalues it, right? Because we're already kind of routed into Diverted Energy, like we can already make a path towards Meteor. So I'm gonna leave it out for now, but it definitely seems like a good one if we can maybe just like throw an extra talent somewhere. Okay, so go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you remember that we're missing whatever your spec baseline talent for your classes or for your spec? Like how Moon can get the first 2 points on the balance side.
Interesting.
We are missing that on this talent tree yet.
None of these are fire themed, which is like interesting, right?
Like the very right side, there's a couple, right? And that's it. We're also missing the capstone traits as well, the free ones that you're supposed to get at 8 points and 20, but they were talking about removing those, so they might not show up.
I think what Kuni means is like each spec gets a
talent with like your basic ability, basically, right? I know it is, But there's also the
seem to make sense for fire.
Yeah. There's also the middle talents too. Those what I was referring to. And those are gone, like the ones that exist outside of the tree.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. But we'll just roll with it for now. I'm just gonna. It is good to point out, though. It is good to point out.
Yeah, you will have 1 or 2 extra points to play around with.
So we're gonna route into Flow Time. What I'm assuming is happening is Wowhead probably just doesn't know where it starts, so they probably didn't put it in because they don't know where the tree begins. But yes, you're entirely correct. We'll have 1 extra talent whenever this is actually live. So okay, I'm gonna grab Time Anomaly, and then we're gonna work our way towards Meteor, and then that fills us out if we pick in Meteor, and now we've got Time Anomaly and Meteor. Do we know if this coefficient on Meteor is roughly the same as live? 45-second cooldown, 260, and then it's 8.25. Let's see what it is on live.
Looks the same.
Yeah, it looks the same. Yeah, it is.
Okay. Cool. Okay. So yeah. So as like a single target side, it actually looks like we get quite a bit of damage from our class side. This is a little surprising. I guess most of that's probably baked into Rune of Power, but you know, in terms of damage talents, we also have our haste increase. We also have Time Anomaly. We've got like various other abilities like Meteor, Dragon's Breath, all this other stuff. So yeah, it looks like the class side is a lot more than just defense. And if you look at what we're not picking up, pretty much we're just skipping out on basically everything that does any sort of defensive thing, right? But
Yeah.
so that's a little weird. I feel like that's not good.
It also like doesn't seem super flexible. Like if you want Meteor and Time Anomaly, you're never going to see Ice Nova, or you're probably never gonna want Cryo Freeze. There's just some talents on the left side that like you're just not gonna want to invest anything in.
Yeah, like let's assume that we have one extra talent. If we were to try and get the other damage talent, the only other one that we, aside from like shifting power that we haven't picked up, it's gonna be that crit strike one. And we probably go and slot in the mirror image cooldown reduction, and then get one extra talent in Tome of Ronin.
Is there a world where 4% of a stat is better than one of these capstone traits? I know not possibly not for fire, because crit's not good for fire. But like 4% of one stat's a lot.
Like overtaking, shifting power on an arcane or something like that. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Or
wonder
even
how it's
for
going to play
Frost,
with
right?
Meteor and Radiant Spark, but we can talk about that later.
Okay. So like first impressions of the class side, I like that we have some old talents returning, but I'm really not a fan of how this is kind of structured, because I feel like it just forces us to not pick all the cool stuff. So but yeah, let's so any final thoughts on the class side before we move on to the fire side? Toegrinder, do you have any thoughts on this?
Seems good. I have not dived deep into other class trees for comparison. Seems fine. Maybe a few nitpicks, but yeah, I like it. Someone's asking in chat, isn't Flight Iso's better than Shimmer? Because you can cast 2 spells at the same time every 20 seconds.
I wish it did that.
No.
No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you can only cast one spell at a time, aside from like Fire Blast and Combustion, which can be casted while already casting a spell. But I suppose just allows you to move while casting. That's it. It doesn't change like how many spells you can get out in a minute. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put a pin in it. This feels pretty good. I mean, obviously, like if you're, maybe if the damage of shifting power is really good and it ends up being really good, you would just swap over to that. You're giving up a lot for it though, so I feel like you're really paying the price for it. But overall, this seems at least solid for rating, and I do like that we're gonna have Meteor here as well. It's interesting that Meteor is gonna be available to Arcane and Frost too. That's really weird.
Yeah.
But
I was half expecting it to change to another thing, and then I don't think it does, and then I'm kind of like, oh.
so I guess that means Radiant Spark is Arcane only. That's very interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm honestly really just not sure about how Meteor's going to play with Radiant Spark for Arcane, because I can definitely see a world where that's the button you want to hit.
Has anyone looked at this fire tree yet? I've been looking at it on the side while I've been talking here.
No, this is just primary axe right here.
Going in blind.
This tree is fucking loaded.
All right, let's dive into it.
So much good stuff. So you have to take the first 3 because they're all 3 are 1 point.
Oh yeah. If you don't take Fire Blast, you uninstall the game. That's
could not take Flame Strike though, right?
Or... You literally have to take it to get enough points to move on.
Oh,
you have to take the first 3.
Yeah, okay, so whenever we were looking at the data mine stuff for Fire, it looked like a greatest hits album of just like all the best stuff that they've ever had. So this is going to be really hard, I think, to kind of parse through this. But let's start with like a single target focus, kind of in what we slot, and then maybe we'll talk about AoE. So Scorch, obviously we're going to pick that up. Hot Streak, gotta have that. And then we're going to hold off on Improved Flame Strike for now, but we may double back on that.
Yeah, there are a lot of hard locks, because then you have to take Fireball, you have to take Fire Blast, and then you basically have to take Flame On, and then you have to take Cauterize because you have to take Combustion. So there are a lot of like hard locks. Yeah, and then whenever you're at this point in the tree, you then have to take either Searing Touch or Firestarter. And then like a lot of this tree fills out itself.
Yeah, definitely.
Once you reach like this point, I think it starts becoming more interesting.
Okay, so Searing Touch is what I'm going to take here, just because it's proven to kind of be the better talent, I think, and especially since we're getting a little bit more execute, we're just going to go ahead and slot in that. Moving on, yeah, as you mentioned, we went ahead and slot in Flame On, Cauterize, Combustion. Those are just, we're going to take those no matter what. So here's the stuff that we can talk about actually deciding on. Improve Scorch, which is just more execute from Scorch, which we love. That's great. And then Critical Mass. Spells have a 7% increased chance to deal a critical strike. You gain 5% more critical strike stat from all sources. This is tough because I feel like you really want Critical Mass, but the improved execute also sounds pretty good.
I think you have to take Critical Mass. I think if they both look good, you just take both, because crit's not great for fire, but it's because you get so much for free, right? But if you're not taking Critical Mass, you're not getting a lot for free. Like, it is just, for 2 talent points, it is just so much like stat.
Yeah.
You know?
And then from there, we're gonna hold off on Scorch for now, but we'll see if we have extra points. Phoenix Flame, obviously, we're gonna be taking that. That seems like a given. And then from there, we have a bunch of options here. So let's just talk about all of them. So from left to right, Phoenix Flame gains 1 extra charge on the far left talent. The middle talent, we have a choice between From the Ashes, which is increases mastery for 2% for every Phoenix Flame off cooldown, and your direct damage critical strikes reduce its cooldown by 1 second, versus Alexstrasza's Fury. Phoenix Flame and Dragon's Breath always critical strike, and Dragon's Breath contributes to Hot Streak. To me, this immediately tells me Alexstrasza's Fury, just because the Phoenix Flame, but the mastery thing could be interesting.
Well,
what do you think about this one, too?
So you have access to more things further right. Like, it's not just between this. Like, you have other stuff you can get in this row. Like, you have the Combustion Duration on Blaster Master if you keep going further right.
And more
Right, like, you
don't
sky
have,
wall
like,
and
a
everything
choice here.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's see. So, you're right. So this is like an end one. It doesn't lead to Phoenix Reborn. So we can actually hold off on this one for now. Yeah, so Fire Mine, consuming Hot Streak, it gives you 1% increased intellect. Oh, they changed it to intellect. Look at that. They're smart. Love that. Love to see devs understanding things. Yeah, so this was originally
what
Critical
was it
Strike.
before?
It was critical strike percent, which meant that it didn't affect you in combustion. It was just like you just helped your buddies out. But that's good. We'll go in. Oh wait, no, I was thinking about Wildfire actually. No, that's still critical
No, Fire
strike.
Mine was intellect. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll take Fire Mine. That seems like a given.
Don't worry, Wildfire's in here too.
Yeah. If we want to get to Sun King's Blessing, we're gonna have to pick Fire Mine. I'm pretty sure we're gonna want that. So we'll just put those 2 talents in and then kind of move on. So we have Combustion grants mastery equal to 50% of your critical strike stat and lasts 2 seconds longer, versus Tempered Flames. Phoenix Blast has a 35% reduced cast time, 15% increased critical strike chance, and the duration of combustion is reduced by 50%. Okay, so this talent seems to almost have negative synergy with every situation where you feel like it'd be good, the Tempered Flames one, because if you have more Phoenix Flames, right? Or sorry, if you have a reduced cast time on Pyroblast, that synergizes with Sun King's Blessing, and it synergizes with Pyroclasm. However, you want to generate more hot streaks for both of those, right? So like getting a lower combustion time just is bad. I feel like that's just a bad talent. You just wouldn't pick that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also feel like the other talent in this row is just really good. So like,
Yeah.
for people that aren't aware, the crit mastery conversion that's part of combustion now is not part of combustion. That's what this talent does. So like, crit is just not a stat if you don't have this talent, because it doesn't do anything in combustion.
Yeah,
like, literally
exactly.
just does stone cold nothing. I feel like the 50% conversion should be like part of combustion, and then like this talent ups it to like 75 or 100 or something like that, because I feel like right now you just can't not take this talent.
Well, it's just funny because they're giving us an option between like a damage nerf and like a really good talent. So like, why would you pick the other one? I feel like they're gonna have to do something about the other talent there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the reduced cast time and crit chance make up for half your combustion on top of all the mastery. Like,
is that maybe like a PvP thing? I don't know. I don't really PvP, but maybe like having a shorter cast time on Pyroblast might be good on PvP. I don't know. That's weird. It needs to like also decrease the combustion cooldown by like 50% if it's going to make you have a shorter combustion, I feel like. So like you get half combustion, but it's shorter cooldown, and then you just end up having the same amount of combustions, right? Like that to me would sound like a decent talent.
Yeah, I like that. There's definitely like use cases for that kind of thing.
Yeah, so we won't dwell on that one too long. It's definitely a little weird. This is the first talent I've seen so far where I'm like, what the hell are they thinking with this? But anyways, yeah, we'll just go ahead and scoot on over. So Blaster Master, I mean, we don't know what the exact scaling is here because it says 4 times mastery, but I mean, it's going to be good, right? Like Blaster Master is pretty much always good. So I feel like that one's a given.
Yeah, it's interesting that this is Blaster Master, not Infernal Cascade. And basically what I mean is it's a 3-second buff and not a 5-second buff, because it felt like upping it to 5 seconds in Shadowlands was a very intentional change.
Yes.
Maybe they've not liked how it panned out. Maybe it was like too passive or something, and they want a bit more activity and management around it, so it's back down to 3, but
yeah, also
a bit harder to play, but cool.
Also, changing it to 2 stacks meant that like you could play it easier. So basically, like both sides of playing it easier, the increased duration and the decreased amount of stacks, both like with Infernal Cascade, made it easier to play Fire for like new players. So it's almost like they're taking a step back from that, which is very interesting. But this one seems like a given because I'm looking like down the tree a little bit, just kind of like sneak peeking. And Pyroclasm's down there, Fevered Incantation's down there. There's a bunch of good stuff down there, so I'm pretty sure we're going to want this talent. But I don't want to, I want to go back to the left side since now we've unlocked this final row here. So this last talent in Blaster Master is what unlocks our final row, which is actually great because so far I think that pretty much everything that we've slotted in, at least for single target, is like exactly what we want. So the only thing that I feel like maybe we would want is like Alexstrasza's Fury or like Phoenix Flames, but or like the improved Scorch, but we can kind of live without those, I think.
So the rest of the tree is busted. Like
yeah,
almost every talent from here on down is really, really
Yo,
good.
Almas, appreciate the Twitch Prime. Thanks for letting me be your Prime guy. Thank you. Welcome to the oven.
I think if I had to choose, so I think out of the 3 capstones, I think Sun King's Blessing and Fiery Rush are the 2 better ones. I could be being biased right now, and because those are the 2 we have now.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Sun King's Blessing and Fiery Rush are both absolutely insane, but we also, let's see, so the other capstone is Fire Frenzy. When Hot Streak activates, you have a low chance to cause all Power Blossom. Dude, why'd they have to put this over here? I love this talent. This is like my favorite. I love Firestorm.
I was thinking about that, but in Fire Frenzy with Sun King's Blessing, but I realized the Firestorm, you don't get any Hot Streak procs, so it wouldn't contribute to Sun King's at all. And it would actually kind of have negative synergy there.
But you do, right? It's just like you just get them.
You just don't use them, I think. Yeah.
Well, you get a couple and spend them. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
the first spell or 2 might not have hot streaks.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like you munch them, right? It's like you have too many to hold, but yeah. Damn, that sucks. Okay. All right, so I gotta focus back on this. So Phoenix Reborn is how we get to Sun King's Blessing. Targets affected by your ignite have a chance to erupt in flame, dealing damage. Okay, so this is just a talent from Legion. So this is just like a slight AoE increase. Tinder is going to be, if you've not cast a fireball for 8 seconds, your next fireball will deal 70% increased damage. This is like the PvP talent, so we can probably skip over that. Wildfire is going to be, oh yeah, this is the talent where Blizzard like made a goof. So okay, Wildfire makes it so Ignite deals 5% more damage, and when you activate Combustion, you gain 4% critical strike, and up to 4 nearby allies gain 1% critical strike. So this one basically does nothing for you, aside from the Ignite damage, because critical strike is not critical strike rating. It's not the same thing. So we actually don't get any benefit during Combustion with this talent, which makes me wonder who made this talent tree and if they understand how Fire Mage works. But I don't know. What are we thinking about Tinder versus Wildfire here?
I've created the greatest Fire Mage build of all time, and it involves taking neither, because you can then
want this stuff?
Then you can not take Phoenix Flames and then get Sun King's Blessing plus Firestorm.
Okay, do tell.
I've got on a slight tangent there. I think Tinder is trash, and I think if you're going for the middle capstone, you just always play Wildfire. It is 2 talents, which is kind of the trade-off, or it's like 2 points versus 1.
Yeah.
But I think Tinder is just so bad. So it's probably...
Yeah, I feel like you'd only use Tinder if there's like a phase where like you can't damage anything, and then you get like 1 for that phase, 1 on the pull, 1 for that phase, or it's like in execute, right? Like you could throw in a fireball, But yeah, it just seems like a bad talent, honestly.
And after combustion.
Like,
Late to the
yeah.
party, but I'm here, bro.
Yo, what's up? How's it going, Bjartuur?
Not bad, dude.
Yo,
Excited.
look at this. Sick. Both of the outside capstones, no Phoenix Flames, dude, were blasting.
Oh, I gotta update the stream tile 1 second.
That's actually ridiculous.
Arcane Tree sucks. It is really bad. You fucking hate to hear it. Have you looked at it yet, Porom?
No, I've been just going with the flow here on this conversation.
Yeah, and if you want to know like where we're at, I'm sharing my screen, so you should be able to see kind of where my mouse cursor is hovering. Cool. Yeah. So going on the left side here, we've got Controlled Destruction, which is going to lead us to Sun King's Blessing. I don't know how y'all feel about this, but I feel like Sun King's Blessing and just like the entire way Fire is set up, it's like kind of something that I don't really see us not taking. It just like seems just way too good, right? Like, I don't know, how are y'all feeling about Sun King's Blessing?
It's busted. I also think Controlled Destruction, the talent before it, is very good. I do wonder if Sun King's Blessing should be competing with either Kindling or Fiery Rush instead of those two talents competing together, because Sun King's Blessing is very good. It definitely feels like it should be competing with something.
I feel like Sun King's Blessing should be where Kindling is, and maybe Kindling should be where Sun King's Blessing is, because, I mean, with the way it is right now, there's so much synergy between Sun King's Blessing. Well, actually, both of these have a lot of synergy if you think about it, because more combustion with Kindling versus more reduction during combustion. But I feel like Fiery Rush seems to trump Kindling in my mind. Also, it feels better. Like, it sucks to play without it, so...
I guess their logic with this middle trait is, do you want a bigger combustion or do you want more combustions?
Yeah.
The specs are a lot more complicated than that, but I think that that's what they're going for.
I feel like if you're running down the Blaster Master tree, Fiery Rush just becomes necessary. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to slot in Sun King's Blessing for now. So there's a one-off here with Pyromaniac. Casting Pyroblast Flame Strike while Hot Streak is active gives a 8% chance to instantly reactivate Hot Streak. Not a huge fan of these kind of talents where it's like you have to immediately react. Also, it's going to probably screw up if we're trying to go for Fiery Rush, so I'm going to leave that one out for now.
Or keeping up BM stacks too. It can be pretty inconveniently timed.
Yeah.
Extra global when you don't expect it.
Yeah, and then you're just munching a Fire Blast to keep your buff up, which isn't cool. So we're going to slot in Wildfire because before we were talking about these two, but yeah, you had something to say, Toe?
So the more I play about with this tree, the more I think Phoenix Flames is a complete bait. I think we're very used to playing with it, and I think that we should definitely challenge the assumption that we should have it. I know it's only 1 point, but that 1 point is the difference between getting another capstone or not, because if you look at where like Pyroclasm is in the tree, it's not a capstone, but it's like, I don't know what we're calling these 1 points that don't lead anywhere.
Like a baby capstone.
Yeah, but you can drop Phoenix Flames for a baby capstone, and that to me feels better than Phoenix Flames.
Hold on, how do we... hold on, so there's... I got a question. So, like, how do we get there, though? Because we're at 19 talents right now if we don't pick up Phoenix Flame. So are we picking up Improved Scorch instead?
I have Improved Scorch, I think.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we'll pick that up.
Whenever I originally read Improved Scorch, I was like, oh my god, this is awful. But I didn't realize we still had Searing Touch with it, so it's, like, fine.
Oh, it looks like the movement speed's also baked into this too. Additionally, Scorch critical strikes increase your movement speed by 30%. So you're going to move faster and execute.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I love that. That's
check
great.
out check out the Discord. That's the hot
I'd want
take.
similar to that as well. Like I dropping Phoenix Flames gives you so many options. Like I think,
Bro, just the spam Pyroblast all the time. Hard cast Pyro all day, every day.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think you run SKB Fiery Rush Pyroclasm, or maybe even dropping 1 point or something off. Does that still make it crit? Oh yeah, it's still crit. So you could maybe even drop 1 point off Improved Scorch and get Fevered Incantation. It just depends on what the math is between those two.
I think Blizzard really need to like reconsider like what is the point of Phoenix Flames? Like why does this spell exist? Where does it fit in the rotation? Why do I want to press it? Because I don't know. I think it's been an extremely
it feels
unsatisfying
better.
ability this expansion compared to Legion.
It feels better if you take the AF talent, since they added it to the auto crit again. Phoenix Flame's not auto critting.
I feel like without auto spread ignite, there was actually space for Phoenix Flames to come up as your hot streak generator AoE like cleave spell, you know, kind of like in the same vein as Arcane Barrage, right?
Yeah.
It
Also,
just never was tuned right for it.
more to Toe's point about Phoenix Flames is you have to pick up Alstroz's Fury really for it to be like a good thing to pick up. So, or like from the ashes. So like you're dedicating not just one but two talents there. Plus you probably want the additional charge, right? So that's like 3 that you're giving up. So yeah, actually, I think I completely agree with this. I mean, like we'll have to see later, but Improved Scorch definitely seems like a better pick between the two there.
Team no Phoenix Flames.
Phoenix Flames is no longer my best friend.
I actually think a lot of the toss-up here is going to be things like Molten Skyfall, Pyroclasm, Fevered Incantation.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Molten Skyfall.
Let's
Yeah,
jump
I
into
mean
that.
it's like 2 points and not really out of the way. Like I don't know, it might work
I
out.
mean,
It's out of the way if you're not doing an AoE build.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're so Living Bomb, Flame Patch, Molten Skyfall. These all like Molten Skyfall, obviously, like in single target's good, but like all the rest of these seem AoE. We're gonna skip out on these for now. But okay, so we're gonna pop in Wildfire that gives us access to Fiery Rush, right? I think we all agree that that one seems better for most situations. Maybe in dungeons you pick Kindling, or like if the fight times are really good for it. But
I have a question right now, and I guess we can't figure this out because technically the legendaries are exclusive at this moment. But the Fiery Frenzy, which is basically Firestorm, right? And Sun King's Blessing, we can't have those on at the same time right now in Shadowlands. But when Fiery Frenzy activates and you're just spamming pyros, do those count as used hot streaks? Do those count towards SKB?
The first one will, because you're consuming a hot streak,
right?
But then you're going to have to generate a hot streak with that one off the next one, and then after that it'll be a chain.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's basically like every other Pyroblast during Firestorm gives you
a back. But I would say that like the huge, or the main benefit for me at least whenever I'm playing this, the Fiery Frenzy talent, also known as Firestorm with the legendary, is like 2 target if you got Flame Patch. Just like being able to spam Flame Strikes is so sick. Love that a lot. But yeah, I don't know. Okay, we got 3 extra talents here to play around with. We've got Fiery Rush, we've got Sun King's Blessing. This kind of opens the door for maybe some Pyroclasm, I'm thinking, or maybe some Fevered Incantation. So popping over, Master of Flame, Ignite deals 25% more damage while combustion is active. Fire Blast spreads Ignite to 4 additional nearby targets during combustion. So it says that it spreads it to targets during combustion. Does that mean it automatically spreads outside of combustion?
No. It just is 4 additional because it's been reduced from 8 to 4 base in Dragonflight. So you're now only spreading to 4 total targets. This bumps it up back to 8 to what it is now.
Cool. Okay, so this seems like, well, I mean, just the fact that the Ignite's doing the damage faster seems like good for if there's a bunch of adds. I don't know like how Ignite works well enough to like say if this actually increases
not faster,
the damage
though,
in single target.
PvP though. It's not the PvP talent where it's faster. It's just 25% more, right?
Oh, more. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mistook it. The one for the PvP. Okay, yeah, so that's just good. I mean, 25% more Ignite damage. We'll take that. Well, we have to anyways, right? If we want to get to good stuff. So, so moving on, Pyroclasm seems like something we probably want to take. We're already hard casting Pyroblast with Sun King's Blessing, so that seems to me like a given, right? And then that gives us one. Go ahead.
I was trying to figure out why you have 1 point left compared to my build. You only have 1 point in Improved Scorch, which you probably want
to. I'm holding off on that because I want to make a decision between, so the choices between Fevered Incantation, which is going to be more burst damage and more execute, right? 1%, not a big, or 5%, right? Not a huge deal. Versus Improved Scorch, which is the 2% more damage. So if you think about
active and execute.
Only active and execute. So if you think about it this way, Fevered Incantation gives you 5% more damage during execute versus Improved Scorch, which gives us 6% more damage only in execute, right? Not during combustion, only execute.
But the problem with that is the Fevered is going to fall off, right? It's only in combustion that you're going to be able to really stack that.
Right. Well, your scorches that you'll do will generate, but yeah, you're right. If your Pyroblast doesn't crit, then it will fall. Absolutely. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. So in Execute, it's like half the spells that you're casting will have that bonus. So it probably won't stay at 5. It'll probably like sit at 2 to 3, basically. And then fall off and then go back up.
Yeah, it might just come down to when you want to deal that damage, right?
Yeah, I think ultimately the choice is between, do I want more Execute or do I want more just like general damage? I'm going to go ahead and pick the Improved Scorch talent just because I like that it rounds us out to 2. But yeah, so let's talk about what we didn't pick. So first off, Fire Frenzy is the capstone. Personally, this is like a favorite for me. I love that legendary. We did not play with this legendary very much in Shadowlands, unfortunately, because basically the Fevered Incantation one was bugged initially, and that was the only reason we played it. But once they fixed it, that went away. But how do y'all feel about like Firestorm / Fire Frenzy at least in Shadowlands?
So all 3 of these talents have like a 2 that leads to a 1, so you can very easily, like with this build, you can like extremely easily switch your capstone traits. I think Firestorm is just a little bit behind on single target. I think it is extremely good on AoE though, because your flame strikes don't give you hot streaks back like normally, so like being able to spam instance is very, very good.
Yeah, also, like, assuming that you pick this up right, like, you're gonna pick Flame Patch, right? Like, this is, like, the AoE. It seems like an AoE one, so, you know, it's probably fine that, like, that's just reserved for AoE, but I am a bit sad that we won't have that proc pop up in single target if we're picking this build.
I remember how happy everyone was about Alexstrasza's Fury, and now all I can think about is how I'm never gonna have it.
You're never gonna pick it, yeah. Yeah, that's funny. So like if we were to swap something up, right, to try and get to Fire Frenzy, we'd have to give up the Pyroblast increased damage above 70% and below 30%. So it's like 60% of the time your Pyroblast is doing it's basically a 6% increase on Pyroblast damage, right? Like if you think about it that way.
Yeah.
And we're also giving that Phoenix Reborn, which is whatever, that's kind of an AoE talent. We'd be gaining Fevered Incantation, which is 10% more damage during combustion, and also like anywhere from 5 to 6% more damage probably during single target, or like during execute rather, single target execute. But yeah, no, I think this is probably fine.
Fevered Incantation Fire Frenzy might be better than Wildfire Fiery Rush, but
it could be, yeah.
It's unlikely.
I think that this is a pretty hard choice, and I think that's probably good for this talent tree, right? That we have like such a difficult choice right here. But I could totally see a world where like instead you just slot in these two, right? But then you'd be giving up SKB. And like Fiery Rush too, like Fire Frenzy is going to give you just more damage, right? And it's going to give you Fever Incantation, which is just more combustion damage, but then you're getting less combustions. So that just feels bad. I'm going to put it back.
It's kind of... So I'm trying to create like an AoE build here now.
Yeah, let's talk about AoE talents. So we're just gonna kind of clip off some of the things that we feel like maybe aren't necessary in AoE. We're just gonna remove these guys until we get like the talents to pop up where we don't have this row anymore. Okay, so there. Now we're reset.
Is it like as simple as just dropping the Scorch talents for the Flame Strike talents? There's no shot, right?
So let's drop the Scorch talents. Let's pick up.
I think you drop Improved Scorch, but I think you keep Searing Touch, right?
Yeah, because that's really
Searing Touch is way too good in dungeons. Yeah, you definitely want that. So we're gonna go Conflagration. We're not gonna ever pick this talent. Like, what the hell are they thinking? Flame On versus Improved Blazing Barrier? Like what? What?
150% increased damage, dude, is a lot of increased damage.
Yeah, dude. That talent's like, this is probably of all the talents on the tree, aside from like Wildfire, this is probably like the most trash talent, I think. And also it's in direct competition with Flame On, since it's the one that you have to go to for Flame Patch. Like, when are you picking this talent? Just maybe PvP, who knows? I don't really know about that. Yeah, so we're gonna pick up Flame Patch and then Living Bomb. So what's the coefficient on this? It says 24% of spell power. That is weak as fuck. Holy shit. That is like a very weak talent. 14% spell damage. Is this, do we know if this is still square root scaling? Let's see. I don't know if we can like see it from the Wowhead data.
I mean, one thing that's important though is that it's been uncapped from good old Slans. It's not an 8 target cap anymore.
Yeah, but unfortunately it just like scales like garbage, I feel like, because the scaling on it's just weird.
Usually like square root stuff says on the tooltip deals reduced damage to extra targets rather than calling out a specific number, which this doesn't say. That doesn't really mean anything. It could just be Wowhead tooltips, right? But it might be. I mean, the talent has seen 0 play all expansion.
I feel like with incendiary eruptions, living bomb's probably not going to be super highly tuned, but I could be wrong. It could be like something that we really want to use in that uncapped AoE situation more than anything. Kind of like
that's like
Legion.
gripe about Molten Skyfall in that tree is because like clearly if you're going down this path of the tree, you're going for an AoE build, and you're either going to be hard casting flame strike for flame patches, you're going to be waiting until an enemy gets an execute range and scorch cheesing to get flame patches on the ground. Like you're doing everything you can to not cast fireball.
Battle Packet asks why no 4%.
And yet the talent's there requiring you to cast fireball or pyroblast. Like it doesn't fit.
Yeah, it looks like Alpha might be up. Hold on, I'm logging in to see if it is. Okay, someone in chat asked why no 4% crit. So the reason why is because to get to the good stuff at the very bottom, we kind of have to make some sacrifices. So unfortunately, we don't have the extra talent right now. It looks like that's missing. Let's look here. So wait, what is going on here? This is prismatic barriers are first talent. It's at the very top. Oh, okay. So this is actually wrong. Okay. So the talent tree actually has a talent above everything that isn't showing right now. And it's actually your barrier. So if we open up the talent on Alpha right now, Blazing Barriers are first talent. Okay, so this, I was wondering where the barriers were. Okay, so our barriers at the top.
Was that a talent point that we no longer have? We were factoring in before.
Yeah, so it's actually -1 then. Okay, so that just gets rid of duplication.
Do you not just get it for free, though? Like you can't not take Blazing Barrier. Like you have the talent for free. It doesn't take up a point, right?
Yeah.
Preheat, can you check something? Can you check if Sun King's Blessing procs off Flame Strike? It doesn't say on the tooltip, but it doesn't say on the tooltip on live either, right? So
wait, what am I testing? Sun King's Blessing procs when?
Off Flame Strike.
Talking about can it be activated off a hard cast?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me like route down the tree real quick just so I can pick that up. 1 second. Yeah, this is an important thing to know. Wait, how did we do this again? This was like we have
right.
talent.
Improve Scorch is what you're missing.
Oh yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Either that or improve Flame Strike if you're going AoE.
Okay, so we got Sun King's Blessing and we got Flame Strike. Let's just lock this in for now and go straight to the dummy and see if it works real quick.
Another interesting thing is talents like Pyromaniac. I think you need to be careful like evaluating talents that have been historically bad because they've been competing against very good talents, which Pyromaniac has been. Like it's entirely possible that for 1 point a talent like Pyromaniac is good, even though it hasn't seen play previously. It's just something to keep in mind when looking at all trees. That just because something has been bad in the past because it's been competing against good options doesn't mean it will still be bad.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I actually, in that note, Molten Skyfall, I kind of agree with VJ here. I was looking at my log from Jailer, our kill, and I have 50 fireballs cast, that 1 proc.
Wait, dude, they changed the edit mode. Yo, let's go. Okay, so you can actually edit all the good stuff at the same time. We're just going to set up a real quick rudimentary UI. Okay, and then
someone also said in chat, can you look at what abilities are baseline because that's not listed anywhere?
Yeah. Let's open up our tree or our spellbook. Okay, so for baseline stuff, we've got Arcane Explosion, Arcane Intellect. Put these on the bars. Blink, Conjure Refreshment, Counterspell. Oh, our Interrupt is baseline. Okay, thank God. That's really not like an Invoker situation.
A lot of specs have to talent into.
Yeah, that's super weird. Okay, Frost Nova is baseline. And then Frostbolt is baseline, Polymorph's baseline, Portal's obviously baseline, Slowfall baseline, Teleport baseline, Time Warp baseline. Dude, could you imagine if we had the talent to Time Warp? Man, be like, sorry, one of you mages
No,
is gonna
you do
have
it.
to. Yeah, one of you mages is gonna have to do that. I'm not doing that shit.
Mage that's talented into Time Warp dies before the last phase.
I'm gonna change Searing Touch here to Firestarter just so we can get more crits on the dummy. Okay, so let's see how this turns out.
On your cast bar.
Wait, why is my fire... Dude, Fire Blast isn't working?
Is it keybound?
Yeah, it's keybound. I'm pressing it. You can't cast
yeah,
it while You can't cast it while casting.
I was about to say, is it not castable casting? Is that
What
a
is
talent?
this?
You don't have rank 2 or whatever, right?
Oh, is that a rank thing? Hold on, let me go back to the
I think
talents.
that's a spell rank thing on live.
Where is it?
Where is it on live, but it's not in the talent tree.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Okay,
Oh no!
Blizzard! Okay, this is a fuck
Blizzard.
up because the spec literally doesn't work. If
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh my god.
That's really not good, guys. That's really...
All
oh
right,
my god.
Let's check out the next tree, boys.
Yeah, hold on. We can still go up. We just gotta be patient. We gotta cast it in between our casts, dude. This is like some next level gameplay.
What is that starting island?
It has a global cooldown too. Oh my god, it's so bad. You can't even cast it. It's got a global cooldown. Look, see the global cooldown on it? Watch, whenever I cast a spell, watch. Whenever
Phoenix Flames is back on the menu, boys.
Hold on. It says on the tooltip on Fire Blast in the Fire Tree, castable while casting other spells, and I'm assuming that also takes it off the global cooldown. So I'm assuming that this is just bugged and not working correctly.
Yeah. So we have our proc ready. Hold on, I gotta spell book it. Wait, did I talent into it?
It's the top left, so you'd.
Yeah. Sorry. Gotta get rid of instant cast. All right, we're hard casting it. Let's see if we get SKB. Oh wait, no, did it just drop?
Expired. Your buff just expired.
It expired. Okay, hold on.
Correct.
Let me actually just fix something really quick so we don't have to do it again.
Can you also combust to build up hot streaks instead of casting fireballs?
Well, I'm doing it on a target with like the crit talent. So, but yeah, you're right.
Someone said there are 2 fire blasts.
Oh, do I have the wrong one?
I mean, like in the fire tree, it says fire blast. I mean, realistically, it should just replace the spell, but like, it's entirely possible that it's not.
Yes, I think you're right. Hold on, let me put this one on the bar instead. Okay, yeah, that's it.
Flamin'.
This one works.
Jesus.
Dude, there's 2 of them. Oh no.
It is so ridiculous.
Not having Phoenix Flames is weird. I like just pressed that button, but it did nothing. Oh, we should also probably keybind combustion. I'll do that in a second. Okay, so we have our proc here. Now, gotta put the macro on the bar. All right, hard casting. And we have combustion.
Right.
Okay, so tooltip's wrong.
Yeah, I thought that would be the case. I just wanted to double, triple check.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that's saved. Whew. All right. So that was 2 things that had me kind of stressed, dude. Okay, sorry. Coming back to the talents. Okay. So we'll do a little bit more playtesting just a little bit, but AoE stuff, right? So let's talk about AoE. We're gonna want obviously Flame Patch, right? Flame Patch, goaded talent. And then below that, it looks like we've got enemies damaged by Flame Patch have a chance to erupt in a living bomb. That's just like a one-off we can pick extra. Seems kind of fun, but probably just going to skip on this. I don't like that they have the talents kind of structured like this, right? Because basically it's like this extra talent is just going to cut into the good shit, right? Like all the good stuff at the bottom, you're basically having to give up stuff on. So we're going to skip on that for now. We're going to go ahead and grab Fever Incantation Fire Frenzy. We're going to skip on Pyroclasm because this is quote-unquote AoE. I could see, if you're hardcasting Flame Strike, I could see maybe Tinder being good in a situation where like hardcasting a lot of Flame Strikes or like Scorching Targets in AoE because it's like in the Mythic Plus you probably do that more, right? Like you probably cast less Fireballs, but the fact that you have to not cast it for 8 seconds makes that just, it's just so bad.
Yeah, I think it's PvP, talent.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, we're going to go and skip on that. And, oh, perfect. We can pick up Phoenix Reborn right there. So we got the extra AoE damage. So for AoE, it looks like we're just skipping out on Living Bomb. We're skipping out on Incendiary. Incendiary versus Phoenix Reborn, kind of the same thing.
I think you want to dump Conflag and improve Scorch and get Phoenix Flames and Alex Strauss's Fury or Ashes Reborn or something.
Yeah, we could definitely drop Conflagration.
Or no, you get the Flame Patch talent, the one above the Living Bomb one, yeah.
Yeah, this one. So we could just go, yeah, so we could drop Conflagration and then we could just pick up Incendiary. Oh, I want to actually see how this looks in game. So let's do that real quick. So make a new AoE build.
I hope you have the right Flame Strike.
I'll have to check that.
We've been here for like an hour and done one tree, and it's quite late here, so I am going to go to bed. But
oh no, okay, all right. Thank you so much, Toegrinder, for hopping in. I'm sure we'll talk about this more soon.
Yeah, I'm happy to chat anytime, but I have a dentist appointment quite early in the morning, and this tree came out quite late.
Unfortunate.
Later, Toe.
So, yeah, I'll chat to you guys later.
Brisky.
So we don't have, obviously my character's level 60, so I don't like have access to all the talents, but I think we have everything to test at least what Incendiary Eruptions is going to look like. So let's see if we can get that to proc. Oh, we have one. Look, the Living Bomb there on the left just popped. Got another one. Okay, so the proc chance seems like pretty decent. Oh, look, we have 3.
This is like 6-second internal cooldown, I think, right?
Oh,
I don't think it's internal. It looks like it's happening at the same time on some of these targets. I don't think there's any cooldown on it. It's just a 5% chance to proc. Yeah, so talent says, enemies damaged by Flame Patch have a 5% chance to erupt in Living Bomb. Interesting to note that it's not the dot of it, it's just the explosion effect. Because, like, look at this target. See how it's just going straight into the explosion? Boom, right there. So, I mean, the damage on it's pretty wimpy, but I'm sure they'll add up, especially like in big AoE pulse.
So what are you saying? It goes right into the explode, so it just blows up, but then are the other targets then afflicted by Living Bomb that it blows up on?
Yeah, so the explosion hits all the targets.
It's as if your Living Bomb, your initial application just expired.
So you watch, it's about to explode. Boom, and it hits the other two. See that? Wait, did it chain, or was that just coincidence?
Coincidence.
Oh.
No, that's doing the dot portion of it, right?
It applies as if it applies with an explosion, though, right? Or no, you're right. I think he's right. Look, it applies and then it blows up and spreads normally. Yeah. It does seem like it has a cooldown, though.
So yeah, it did spread. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it just spread to these 2 other targets. Oh, dude, that's very interesting. Wait, I wonder if it would like override if you had a bunch out at the same time. Wonder how that works. Okay, so that actually makes this talent seem a lot better then, because if it's hitting the target and then like, right, so one is out and that's going to spread right here, boom, it spread to all 3, and now they're all going to explode. So that means like the whole pack explodes every time.
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure you could figure out what would happen if you override, since Living Bomb is also a talent on the tree. You could just talent into that and then just override an auto proc real quick and see what happens. If it,
yeah, that's a good idea. So we're going to do that.
If I remember from Legion, there was something that you could get CDR with, and you could throw out multiple Living Bomb. And if you put out a double Living Bomb on the same target before the first one would just explode and spread.
I think it was haste affected in Legion, if I remember. I think that.
I wish I could open my talents and my macros at the same time. I just want to make sure I'm casting the right spell here, but yeah, we'll just drag this on the bar. Okay, so let's get to proc. Doesn't want to come out now that we're asking for it. And then, so you're saying to override the one that it starts on, right?
Yeah. Just find the one that it starts on and just override it with a...
Okay, override it, instantly exploded. These are going to pop, boom, and then this one's going to pop, and it spreads to these 2. Okay, so yeah, whenever it procs like that, it just instantly blows up. Oh, that's so good. Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like that.
Yeah, I like this. This is a fun talent. Okay, so I don't want to. We're kind of like Toe was saying, we're kind of going over on the fire time, but definitely more to look at here. But What are y'all's impressions so far of this tree, at least the fire side? Bjartuur, how do you feel about this?
I feel like the give and take of like making choices is much better than the previous tree. Obviously, like we're going from mop era tree to this, and I can definitely just tell like there's a lot more friction between talents, like good friction where it's like, oh, I want that, but then I have to give up this, but I'd have to like instead of just this is the build, take it, deal with it.
Yeah. And so like pros and cons, right? Like pros, very hard decisions, especially on the capstones. I feel like there's just so much I want. I'm having to like really make tough decisions picking what, which path I'm going. So that's good. That just means the talent tree is like solid, right? Cons. I feel like both Tinder and Wildfire are both like, you're just giving up something to get to Fiery Rush, right? So both these talents seem kind of bad. Also, there's just like some other random talents that just seem like, why the hell would you ever pick it? And improve Blazing Barrier #1 on that list. Like, why would you take this talent? What is the reason, right? Like, I don't really see why. Oh, I didn't even realize, but I have this talent picked. I don't think we ever talked about this. Improve Flame Strike. So this is the one where it makes the Flame Strike cast time reduce, and its radius is increased. So does the radius increase happen on live too, or is it just a cast time right now?
The radius increase is part of the
It's the World in Flames PvP talent, right?
There's a conduit too.
World
Master
in Flames is cast time, not AoE. The radius thing is part of the conduit from your soulbinds.
Yeah. So there's a conduit that makes it so that Flame Strike does more damage and increases the radius. But this means that the radius is just bigger now. So like if we're picking Flame Patch, this seems like a given, right? And then it's going to be a bigger Flame Strike. So wait, how much bigger is that? I want to see this actually reflected in game. So, oh yeah, here's our circle for Flame Strike. Look at this thing. Yo, and radius on the circle like this is actually huge, right? Because you're getting so much more area since like you're multiplying the amount of area by a lot more since it's like a circle, right? So like here's let's just do a side by side.
Yeah, you can hit all four literally overlapped on both pegs.
Okay, look, there's that, and then we're gonna spec out of this, and then let's see how big it is. So here's the side by side. That seems significantly. I mean, like in terms of like how many mobs you can hit with this radius is just wow. The extra yardage on that really goes a long way, I feel like. Y'all can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Cool, just making sure. Yeah, I mean like it's actually going off the screenshot right now on the left side compared to the right side. So
yeah, I think if you are a fire connoisseur, you are really happy with this tree, to be honest. There's not a whole lot of major pitfalls, and like everything you would want is here, right?
There's a variety of options for wonky ones. Like I posted an image of a build a little bit back up in the channel, but I think it like has the potential to bear fruit, but it would just be such a wild playstyle, or so divergent from what we've known fire as the past several years.
let me take a look at that.
It's the tempered flames instead of combustion duration.
Where'd you post it, by the way?
It's in Evoker Expert Lounge.
Okay. Well, let me scroll up.
I can repost it real quick.
Yeah, just post a link to it so I can open it up.
Hell yeah, I just got the alpha.
Oh, you did? Congratulations.
I just linked the URL. Does it give you the tree that I have?
It should, yeah. So I opened this up in Photoshop real quick just to kind of do a overlay example. Gonna line these bad boys up. And then we're gonna actually invert this one so that we can very clearly see the difference.
Yeah, honestly, the range is like, it's definitely big. It's definitely big as far as like a safety net, right? Like normally mobs are grouped up, so radius doesn't generally have too big of an impact. But like the cast time alone in that talent is worth it. So the radius is really just kind of a bonus.
Yeah, so here's basically what you're gaining. So the purple is going to be the outer rim of the one without the talent versus the one with, and that, I mean, just like you're getting so much more area with that. I feel like that's a really good one. Okay, yeah, that's great. I'm happy with this talent. That's fantastic. Hold on, let me take a quick screenshot. Okay. So I pulled up the talents that you're looking at on stream. Gonna take a quick look at this. Blinkies, I hear you, man. I hear you. We'll get there. Okay, so you're opting to drop Fiery Rush, so we're not gonna have as many Fire Blasts. We aren't even picking up Phoenix Flame, so that part doesn't even matter. We're not gonna have Wildfire or Tinder, which doesn't matter, really. And then... Oh, you're picking up Tempered Flame?
No. Can
you explain why you're doing Tempered Flame here?
So this is... The idea in this is it would be a high crit fire build again, and you'd be hard casting pyro basically the entire time. You'd have, well, it'd be high crit, high haste. You have a decent amount of CDR, and where is... yeah, and I wanted to go with Fire Frenzy and SKB because that's how I want to get combustion uptime, is through those two talents combining, and through just like hard casting pyros and hitting like really fucking hard with that. Because your actual base combustion, like the spell combustion, is going to suck. You'd probably run Incanter's Flow with this as well. It would be weird to run Rune of Power with it.
Okay, so here's what I have to say about Tempered Flame. We kind of talked about this before you hopped in, but I feel like Tempered Flames has almost like negative synergy with some of the other things because of the combustion reduced time. So like we have Sun King's Blessing. Mm-hmm. That is going to be obviously like that's going to synergize with combustion the most out of pretty much all these talents, right? So we want to have as much Sun King Blessing as possible. More Sun King's Blessing means more combustion just naturally from that. But we're going to have less combustion uptime from the natural combustion. So that means that basically we're not going to generate as many hot streaks throughout the fight, which means we're actually going to get less Sun King's Blessing. So I'd be interested to see like how this would actually play. We can definitely talent in and look at it, but I feel like the negative synergy with Sun King's Blessing is kind of killing this idea for me. I don't know what. So you're dropping that, right, and then you're picking up Fire Frenzy. Fire Frenzy doesn't really have that same synergy, so I guess with that it's kind of great. But you do have Pyroclasm, which is the other talent that would like really be affected by Tempered Flames, and that one once again is another situation where like your Pyroclasms throughout the fight are dependent on how many hot streaks you generate, right? So it's like it's literally like a function, and because you're generating less hot streaks from combustion, having 50% uptime. Or 50% less on the cast, you're going to have less Pyroclasms as well.
Could you drop Improved Scorch and the 100% Scorch and maybe even Scorch? Oh, I guess you couldn't drop the spell itself, right?
No, because here's the thing: you would be using Scorch and Execute. Like, there's no shot that you wouldn't be. You'd be dropping hard casting pyros.
So we can drop 1 point.
I was trying to think if we could potentially get a third capstone, but I don't think it's possible.
we can drop 1 point. I think actually one thing that might help this build a lot is actually this Pyroclasm talent, because if we were to drop 1 from Improved Scorch, we could then have the 8% chance to instantly reactivate Hot Streak. Obviously, this also has synergy with generating more Hot Streaks, but at least then it's like you're kind of making up for some lost ground there.
You know, the one that I wish I could drop from this build is the Fireball talent, but you can't.
Yeah, because you wouldn't be casting Fireball.
Yep.
Actually, hold on. I think we can.
You could take Conflag.
We can actually just remove Fireball,
or
I think.
Flame Strike, yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the point of including this?
You
wouldn't. Target thing.
You also wouldn't want to, because it's your bridge to critical mass, right?
I mean, well, you can get critical mass through the Scorch.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So if we remove, like, even if we pull talents down here, we need all these talents up above to be able to even route like to the next 8 required row, and we'd be at 7 if we were to unplug Fireball. I mean, so yeah, that's okay. So you have to pick up Fireball. That's interesting. I'd be interested to see like how this actually would play out. This is definitely something I'll play test a little bit, so I'm gonna keep this hidden in the pocket. But yeah, I guess there is kind of like if they, especially if they tune this talent a little bit better, right? Like if they made it so that maybe it only reduces combustion by like 30%, maybe that would be a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm just really curious about the build. I would want to get in and like just test
and
this
play it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll definitely test that out. Thank you for that. Okay, so yeah, I mean, obviously, like we probably have a lot more to talk about with fire, but I do want to move on to the next spec since we're kind of spending a lot of time on this one. But let's just pop in on. Okay, so what do we want to see next? Arcane or Frost?
Frost. Bro, they've answered the prayers. They've answered the 6 years of prayers.
Chat, how do you feel? Do you want to see Frost or Arcane? Talk in chat right now.
So if we want to do Arcane while I'm here,
you gotta go soon.
Probably want to do it now. Oh, I have to go in 40 for raid.
Okay.
Okay. Let's do Arcane then. Let's do Arcane.
We've held our collective loads on Frost for 6 years. It can last for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, dude. Frost is always the spec that gets shelved, dude. It feels bad, man. Frost is just okay. Well, we're going Arcane. All right. So yeah, not gonna do the class one again. Although we will maybe double back on some of the stuff. I'm just gonna like plug in some talents really quick, so at least we have like some of the baseline stuff I think we need. Obviously, like Shatter. I feel like if you don't have Shatter for Frost, that's probably Troll. Just gonna rut through Rune of Power. Obviously, we're gonna pick up Shimmer. Gonna do Time Anomaly. Seems like you probably want that as Arcane, so we'll go and grab that. Oh, dude, Crit or Haste? I feel like Crit probably, right? Porom?
I don't think it necessarily matters as much, given the cooldown cadence that Arcane has right now. Like, Evo is a shorter cooldown from what I understand, so I don't think it'll matter as much.
Wait, how much shorter?
Blood Huggy, appreciate the sub. Welcome to the oven. Thank you.
I think it's a minute now with
Let me turn
talent.
on alerts again.
I believe it's 2 minutes now without talent, and then you talent for 60 seconds, I believe, somewhere in here.
Chat, did y'all see an alert for that?
Not charged up. What was the... Isn't the Brainstorm trait in this tree somewhere?
Yes, it is.
Oh, before we get started, let's swap Arcane and see what's baseline.
Actually, the Brainstorm trait competes with the improved deification. That's interesting.
Okay, so I just switched Arcane. Let's see what we get. So we have Mastery, Prismatic Barrier, Arcane Blast. All right, and then for Mage, same stuff. So that's what we're working with so far.
Is the Mastery untouched?
The Mastery says increase mana regeneration rate and maximum mana by maximum mana. Interesting. By 25.8%. Arcane charges increase the damage of Arcane Blast by additional 12.9.
Yeah.
Arcane Barrage by 6.4. Increases all other arcane damage by 21.5.
Same.
Yeah, pretty much the same, except for we get a little bit more mana, but that's kind of interesting. Okay, so popping back in on the talents. I got Time Anomaly, and then what were we thinking? Shifting Power or Meteor?
This is a tough call. I honestly think maybe we explore the spec tree and come back to this question because, like, I'm just not really sure how Meteor might fit into Radiant Spark, for example.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I definitely would rather go Meteor because I have dreamed of Arcane with Dragon's Breath and Mythic Plus.
Yeah, we'll just slot in Shifting Power for now, but we might reevaluate with Meteor in just a little bit. Coefficient's what, 260? Okay, so just keep that in mind, right? For like a big hit on Radiant Spark, it's gonna be 260. Okay, so on the Arcane tree, let me zoom in a little bit. Too much. Okay, there we go. So capstones, right? This is where we're gonna be headed to. So let's start there, and then we'll kind of work our way down. So first up is going to be Orb Barrage. Casting Arcane Missiles 15 times fires an Arcane Orb towards your target. Clear cast Arcane Missiles count as 2 versus Arcane Orb gains an additional charge. Arcane Orb itself has a 20-second recharge. So that's interesting. And then obviously like an AoE talent, right? And then Harmonic Echo is directly after Radiant Spark. This is going to be like Hearing Arcane. I think this is pretty much going to be a slot in. I think we pretty much are guaranteed to want this unless there's like some other crazy playstyle that emerges, but my gut tells me we probably want this one.
If you're going down the Radiant Spark tree, you're kind of locked into doing the Arcane Harmony then too, which is your next capstone as well.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah,
weird.
Arcane Harmony. Damage dealt to enemies affected by Radiant Spark's vulnerability echo to your current enemy target and 4 nearby targets for 20% of damage dealt. So yeah, that's just a direct damage buff to Radiant Spark, even in single target. Also nice in AoE too, so that's good. And then on the far right, we have Arcane Harmony. Each time Arcane Missiles hits the enemy, the damage of your next Arcane Barrage is increased by 5%. This effect stacks up to 20 times. So if you're, let's start with like a Dragonflight version of Kyrian Arcane. That's where we'll start this off. And then we can maybe explore other options later. So obviously Arcane Barrage, can't choose anything else. Got to go there. Got to go missiles. We're going to want clear casting, obviously. Rule of Threes, really good, right? But maybe not as great if we're spamming a bunch of missiles. So we're going to hold off on that one for now. Arcane Power, or sorry, Arcane Surge.
Yeah, that's the new Arcane Power.
Yeah, Arcane Surge
We
is...
talked about that,
yeah, so we've talked about this spell a lot off stream. Or sorry, in like previous streams, but not in this conversation. So this is like the new Arcane Power. It makes it so that you would spend all of your mana and it deals damage based off the mana that you used up. It says annihilate your enemy target and nearby enemies for up to 268 spell power. So it's actually more than Meteor. Times 2, right? Arcane damage based on mana spent. Damage deals reduced damage beyond 5 targets. So big 5 target damage. For the next 12 seconds, your mana regeneration is increased by 450%. How does that stack up against Evocation? That sounds like probably like half of Evocation, right?
Yeah, it's about half, but it's twice the duration, so it's a little bit less than
Yo,
Evo
Robo Hobo,
overall.
appreciate the sub.
But realistically,
Evan,
because
thank you.
Evo caps out and you have to channel while doing it, it's probably just downright better.
Sergrand is saying no. Hold on, Sergrand, can you clarify?
I'm sorry, I started 10.
Yo, Sergrand, do you want to hop in? If I don't know if he's up to. It's more than Evo, he says.
Well, not more than Evo, but it'll be pretty close. But again, with Evo capping out the way it does, it'll be a little weirder.
Where is Evocation in here? Have y'all looked and seen where it's at?
Bottom left.
Yeah, it's at the
Oh,
first
I see.
row in the third column.
There we go.
Oh, interesting. So you could like
side.
opt for no Evo and just get your mana back from that, depending on like how mana neutral you are. And then the talent that goes off of that is... Okay, so this is really important to point out. Evocation is below the watermark for the 20 required. That means that you're giving up a capstone basically to take it, because it doesn't lead
more
anywhere
than
else.
half. I'm sorry.
So Evocation might actually be a trap talent, because we would probably have to give up something, and we can't give up if we're doing like an Arcane Harmony build, right? Like we can't be giving up Radiant Spark. We can't be giving up Arcane Harmony. We're gonna have to get those two. So it might actually be the case where we don't even pick up Evocation, but we'll see. We'll see whenever we get there. But at least Arcane Surge kind of gives us like a way to deal with that if we aren't gonna take Evocation. So we'll just keep that in mind. Okay, moving on. Arcane Explosion damage, Impetus. Arcane Blast does 10% has a 10% chance to generate an additional Arcane Charge. Okay, that's kind of cool. But I mean, once again, try not to cast Arcane Blast as much as possible with this build. So let's see, what does it lead to? So next up is going to be Mana Adept. Arcane Barrage grants you 2% of your maximum mana per Arcane Charge spent. We're definitely going to want this talent, I think, especially if we're not picking up Evocation potentially. This is like the same as right now, right? Like this talent is pretty much the same as live.
It's pretty close. Is it 2%? I think it's maybe the tooltip is funky for it or something. I forget. I know something's wrong with the Legion Legendary that got converted in Shadow.
Welcome everyone, chat, by the way. Sorry I'm kind of ignoring y'all. I'm just trying to facilitate the conversation
here. But it's
here.
Barrage rank 2, I believe.
Okay. Cool. So good to know. And then Nether Precision, consuming clear casting increases the damage of your next 2 Arcane Blasts by 20%. Okay. Cool. And then Amplification, when clear cast Arcane Missiles fire. Okay, we're going to want Amplification, 100%. So let's make our way there, right? We have to pick up Impetus to pick that one up, but we don't have enough talents yet. Let's double back. Rule of Threes, right? This is a pretty good one, I think. And then improve Arcane Missiles. Any objections so far?
No, I mean, that all seems pretty much exactly what I would expect to grab up. That's what I have as well. I'm kind of working through it myself alongside you.
What's interesting is that you can't really pick the new Arcane Tempo stuff, or yeah, just Arcane Tempo. You can't get Arcane Tempo on its own unless you pick up Arcane Familiar, it looks like. Oh, yo, Sergrand just joined us.
Hello.
Hey, sir.
Hey, sir, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Or I guess I should also tell Kuni and Bjartuur as well. Do y'all just want to do a quick introduction since y'all didn't get to do that earlier?
Nope.
Nope.
No, I'm
okay.
good.
What about you, Sergrand?
Sure. My name's Sergrand. I maintain the Arcane APL and do a lot of the Theorycraft work.
And we love you for it. Yeah, I remember whenever I was like
Yes, we
looking
do.
into Kyrian Arcane, like I pulled up the amount of like changes that happened in like the GitHub for it, and it was just like Sergrand all the way down. But I'm sure,
Yeah.
you know, there's obviously other people who work
There's
on it. I'm
a
just
lot
saying
of
like,
contributors.
yeah, I'm not trying to diminish that. I'm just saying that like you're a busy guy. I can tell from the pushes to get. Cool, thank you for that. All right, so getting back on topic here, we want the arcane missile damage, right? Because that's a lot. We're gonna be casting a lot of those, and we're maybe skipping out on Arcane Tempo. We'll see. But we're gonna have to give up a talent on Arcane Familiar to get there, so that's kind of cringe.
Interestingly, in single target, you can actually just kind of forgo the improved Arcane Barrage.
Yep. What's really strange is the talent right below it is something you would want in pure single target, but it's locked behind a talent that you'd only take in multi-target scenarios.
Yeah, that's Norganon's, right? Foresight? Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, this is huge. Staying still, well, 10 seconds is kind of a long time, but staying still for 10 seconds gives you 4 seconds of cast while moving. Huh. Combined
With Ice Float and clear casting too. Like,
Okay. Yeah, well, so hear me out. I think
never
presence of
mind. Clear
mind is something that we want, right? And in order to get to presence of mind, we're gonna have to pick that talent. So we're just gonna think of these two as like a package deal with the two that lead off of it, right? So like improved arcane barrage, you're taking that so that you can get foresight, or you're taking that so you can get presence of mind, pretty much. So let's hold off on taking that for a second. So moving on, we've unlocked this next row, right? I think that was, yeah, this is the last talent we need to unlock this row. So from the top, Arcane Tempo, increase haste, cool talent. Haven't played around with this, but you have to give up a Arcane Familiar talent, which is kind of bad, I think, to get there. We already talked about Barrage. Improve Prismatic Barrier. Prismatic Barrier further reduces magical damage taken by 5%, duration of harmful magic effects by 10%. So that's like not great, I think. I mean, it's decent, but like, whatever. We'll skip on that for now. Mana Adept. Arcane Barrage grants you... Okay, yeah, we definitely want this one. This is the mana return. Consuming Clearcast increases damage. This is interesting. I think it might have to do with what we do afterwards. Like, Slipstream is right after, and I really want Slipstream, right? So we might end up just taking this just for Slipstream, but we'll hold off for now. And then Amplification. That's the last one that we absolutely need. So in terms of, like, necessary talents, any objection to Mana Adept and Amplification here?
no.
No.
I think
Probably
those are
not.
full on, like, guaranteed picks for single target at least. It's really unfortunate we have to take Nether Precision because of how bugged the Conduit has been on live. But Slipstream is obviously one
Slipstream's
of our more powerful talents. Yeah.
real
Speaking
good.
of having to take Nether Precision to go into Slipstream, I want to jump back to Prismatic Barrier and what
Yeah.
it leads into with Enlightened. Because I actually have a question about this. Given the way that Arcane Surge is built and that it chunks all of your mana, would the damage amp on Enlightened calculate to the entire damage of Arcane Surge as long as you cast it above 70% mana? Because if so, then that talent's just like...
It should, yep.
Yeah, so this is just 8% more damage on Arcane Surge, basically, if you have this slot, assuming that you're playing correctly, right?
Yeah.
Most I know with Arcane Blast, if it's the hit that happens that drops you below 70%, it still benefits
Flame Shock
from the plus
27.
damage.
Appreciate
so I
the
would
Twitch
imagine
Prime.
Arcane Surge would as well.
So
Welcome to the Evan, thank you.
I don't know. Right now, at least looking at the tree, I feel like I would be locked into improved Prismatic Barrier just to get access to Enlightened, so then I could buff other shit.
Yeah, okay, so it's good to keep in mind. Enlightened's kind of one of those things where, like, obviously this is going to be a damage increase, right? You have to play around it. It's more mana regen as well, just a little bit. it affecting Arcane Surge is great, right? But then you're not going to benefit from it until you get back to 70% mana. So there's almost like a little bit of negative synergy with this as well. Like it's good, and then it's also got the downside as well. So we'll just keep this one in mind. Yeah, so we already talked about Foresight. We know what Presence of Mind does. Arcane Power. Arcane Surge lasts an additional 3 seconds and grants 25% increased spell damage. So if we look at the spell above it, it says 10%, and then this is going to be bringing it up to 35%. So I'm pretty sure if you take Arcane Surge, which we are, right? Like you'd probably want this talent. Seems like it might be pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
And then Resonance. So this is Arcane Barrage deals 15% increased damage per target hits. This is single target. It's just going to be 15% more damage on your biggest damage move. So I'm pretty sure we want this one. I'm not even going to question it. Obviously in AoE, it's even better if you have this guy right here. But so this is going to be like your funnel, right? If you have Resonance plus Arcane Barrage right here, you get a little funnel damage, which is really, really good for curing Arcane in raids. Slipstream, we know what that does. Improved clear casting. This one also seems like one we would absolutely want because just wasting clear casting proc sounds really bad. Okay, any objections? I mean, like, there's obviously other stuff we may want to pick up, but I'm just trying to pick up the necessary stuff so far for like a curing arcane build. So, any objections so far?
No, I can see a world where you don't take improved clear casting, but keep it for now. We'll keep going.
Okay.
You'll see as you get to the bottom of this tree, you're gonna run out of.
Yeah, points are going to start getting real tight here soon. So, okay, so Reverberate. This is just arcane explosion damage. We're going to hold off on this for right now, but let's see. Arcane Explosion hits at least 3 targets. It has 50% chance to generate extra arcane charge. Okay, cool. So AoE talent. Supernova pushes arcane energy around the target enemy or ally, dealing 30%. That is such a small amount. So this is just a knock-up, basically.
Yep.
So this is like a stop for Mythic Plus, basically, for Arcane, I guess.
Yeah, it's your makeup because you never got to take that in M+ anyway because it coincided with your orb tree, right? And since it looks like you're going down the shifting power route on the left and you can't take DB, then that's your Mythic Plus option there.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up fire real quick because I want to make sure I'm right about something real quick. Hold on. So the what's the cooldown on Dragon's Breath on the tree right now?
It's 45
seconds.
45. Okay, so this is actually a shorter stop than Fire Mage's Dragon's Breath.
It's worth noting that on live right now, some mobs that you knock up don't even stop their cast because it might be a hard cast that goes through movement abilities or something, or sometimes it doesn't really calculate them as moving at all, and they just keep casting. Like it's not been a satisfactory stop in any way.
But you could also take it though. Like as Arcane, you could also take Dragon's Breath as well. So
yeah,
there's that to consider. So I guess you could have like 2 stops for Mythic Plus. I mean, that seems pretty good. But yeah, no, I'm familiar with Supernova. Unfortunately, like there's just so much weird coding with Blizzard's like spells that some stuff just like doesn't interrupt even if you stun mobs or knock them up or whatever. So I'm going to hold off on this one for now, but I am interested in getting to Illuminated Thoughts. I feel like we'd probably route there from Slipstream, but we haven't slotted that one in. Touch of Magi, yeah, that's a given. We're going to take this talent. Okay, so moving on from there, Chrono Shift, Arcane Barrage, this is the movement speed increase, so it slows enemies, increases your movement speed by 50%. I love this talent, but it's not like a necessary talent, so we're gonna skip over that one. Nether Tempest. Let's see, so this is the new Nether Tempest. Places Nether Tempest on the target, which deals 17% of spell power arcane damage over 12 seconds to target nearby enemies within 10 yards, limit only 1. Oh, so they still have it limited. Okay, so it's not Mop Nether Tempest, unfortunately.
And it's square rooted after 2?
Yeah, it's square rooted after 2. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, do not take Garbo.
Yeah, I mean, the 60% increase per arcane charge, like that might end up working its way into like some sort of single target build, but yeah, I tend to agree. And plus, like, if you're taking Presence of Mind, you're gonna route directly into Evocate anyway, so this is kind of like a little side path. Okay, so we need to pick up more talent. So we're just going to go with like the most obvious stuff first. So in my opinion,
Improved Barrage, yeah.
Yeah, so Slipstream and Improved Barrage. These are like the 2 that I'm looking at the most, and also Presence of Mind. So let's just go ahead and slot this guy in. And then let's grab, how do you feel about Nether Precision versus Presence of Mind if we had to just pick one, Porom?
I would take Presence of. Honestly, in mine,
I would probably, if between those two, I would probably take Precision.
Precision.
Yeah, it's actual damage, even though it's pretty unreliable. It's bugged.
Plus, like, Slipstream is so great, so we definitely want Slipstream.
Yeah, we also have Foresight and, our choice of Ice Flows or Shimmer. And
Yeah,
Slipstream.
well, maybe we'll pick
we
up...
have a lot of options.
Yeah, we might just pick up both, actually. So the choice here is now... We need three more. We need 3 more.
I think you're going to go for Enlightened.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we slot this guy in. This is a dead talent, but we'll slot that in. Go to Enlightened. And then we can also pick up Presence of Mind too, which rounds us out to the next row. Okay, so what we're giving up so far is like, we're giving up like this haste talent, we're giving up Nether Tempest, we have no Chrono Shift, we have no Foresight. These are just like movement stuff, AoE stuff, whatever. So moving on, Evocation, we know what this does, right? Very good talent, but we may not need it if we have more mana regen.
Yeah, I think Evo's a skip.
Yeah,
Yeah,
especially as
going
like
for.
this Curing Arcane stuff, because if we're like ending every Radiant Spark with Arcane Surge, if it's up, then we're going to have pretty decent mana return there. We also have Mana Adept, which is going to give us a lot of mana, so...
I
yeah.
actually don't see any build where you pick Nether Tempest, Evocate, and the talent below Evocate.
Yeah, I mean, Siphon Storm here seems like the better one. I don't... Like, Evocation
Just a
reduced
2-minute
by...
cooldown.
It's possible if you skip out on Spark and do a rotation where you're really just burning a lot of mana with Blast and Missiles.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I think the key part of that would be this next one up here, right? So Arcane Echo, right? This is like the, right now it's like Curing Arcane versus Vinti Arcane. Arcane Echo is kind of like the driver for Vinti Arcane. So this is direct damage you deal to enemies affected by a touch of the Magi, causes explosion. It's basically this Prophecy of Fear trinket from way back in, what was it, HFC, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so this is probably going to be pretty good in a lot of situations, but then again, like, I feel like Touch of the Magi as a 45-second cooldown, Radiant Spark being a 30-second cooldown, we're probably going to always have those two together. So in a way, it feels like this might actually diminish it because we aren't really going to be spamming missiles into Touch of the Magi, right? Unless you're like playing a different build. So
Right.
we
it's
probably
one or the
skip on
other.
this one. Like we may use this in like a different build, but we're going to skip on this for now. Oh, okay, here we go. Arcane Bombardment. 2 talents. Arcane Barrage deals additional 50% damage against targets below 100%. So it's two talents, and it's just... So this is just 50% more damage. Arcane Bombardment. Okay, so yeah, we're definitely going to take that. That's like a given, right?
That seems so
Mm-hmm.
massively overpowered compared to other talent points in the tree.
Yeah, I had to double check there because, yeah, no, that's actually how it is. Okay, so we'll pick up Radiant Spark. There's the first piece of it all, right? And then the next piece is going to be we need to route our way to Arcane Harmony, so we're going to go ahead and just do that real quick. So we picked up Clear Casting, increased proc chance. We picked up Arcane Blast as a chance to grant expanded potential, which causes your next Clear Casting to not be consumed. So it's just more Clear Casting, right? We love that. And then Arcane Harmony, each time Arcane Missile hits an enemy. This is not as good as the current one, but it stacks up to 20. So this is going to be 100% increased damage, right? But we also have Arcane Bombardment, which is going to further increase it by 50%. So in a way, it kind of brings it back to where it is now, right? Because if it's 100% and then with the 50%, depending on like how it ends up scaling, currently it's 144% with max stacks. This would make it, what, 150, right? Or am I doing the math wrong?
Oh, it's probably going to be multiplicative, not additive.
So what would that end up being?
I mean, well,
Like, oh, well, we don't know, like, for certain. I'm just saying, like...
If it's multiplicative, then it would be 200% of base, because you're increasing base by 100, so you're now at 200% power, and then 50% of that is an additional 100, so you'd be 3 times base, basically.
So if right now is 144% increased, and it's 100% just by baseline, then that's like, if we were to like math it out, it'd be like 244 versus 200 plus the 50% here.
Yeah, the strange thing is I'm not really sure if you're going to want to use the big barrage on the last stack of Spark, or if you're going to try and use it with
Arcane
Surge.
Surge, yeah.
I
Yeah, that is-
actually
Well,
was
here's the
thinking
thing,
about
though,
that,
is Spark
Serge.
They only be
cooldown
up
is
every minute.
somewhat- yeah, it's every
Yeah.
third.
The interesting thing about that is I think what we might end up doing is using Surge on the first stack of Spark and Meteor and Barrage on the last stack, so that way we have all the % damage from Surge through the whole Spark. But I do think that Meteor, Barrage, and Surge are going to be like woven together to round out our Spark window, right?
Well, I'm also wondering if you can queue Barrage after Surge and have both benefit
Both hit?
from the last stack. Yeah.
My man. Yeah, I mean, it's calculated on cast, right? So in theory, that would work. We can test it. But yeah, that's a good thought. Okay. So one thing that's just glaring me in the eyes right now. We don't have Arcane Orb, right?
You do not.
We do not have an orb, and we have 3 points to spend. So we can pick it up, right? Like, we can get an orb here if we want. But
I think it's less single target damage than the gem route.
well, we're gonna be
Or the
giving up.
Evo.
We're gonna be giving up some stuff, right? So, okay, so Conjure Mana Gem gives you mana, 10%, whatever. The talent afterwards though makes it so that this is now a damage increase, but it's only 5%. So to me, this is poop. I don't like this one.
I don't think you're going to go for gem either.
Yeah, I feel like these talents need to be like higher up because the value of these talents being on a 20 row just seems like, well, you know, actually, thank you, Blizzard, because now I don't have to remember the Conjure Mana Gem, right? Because I'm just never going to take this talent. So in a way, it's actually good.
True.
But yeah, so I think we want Harmonic Echo, but like there's the rub, right? Because if we're
Yeah.
picking up our Harmonic Echo, then we're going to miss out on Orb. And that feels really bad. So in a world without Orb, what we have to do to get our stacks up, we're going to have to cast either Arcane Blast or we're going to have to Arcane Explosion, which requires us to be like near a target in order to like get the first Arcane, to build stacks again, right? Unless Touch of the Magi is up. So is there anything else where like we can generate charges? It looks like, I mean, Siphon Storm obviously,
Siphon
but we
Storm,
can't
yeah.
get there. We can't reach it. So that
I mean,
one's kind of out of the question.
can, if you want to, yeah.
You could, yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Oh,
get
that's
both
true.
Echo
Yeah.
and
There's your 3 points.
But it's only with evocation on a 1 minute cooldown though, so you'd only be
I
able
mean,
to do that every minute.
It might be
it'd be
worth
2.
dropping Harmonic Echo for Siphon Storm, though.
My thing about Siphon Storm is that Surge is on a 1.5 minute cooldown,
Well, wait a minute,
and
you don't
Siphon Storm
have
is
to,
a 2.
Yeah.
you don't have to drop Harmonic Echo for Siphon Storm. You can get all of that.
Yeah.
You have 3 talents left.
Oh yeah, you have to drop
1, 2, 3.
You have to drop like Imp
1,
Clear Casting
2,
or
3.
something, right?
Okay,
no,
I see
nothing.
what you mean.
He
So
can
you
literally
could
just-
go like this, and then you could do this and be done, right?
Yep.
This is one way, and this gives us a 2 minutes. Every 2 minutes, we can get 4 charges from this, right?
Yep.
And we have higher intellect from that.
Yep.
Alternatively,
Oh.
we could also skip out Echo, which is we're losing 20% damage, so that feels really bad.
What were you going to get by skipping out on Echo, though?
Well, we could pick up Orb, and then that's going to be 2 arcane charges basically every single time we need it, right? Because every 20 seconds or so, you're going to be doing a barrage. If it's like roughly the same cast time as right now, right? And then Arcane Orb is a 20-second cooldown. So that just like fits really well. Also, like if there's ever any cleave, it's like more prio damage, right? Because you're just immediately back to 4 charges. So you can just start spamming missiles. I don't know. This is a tough one. I feel like there's definitely a oh, we didn't even talk about this talent actually. Hold on. Rewind just a little bit. Prodigious Savant. Arcane charges further increase mastery effectiveness of Arcane Blast and Arcane Barrage by 20%. Okay. This talent sounds like something I want. Because we're always going to be
I don't know.
barraging with 4 charges, right? And then, and wait, so is this per charge? It just says Arcane charges further increase mastery effectiveness. Oh, it's only mastery effectiveness. Hold on. What's the mastery effectiveness? Let's see. It's 6.4. Okay, so 20% of 6.4 is actually quite low. So maybe we don't want that.
I mean, if you're going for like an Arcane Blast spam rotation, that might be worth picking up. But I think for like the Kyrian Spark Harmony rotation, I don't know if it's worth the points going away from other things.
I mean, I think this build would actually flow decently well. The only thing that's like a little bit wonky is evocates on 2 minute CD, yeah, and Arcane Surge is on a 1.5.
Yeah.
But I think the saving grace in this is actually that Radiant Spark's on a 30 exactly. Because here's the thing, you're not going to cast Radiant Spark perfectly on CD every fucking time. There's going to be some delay, like 5 seconds
you're gonna
here,
hold
5
it
seconds there.
You're gonna hold it for Touch of the Magi, so it's gonna be a 45-second basically.
Yeah, so your Radiant Spark's going to like more closely line up with 2-minute than it will with, well, all I'm saying is everything will line up all right with the Evocate on 2, because like you'll burn down your mana, you'll Evocate up to full, then you'll do a Spark rotation into an Arcane Surge, dump it, and then it's...
So I'm curious to know if this stacks, because it doesn't say it in the tooltip, but I'm pretty sure it does. The Siphon Storm talent, right? Like that should increase it and it should stack, right? I think it's not including that information, but let me just test it in game real quick. We'll just put in random talents here. Tell me if I'm missing anything. I'm kind of just trying to go over these really quickly. Need a couple more talents here. Yeah, Enlightened. And then we got to make our way over here. So let's just pop this guy in. Siphon Storm. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to evocate. And yeah, so it does stack. It just doesn't tell you on the tooltip. And it stacks up to
Can you
6.
actually test something for me?
Yeah.
I've been really curious about. Can you see if Arcane Tempo gives you 1 stack for every charge you consume, or if it just gives you 1 stack for consuming any number of charges?
Where's that on the talent tree?
The top left.
It's the
This guy?
boots on the top left above familiar, or below familiar rather.
Okay, let's slot that in. And then this is consuming arcane charges. Okay, so let's just explosion a couple times. And then where's my barrage? 4. Okay, so it's just 1.
Okay. That's what I thought it was going to be.
Okay, hold on. I have something's throwing a wrench in my head about how this rotation is going to work, and I just have a question to see if y'all can figure this out. Okay, so if you're running Siphon Storm, you want to evocate
Before.
before directly into the burn, right? But if you're going to burn, you're also going to do Touch of the Magi. So if the arcane charges generated by the evocate are just going to be munched. Like effectively, you're losing four free arcane charges because you're going to go into a burn with touch.
Yeah. So here's what you're gonna do. You're gonna pre-evocate on the pole, right? Because like unless you have mana issues, you want that extra damage, and it's like you're not really getting much out of it, but you just want the intellect buff.
Right.
So
so are we like foregoing the fact because if you try to dump the charge because you need to prep Arcane Harmony, and if there's no way to dump the charges without also dumping.
It's only going to give you 1 charge total.
Is it not 4?
No, it's 1.
Yeah, so
it gives you 1 arcane charge.
Yeah, I'm gonna press it again. I want to see exactly how long this buff lasts, because we may not actually be even able to like stack to 20 stacks, right? Because 20 is quite a bit more, and get like our damage up in time for that buff to even be up, right? So it may actually be a moot point.
I mean, we do
5 more seconds
18
on
now,
this.
right? Yeah, I don't think 20.
Well,
it should last.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like probably over 20 seconds. Let's see. Okay, it's actually a 30 second. Okay, never mind. That's definitely gonna be up.
Oh yeah, that's what it is on live. It's I think pretty much identical, right? 2% in per stack, right?
Is there a stack cap on that? And also, does resetting a boss reset? Okay.
Yeah, well, actually, no. I don't know because I can't reset the cooldown on it. But yeah, just 1 cast gets you the 6. So I noticed that whenever I was evocating, the last tick didn't give me any more. So I'm assuming that it's capped at 6. I'm pretty sure it's capped at 6, but I could be wrong about that.
Reset a boss with it and just try and.
So think about this, right? Like this is so funny because you're going to be precasting the evocation for the boss.
Resetting a boss removes Siphon Storm.
Damn.
Oh, really? So wait. So if you were to pre-evocate before the poll, would that mean you would enter the poll with no Siphon Storm then?
No, I pre-evo all the time. It's fine.
Yeah, you can pre-evo.
Okay. So yeah, so resetting will reset the stacks. Whenever you pull the boss, you're also going to lose your arcane charges, right? Like that's going to reset, and you're also going to lose obviously Harmony if you have that. If it's coded the same way. Okay. And then I think the only other talent we haven't discussed is this orb one, just because we're kind of thinking about maybe not taking orb. So orb barrage makes it so that casting missiles just gives you orbs, right? And then 1 additional charge on orb. So yeah, I feel like we could probably skip on this. And even if we were to go the other way, like if we were to pick up that instead of Harmonic Echo here, like we wouldn't even be able to get it anyways, right? I feel like this might actually.
Question. How much mana if you arcane missiles to Harmony Cap on pull and then you try to go into a burn, do you go sub 70 before you get to press Arcane Surge? Because maybe then you don't pre-evo.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, you might actually evocate afterwards. That's a good point. Let me just slot in. So yeah, we got Siphon Storm. Dude, I hate having not maxed out talents. I can't even pick it up with Siphon Storm, unfortunately. We're just gonna have to route our way there. Need one more talent. Just get rid of POM. Okay, let's see how this stacks. So missiles.
It's to 20, right?
Yeah, it goes to 20. 1, 2, 3. There we go. We're capped out. So I'm at 84% mana. So I'm still above 70.
If you were to go in your burn right now, though, I think you'd go sub 70 before you hit your.
Yeah, I can't like demonstrate it because I don't have enough talents. But so it would be Touch of the Magi, Radiant Spark, and then we we don't have Arcane Power, right? Or no, we still. Yeah, we don't have Arcane Power, so we aren't even using that aspect of it.
So it's Blast times 4 then.
Yeah, so just Blast times 4, and then, or it could be Blast times 3, Arcane Barrage, Arcane Surge, right? Or it could be Blast times 4, and then Arcane Surge into Barrage.
Actually, you know what? No, you're right. The Barrage into Surge would actually be good because then you get 8% mana back from the Barrage hit. So you could go sub 70 before that. Although you wouldn't want to, because then you're just losing damage. Why would...
Yeah, you're making me want to test this. Okay, so we have Radiant Spark now, and I'm not gonna worry about the damage numbers. I just want to see if the hit is possible. So, so let's go ahead and Radiant Spark. I just want to make sure everything is on my bar real quick. So, I'm just gonna be clicking these two. I don't want to do keybinds. So if we do Arcane Spark, where's my blast? Oh, there it is. Okay, Arcane or Radiant Spark, blasting. 1, 2, 3, Surge into Barrage. Let's see if they both benefit. And Surge hit for 19k. Did the Barrage even go off? I didn't even see it go off.
I think it definitely.
You still have 4 arcane charges.
I got.
Oh, it didn't go off
just now.
Oh, you did?
No,
okay.
I tested it. I'm right next to you.
So so a normal Barrage, right? 4 stack. That's hitting for 3.4 with my current gear, non-crit on the main target. And then with Radiant Spark, it's going to be 2, 3. And I'm just going to do it here without anything else. So, okay, that benefited. So that's going to be 4,799. So basically 4.8 with it. And then once Surge is up, we'll try it again. Okay, we'll test that in just a little bit. But, all right, so this talent tree is weird. How do y'all feel about this tree? Sergrand, do you want to?
Great.
I'm not a fan of this tree.
Yeah, I don't like this tree. I like that we are getting to keep. I do like that we basically have the playstyle of Curing Arcane, right? Like we still have that in some capacity, but not having Orb feels terrible to me. And there's a lot of talents that almost feel misplaced, right? Like Conjure Magic Gem, Mana Gem, why is this over here?
I don't think you're ever gonna take those two.
Familiar is in a weird spot.
I actually think Orb should just be swapped with something higher up in the tree entirely. That should be more of a baseline ability.
Yeah, they should swap Orb and something up here. It should be at the very top, Rule of Threes or Arcane Familiar. Just swap. I mean, it has the one afterwards,
threes,
but
please.
yeah, just swap this out. This is so weird. Okay, so kind of a bad first impression. Let's look more at an AoE centric build. So, oops, I mean to click that. So if we're doing AoE, we're probably gonna want a little bit more of those Orb talents. We don't want to nerf our single target damage too much though. So I think probably we ditch Siphon Storm. We'd pick up Orb. Orb Barrage seems like it'd be quite good. But then again, I don't know if you're casting missiles as this build. So maybe you aren't casting missiles. Maybe you're not even Harmony, right? Could be possible. I don't know. Sergrand, what would you think about a AoE build that doesn't pick Arcane Harmony? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a possibility. I mean, there's even a possibility of a single target build that doesn't take Harmony and Spark. But for AoE, yeah. I mean, the main ones that you definitely don't want to lose for AoE, you definitely need Resonance, you definitely need the Barrage Cleave. You'll want to take that Arcane Explosion talent, yeah.
Yes, yeah, we'll definitely want this. And then probably drop...
You can drop that Clear Casting stack.
Yeah, I think we can kind of drop all of this stuff over here. So we'll pick those out. Probably want to keep Slipstream.
Actually, I think you go for Siphon Storm and Charged Orb.
We could just get rid of Slipstream, actually.
You would probably definitely want to take Arcane Tempo for AoE.
The only thing is, like, dropping the Clear Casting stack also loses you Reverberate, which if you're going to be in AoE... I mean, I guess if you're doing a single target with Orb, then you don't need, but...
And we're going to assume that this is like a Mythic Plus build, so I'm going to go and slot in Supernova. And then... So, Arcane Echo, I mean, it seems like there's like some situations where like you would spam missiles during that, so it seems like you'd probably want this one, I think.
Maybe, but then you, I mean, I think
but then you miss out on this guy.
Yeah, you still want Bombardment, I think.
Okay, so we'll go and pick this guy out, and then go down to Orb, and I feel like in like a dungeon scenario, I feel like the Charged Orb is going to be more useful.
I would go with the Charged, yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like we're not going to be spamming missiles, especially not if we don't have, you know, Harmony to back it up. And then, so yeah, that's good so far. And then for other AoE stuff, Reverberate is like way off here, dude. Why is this so far away from everything else AoE? What the hell?
I actually think you just drop it, to be honest.
Yeah,
bro, this is so troll. Like, this is such a troll position for this thing.
If you're doing this build, by the way, you can dump Charged Up, probably.
Charged Up, where's that?
Far left.
Do you mean Charged Orb, or?
No, Charged Up. Or sorry, god damn it, not Charged. Presence of Mind, Palm.
Yeah.
You don't need Palm.
Well,
I think you want it to get the Siphon Storm still, though.
Yeah, so we either have to take POM, or we have to take Chrono Shift, or we have to take Foresight. It's one of these, and only one of them is a damage one.
You could drop Siphon Storm and Palm, and then pick up, like, you know, Chrono Shift and Arcane Echo or something, or maybe even
I'm wondering
Reverberate.
Even without Spark, if you'd still want to pick up Harmony.
It's possible. It's just a lot of clear casting talents to get there, right?
Yeah,
that's true.
I think you definitely, I mean, like, the value of Harmony seems really, really good for AoE, but it's just going to feel weird without all the clear casting stuff, but I guess we could try it.
I hate to say it, but it's probably... We're probably still running the Radiant Spark Harmony build because we're not gonna want to sacrifice.
Chat, how do you feel about this build?
Target for AoE, and this build already is doing a lot of that with clear casting.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, but then you lose out on Orb, or at least the Charged Orb.
This tree is bad.
Yeah, it is.
It's a bad tree.
It's really bad.
This feels like
not
BFA.
Good.
Like we have to trade so much between AoE and single target.
This is not a good tree. Like, this is not good. Yeah, okay, so like let's talk about why this isn't good. So first off, Reverberate is like completely in the wrong spot. It makes no sense for this talent to be where it is, right? Like, straight up, makes no sense. I'd say the same for like you know, some of the other talents, right? But I think that one is by far like the biggest outlier.
I don't know why you'd lock it behind stacking clear casting.
Yeah, like this, it should be near the Arcane Explosion stuff, right? Like this, if anything, we should swap Reverberate and like Nether Precision or something else, right? Like
or
it
Nether
just
Tempest, maybe.
Yeah.
Literally on the opposite end, yeah.
Yeah, and then so like having Harmony is great with I mean, but we don't have Radiant Spark, but that's probably fine. And we have Bombardment, but we're not even routing towards this other capstone here.
You know how we're saying Orb needs to just be moved further up in the tree because it's more like integral to the spec. Like right now, Orb and Reverb already compete with each other. on a talent tree? Would anybody like be opposed to them competing with each other on a shared talent, just higher up in the tree?
Yeah, I think that Orb is misplaced. I think Reverberate is misplaced, and I feel like, I just feel like this tree is
wouldn't,
not
PJ,
great.
but I don't know how they would have the, if you make Orb compete with Reverb, I don't know how you do the
The sub
choice
talent
talent
after
below.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, I feel a little bit better about like the single target version than the AoE, but I think this talent tree needs a little love. I think it needs maybe some
I think it
some
needs a lot of
Blizzard
love.
intervention.
I honestly, the one hopeful thing I have about it, though, just to cap it out with something positive before I take off Parade, the one thing I really do like is the interaction between the Arcane Tree and the Class Tree. I think Meteor, Time Anomaly, and Shifting Power all might have a distinct place for Arcane. So, like, looking at the Charged Orb build with Shifting Power or something like that, Harmonic Echo, or Curian Radiant Spark build with Meteor, and the Arcane Blast build you were talking about earlier, Serg, with Time Anomaly.
Yeah.
So I went ahead and swapped some talents. I dropped Shifting Power, and I went and picked up Meteor and Dragon's Breath, because I feel like in Mythic Plus, you're going to want Dragon's Breath, right? Like, it's just way too good of a stop. You're definitely going to want that one. If you're picking up Dragon's Breath, you might as well just go for Meteor, right? So, and also, that's going to be pretty much every pull. You'll probably have a Meteor to drop. And even though it splits damage, it's going to do dot damage, or like damage over time. So that's probably fine. Yeah, I don't know. Any closing thoughts on this other than what we've already said?
My closing thought is I think they need to revise this tree. I think a lot of the nodes on the tree are pretty cool, but they need to rethink a lot of this placement.
Yeah.
I think they also need to reassess some of the spells in it too, like seeing Supernova and Nether Tempest and some of these other talents show up that are just unchanged. And on live right now, they're unpicked, and I'm I'm afraid that that's just going to be the next 2 years.
Yeah,
of
it's
not
so
playing
funny that
again.
they put Nether Tempest all the way off to the side just so we can easily dodge it for another expansion.
Yeah,
Yes.
for real.
All right, guys, I'm going to take off to raid. Thanks for hanging out. Take care.
Yeah, thank you.
Later, bro.
Okay, well,
I have one more closing thought, which is having a lot of different builds where you feel forced to give up Arcane Orb is just not a fun time
yeah,
for
I
Arcane
agree.
players.
100%. Arcane Orb not being like a baseline thing or like an easily achievable talent is a huge fail to me. Arcane Orb is such a fun talent, and I want it always. I don't want to deal with not having Arcane Orb. And if I'm having to give up Orb for like the other essentials of my playstyle, that's bad. You're just removing a spell in Dragonflight, essentially, right? Like, that's just how it ends up being the bottom
it feels
line.
extra bad because Shadowlands was like the first expansion where we were really able to take it. Because for BFA and Legion, it was on the same row as Overpowered, so you just almost never took it, or you took a big hit to take it. So it feels like after we just got it, now it's almost being taken away.
Now it's being taken away. Yep. Yeah, huge agree with that. Orb's got to change. Okay, so Kunai, your time has come. Or is it Kuni?
Boy,
Am I saying that wrong?
It's Kuni, yeah.
Okay, Kuni.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop.
Okay, thank you, Sergrand. Appreciate you.
Later, Serg.
So for Frost, let's look down the tree. So Elephant in the Room, we still have Icy Propulsion.
Elephant in the Room,
Yep.
perpetual winner, baby. Prayers answered.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so my first impression, I'm just gonna be sliding these talents while I talk. My first impression of Frost, whenever I just like looked at all the talents that we were getting, I was like, oh god, no! Why are we having to still deal with Arcane or Icy Propulsion? And not only that, they actually made it worse because now it's only single target. It doesn't get affected by your frozen orb. So that's kind of cringe. You maybe want to talk about that a little bit, Kenny?
I mean, on the one hand, like, it means that it doesn't break the spec. We don't end up having like almost permanent Rune of Power uptime in Mythic Plus. On the other hand, like as you said, yeah, it just feels like shit.
I'm gonna go and pick up Ice Flows just for you.
Oh boy.
How do we feel about like time anomaly with Frost?
Potentially cool with it. Like the Free Fingers of Frost, Icy Veins. I assume I haven't like played around with it because I installed Alpha and haven't touched it. I assume if you're doing like a Thermal Void build, it would just add 8 seconds to your current timer.
Yeah.
So like that might be okay, but I haven't screwed around with it yet.
And so I was talking with Nori about Frost a little bit before this conversation, and he was saying that shifting power might actually potentially be good for Frost since it like affects your flurry cooldown and potentially also your water elemental water jet. But I want to get your take on like what you think about like getting shifting power as a talent for Frost. How you feel about that?
I mean, again, it doesn't really do too much single target. Kind of, as you said, like that's kind of interesting for, we now have reasonable cooldowns that could actually benefit from that. Jumping over a little bit, like a 40-second recharge on Flurry seems a bit excessive.
Yeah.
Like that basically is still bound to brain freeze.
Pretty much,
yeah. It's a charge. Like, yeah, it's a charge spell now. Great, wonderful, but like, it's still brain freeze. If it was dropped down to, 15 seconds, maybe even 20 seconds, it's not too bad. You still will probably get them without brain freeze. I don't know.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say I don't know how I feel about shifting power in relation to Flurry. Like it's kind of whatever.
I gotta say I'm really confused that Radiant Spark didn't end up being a choice on this one, right? Like I feel like this would have been a very obvious thing. I guess they have like a choice right before it, so maybe that's why. But it seems weird to me that we're getting Radiant Spark, but it's only Arcane, because I feel like that could have been like a Glacial Spike thing potentially. I remember us testing that back in Shadowlands beta, and especially.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, especially with how Winter's Chill got changed in Shadowlands, where like there's actually a duration on it. Like, yeah, you could have done like Radiant Spark into Flurry Iceland's Glacial Spike to get the large single hit on it.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pretty much lock in what we have here. Don't really know what to do between Dragon's Breath, Meteor, Shifting Power, Ice Sword. I feel like I'm kind of at a loss, but I do think that we want, at least for Frost, I feel like we want the haste and the crit. So that might actually kind of decide it for us, right? Because I don't think we actually have enough points to get all the way down. So we're probably just gonna go with these and maybe slot in some other talents somewhere else. Like, am I missing any damage here? I think we just go with defensives at this point.
If you're going for a boss target, like build, single target, like raid environment, I legitimately don't think you want anything at the bottom of the tree besides time anomaly.
Yeah, and also I'm gonna grab
better.
Kona Cold as well, just because there's like a talent later that we're gonna play around with that. So we're gonna slot that in, and then I'm just gonna grab like Master Time. Okay, we'll just go with that. So, all right. So moving on, Ice Lance, obviously, Frozen Orb, Blizzard, Fingers of Frost. You need all of these. Gonna pick those all up. Flurry, need that. Shatter increases your chance. Yeah, we need that. So this is just improved Shatter, basically.
Yeah.
And then from here, it looks like we've got our Brain Freeze. We're gonna need this one. This is necessary talent. Winter's Chill. Each hit of Flurry applies Winter's Chill to target. Okay, so if you don't have this talent, Flurry is just useless.
Yeah, it's just a charge hit for damage.
Okay.
It's like there's 3 talents there that are all like, yeah, Flurry does what it should do.
Okay, hold on. I gotta talk about something for a moment. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 8 talents that are necessary to even get started.
It's worse. You need Cold Snap to hit Icy Veins.
Okay, hold on.
Look at the tree pathing.
Okay, hold on. Oh no. Okay, so yeah, we have to pick up. Okay, so it's actually 9, and then
and then if you wanted to do Glacial Spike single target build, you have to go to the right. You have to take what is this? Arctic Piercing.
Arctic Piercing. Yeah. Okay, let's start with a non-Glacial Spike, and then we'll talk about Glacial Spike in just a little bit.
Well, non-Glacial Spike, you're taking Arctic Piercing anyway, because hey, look, Frostbolt crits power Ice Lance by 30%.
Oh my, okay, all right. So how many talents in are we that we're just stuck here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're already 10 deep.
I do want to point out one more thing that partially kills Welly, by the way, is go from Arctic Piercing one more to the right. The talent that was typically bound to Welly because this is what you took when you
Right.
took it, is now no longer tied to it.
Right. So basically, you can get Lonely Winter and Bone Chilling is what you're saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Welly's dead. Goodbye.
If you want the water elemental to remain, like Winter's Chill or Lonely Winter needs to be like how they redid the Warlock no pet talent. It just needs to be like proc damage for approximately how much a water elemental would give you.
Yeah. Okay. So let's double back. So far this is looking really stinky. Okay, but let's just power through it. So Frozen Touch versus Ebon Bolt. And then at least it's something we don't know. Hold on, let me see if there's...
It's not in the game.
It's not?
There's nothing there.
Oh,
it's just a 2 talent, nothing there.
Okay, bro, you're 1 row away from the saving grace of the entire tree.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so let's just okay, so what are we doing here? We think Ellie, or are we Lonely Wintering it up?
Lonely Boys.
Yeah, I like Water Elemental, but like Lonely Winter's just too fucking strong.
Yeah, Lonely Boys. All right, so Flurry, I mean, this is a given. We're gonna want the charges.
Yeah, you have to.
Frostbolt damage is increased by 5%. Fingers of Frost empowers Ice Lance, deals 10% increased damage. So this is just 10% more Ice Lance damage.
Yeah,
and 5% more Frost.
Yeah,
30%. It's 30.
So 3 ranks on it.
Dude, oh my god, how many points are we gonna have to pick just to like get to the choices? Oh my god, there's like and the Icy Veins. So like,
yeah,
what is this? What are these talents, dude? What the fuck? Like how?
Okay, so you're gonna take Bone Chilling over on the right because like that's just flat damage.
Yeah, and then you're gonna go Frigid Shattering.
Okay, so Frigid Shattering is weird to me. Like that is rooted and frozen.
Yeah. I don't think you want this one actually because it's both. So this would only work in dungeons potentially, or like on ads on the boss where you can actually freeze them.
So
I'm not sure
we didn't pick up Frostbite at the top.
Hold on, really where's Chill in a single target?
So gives chill effect 10% chance to freeze your target. Oh, okay. So this is like the classic talent.
Yeah, like you can't freeze a boss. So, I mean, if you're doing
I guess
kind of whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So Frigid Shattering, meme talent, whatever. And then okay. So moving on. Let's see what we got here. So Focused Frost, Frozen Orb deals an additional 100% damage when hitting only one target. Okay, so it's like a really big single or pretty decent single target. What's Frozen Orb damage is what, like 10 to 20% of our damage, right? Like single target, something like that.
Single target's like 8 to 10, something around there.
Okay,
it's not huge, but I mean, like that's a nice bonus.
And then
at 1 point, that's great.
Yeah, and what we so we're obviously picking Bone Chilling, so I'm not going to consider Flash Freeze as that, but if we want to get to Snowstorm, we'll have to take this one. So Blizzard has a 30% chance to increase the damage of your next clinical. This is the AoE talent.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I'm not sold on that.
So
like,
it's
even
like
as an AoE talent. Sorry.
So I assumed that like you would just go improve Blizzard into this, right? Like if you wanted AoE, but otherwise, I'm not really too sure if I like this at all. Like these two, I'm probably gonna skip on these for now.
It's kind of questionable.
Yeah, and then okay, so back here on the left, we didn't talk about this one because it leads to a void talent, but Frozen Touch versus Ebon Bolt. I feel like Frozen Touch is probably the better pick here.
Very likely.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and slot that in. I think that's pretty much a ringer. And then Flurry has a 15% chance each time it called on Icy Comment, crushing a target. Okay, so this is just the tier bonus basically.
Minus the spell power amp on the target.
Right. Yeah.
It's also like Comet Storm is like the current tier is 42 times 7. This is just
also
21 one hit.
Also, we don't think that this is going to affect Icy Propulsion probably, right? Because Icy Propulsion is only a single target. So I think we probably skip on this one too, but I do want to look below it. So Comet Storm is what it leads into. I mean, that we might end up taking that, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe.
And then okay, so Ice 9. Frostbolt and Flurry have a 15% chance to generate 15 icicles. Wait,
so
what?
That seems like textual error.
Yeah, like that's just data mining. It's some form of
weird
fractional. They've likely built it somewhat similar to Warlock Soul Shards.
Yeah.
So like there's fractional icicles despite the fact that you never see them.
Interesting. Well, so to get the splitting ice, right? We're gonna either have to go into this meme talent, or we're gonna have to pick up Ice 9. So
I think
to me, we probably want to go this way.
Yeah, Ice 9 is likely the better option. Because like Mastery sucks, but it's a non-zero amount. And then you're still getting 10%, what is it, 5% chance to gain Fingers of Frost when you launch one of those icicles. I mean, it's not great, but I mean, what are your options, right?
Yeah, so what the hell? Okay, so in order to get here, right, without wasting a point, we'd have to pull a point from somewhere else, right? Because if we slot this one, we instantly unlock it. So I'm going to hold off on that for right now, even though we're probably going to want Splitting Ice, I imagine, but we're just going to hold off for now.
Because the end of the tree, I think, you're going to spend less points than...
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. We're going to work our way down there. Freezing Rain. Frozen Orb makes Blizzard instant cast, deals damage. Okay, so that's like Leave AoE thing.
Yeah.
This one leads into Frostball has a 20% chance to hit up to 2. Okay, so another Cleave. And then Cold Front, casting 30 Frost Bolts or Flurries calls down that Freezing Orb, a Frozen Orb. Okay, so we're just going to skip out on all 3 of these.
Yeah,
not really into any of those. Cleave. And then Icy Propulsion is a given with this build since we're not doing Glacial Spike. And then from there, Icy Veins grants a charge. That sounds pretty good. Duration increased by 3 seconds. Wait, this is a 2 talent?
Yeah,
you have to do it to get to Slick Ice.
Oh no, dude. Oh, I'm cringing so hard.
I mean, that's the same rank 2 Icy Veins that's on live.
I think you're actually going to drop Snap Freeze at the end of this, but...
I know, it hurts to like put 2 talents into that just for 3 more seconds. That's like so,
it's
man.
Awful.
That's terrible, but we need Slick Ice, I feel like.
Yeah.
Like, we can't live without it, so we're just going to have to do it. And
then you need Thermal Void.
Need TV.
So you have to...
Yeah, like what are you doing with Icy Propulsion, no TV, right? Like that's just...
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. So
1 point.
So yeah, to get there, Ice Lances against frozen targets increase damage. So this is the same as right now. Chain reaction, basically. And then Thermal Void, obviously, pretty much the same as right now. Increase duration by 10 seconds. Your Ice Lances extend it. Okay. Dude, we're paying such a huge tax for Slick Ice. That sucks so bad.
Yeah, and you have 1 point left.
Oh, but you can drop Snap Freeze and pick up the second point of Ice 9 and Splitting. I think Snap Freeze is underwhelming.
Where's Snap Freeze?
It's the bottom middle.
Oh, Ice.
Yeah, that one's...
yeah, I could see it.
Whatever.
We could probably do without that. So let's do this. All right, so we get Splitting Ice.
And I think if, like, let's say, so this is obviously like your 2-target cleave scenario, right? If you're pure single target, I think you drop Splitting Ice and you go back up the tree and you go Focus Frost.
Focus Frost, where's that?
It's the double talent underneath Cold Snap to the right.
Yeah, the double Frozen Orb.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's probably a larger gain just in most single target scenarios. It might even
single target, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so here's what I'm taking away from this. In order to do pure single target, you have to give up a ton, like all your cleave, right?
Yep.
You're giving up all your cleave for single target. That sucks. That is terrible. Like, what is the deal with this decision making? It feels it almost reminds me of like Arcane in a way, where it's like you're having to give up so much to like get all this good stuff for like pure single target. And in any fight where it's like Sylvanas, for instance, right? Like Sylvanas, you have like a really hard single target last phase, right? And then you've got kind of like a AoE phase in phase 2, and you've got kind of like a mixed phase in phase 1. So like in a fight like that, you're probably going to pick up Splitting Ice. So you're just going to give up single target for that, right? And that just feels like bad design to me. Okay. Well, all right. So this is like single target, and then if we don't want to do single target, we can just do this is 2-target cleave, and then okay, let's talk about Glacial Spike. If we want to go for Glacial Spike, we're gonna have to. Ooh, this is already gonna. I'm already thinking about this, and it's gonna hurt not having Splitting Ice with this. But oh man, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I figured for sure that you would be able to get. Well, okay, so you don't get Slick Ice, but Slick Ice is bound to Icy Veins duration, and you're not. Like you could run Icy Propulsion.
I know what this talent is. This is the talent where it makes it so that your Ice Lance gives you an icicle, because that's the only one that's missing.
That's directly above Glacial Spike.
Oh, it is. Oh, it's this one.
Yes,
yeah, you're right. Okay, never mind. Oh, that's actually smart right there.
Yeah, like that means that Ice Lance never falls out of rotation during Glacial Spike. I like that.
Yeah. Okay, that's kind of smart. So we're still Ice Lancing then as this build. which is good, I guess. And then, so we have some other talents to play around with, and we're thinking in Glacial Spike terms, right? So,
Yeah.
what else are we missing here? Where's Flash Freeze? I feel like that's one we want somewhere.
You know, one slight consequence of the Hailstones talent, meaning you Ice Lance's Glacial Spike builds more regularly, is you also probably actually want to play the Extendo Thermal Void Icy Propulsion shit with it too.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, so we're gonna drop Icy Propulsion. Well, yeah, we could, but
Like, you could just go straight down into Thermal Void by itself.
Yeah, and you would skip Slick Ice.
Yeah.
You'd skip the left side.
okay.
Like, you're not going to get nearly as good uptime on Thermal Void, but, just because of Glacial Spike's cast time. But
Yo, am I
think
crazy or like where's Flash Freeze?
Flash Freeze.
Oh, here it is. Okay, we already have it. Cool. So I understand this is like not as great as before. It's like only 10% mastery now or something like that.
Yeah, 10%. 5% damage, 10% damage. I can't read from your screen. Let me see.
5% damage on Fingers of Frost, 10% damage on Icicles.
So it's 10% extra damage on Icicles, which did pass over to Glacial Spike.
Yeah.
It's not going to gain that weird thing that happened in BFA. And then, depending on how they code this, it used to be a single 25% chance roll when you cast Glacial Spike, when you consumed all 5 Icicles. Or your Fingers of Frost proc there on Flash Freeze. So, like, that has potential, but
So we're going to drop the Flurry charges, and we're going to look for something else that maybe we can pick up. So, because Ice Lance gives us more, because Ice Lance gives us Icicles now, right? 100% chance. It seems like Freezing Touch would still probably be pretty good, right? And then I'm thinking that we probably don't cast Flurry unless like we have the proc for it, right? Because I think probably as this build, you would just use it whenever it procs, except for like on the pull. So one charge is probably fine.
I mean, you're still likely going to want to Shatter Glacial Spike.
Yeah, you do, but I'm just saying like you would just have it for, like you would use it for your Glacial Spike, and then you would probably hold like a proc, right? For if you didn't have it off cooldown.
Yeah,
but that might feel weird without charges though.
Yeah,
I feel like maybe you do want the charges then.
Since Hailstones exists as a talent now, does that then also bump Welly and Water Jet back, or not Water Jet, I'm sorry, Welly with Water Jet and then Ray of Frost kind of a little bit higher for a Glacial Spike build? Because technically those are also...
Well, so it generates Fingers of Frost, but it doesn't generate Icicles, and this is like a 5-second cast.
No, but
and
your Ice Lance will then generate Icicles.
Right, but I feel like you're giving up more than you're gaining from that though, right? Like, because the whole idea is like you just want to do as many Glacial Spikes as possible, and yes, it does generate 2 Fingers of Frost, but then again, it's a 5-second channel. So if you were to just cast Frost Bolts the whole time during that channel, you'd probably generate the same amount.
But then what about Welly?
Welly, so Lonely Winter is going to be, it doesn't amp Glacial Spike damage, which is important to note, but it does do Frostbolt and Ice Lance.
Yeah.
So I feel like you want to slot this in.
Welly, I think Water Jet was changed to grant a Brain Freeze. Just straight up.
Yes. Yeah, Water Ellie generates a Brain Freeze with Water Jet.
So you just have an on-demand every 25 seconds, 30 seconds for your for your Glacial Spike. Like, you don't have to wait for a proc, you don't have to wait for the cooldown. It's there. You can hit it. Like, that's really nice.
Is it on cast end or cast start?
I haven't checked. I should probably do that. I'm actually
it's on cast start.
That would make sense.
Tested that earlier.
If it's on cast end, that would be so bad.
Yeah, that'd be really bad. Okay. So the wording on this talent's weird to me because it says Flurry now has 2 charges, but like what it really means, I think, is your Brain Freeze has 2 charges as well, right? Like that's or is it different?
Flurry, because Flurry is like, read the text on Flurry, like go back up to the actual spell. It's not a cast time spell. It's an instant cast now.
Right, it's instant cast. But what I'm saying is that like, okay, so Brain Freeze gives you cooldown reduction on Flurry. Okay, yeah, you're right. So it's cooldown reduction on Flurry, and then you need to have the 2 charges if you're getting that back. Okay, I'm on the same page now.
Only question I've got is how does that work in relation to the damage amplification?
Yeah, so if we look at Brain Freeze's tooltip in game, it says, or actually I have to put in some talents, I think, to get it. Let me go down that route real quick. Yeah, so Frostball has a 30% chance to reset the remaining cooldown of Flurry and cause your next Flurry to deal 50% increased damage. We'll pick up this one as well.
Yeah, it does.
We'll do the
okay,
LE just to test it.
That's weird. It gives you 50% extra damage on the next Flurry cast within 15 seconds.
I don't think we're going to be able to get there because we don't have enough talents.
Where are you trying to get to?
Glacial Spike. Oh no, we just made it. Okay.
You can't run Thermal Void with it, but
Yeah, no
you can run it
TV.
there.
We'll just do like we'll just pick up Ray of Frost. Okay. All right, so Water Elemental, just to show. So before it was giving it instantly. Let's see if that happens again. Water Jet. Boom. Right there. Brain Freeze. Okay. So there is our Brain Freeze. It says we have 2 charges. So if I press this, it gets rid of the Brain Freeze proc, but we still have 1 charge here. So
was
to me, oh god,
I'm sorry. Was there like some delay for your Welly to like turn, or
he's got to cast? Yeah, he's got to cast into the spell.
Okay, that's actually slightly frustrating, but it's just something that you'd have to think about, like mid rotation. Like, let's say you're mid Frostbolt cast for your 5th Icicle, you'd be like, okay, I need to hit Welly now, so that way. Or well, no, I guess you could hit it Glacial Spike because Glacial Spike's such a long cast. You'd have it by the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you could just press it like before, but yeah, I agree. It's a little weird.
It's one thing I'd like them to remove because we don't have to deal with the old version of Water Jet timing. I think that should just be the channel. You hit the button, give it proc.
Yeah, it should just instantly give it to you instead of you having to wait for his cast to finish. And you can cast while moving too. It's not like, or he's gonna cast it, right? Like he's not gonna get interrupted most likely. So
yeah,
it's weird that it works that way. Okay. Okay. So going back to this, what are we missing out here? And is there anything that we want to maybe swap out for more Glacial Spike? We're talking about possibly doing some Ray of Frost. Talking about unknown talent.
I really want to know what that talent's supposed to do.
Obviously, like missing out on Slick Ice feels bad. Feels like that would be a really good one to have.
Yep.
And like Frozen Orb single target, we'd be missing out on some of that. Comet Storm. I just don't know when you'd even Comet Storm. Maybe an AoE.
I'm not even sure you want that. I think like one of the better AoE builds in the tree is still bypassing it. You just go down like the Freezing Rain side, Fractured Frost, and Cold Front, and then you'd go back up to the improved Blizzard and Snowstorm shit, and you'd be doing AoE with just like purely Blizzard Orb and Cone of Cold.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this tree. I feel a little disappointed by this one as well.
Yeah, this one's not great.
So
I also like it noted that improved Blizzard is still nerfed. It's still what is it, quarter second instead of half?
0.5.
Yeah. I'm
Is
pretty
it
sure
0.3
it's actually
on live right now, or was it
it's
less?
0.2, it's 0.25, and it is 0.25. Wowhead just rounds it.
Oh.
So let's talk about the takeaways. So number 1 takeaway is Icy Propulsion no longer benefits from Frozen Orb or Comet Storm. That's like a big one, right?
Yep.
So you're gonna have less uptime for that, but it's still in the game. So any forced downtime is gonna punish you, right? Or any misuse of cooldowns, and then having to do a mechanic is huge punishment. And then we have basically like very little use case for Comet Storm probably. It seems like that might be a little overlooked as a talent. The talent tree itself, pretty much from the top down, you have to go like halfway before you even get to make a single choice, right?
Yep.
So that's really bad. That's like terrible design for this tree.
Go
ahead.
Personally, I am really not a fan of Chain Reaction and Arctic Piercing. Like Arctic Piercing especially. 6-second window that you have to crit another Frostbolt, or you just lose 30% of your Ice Lance damage.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. So pro, you're getting Flurry as a charge. You don't have to proc it necessarily to be able to use it. You'll just be able to use it with a cooldown, right? But it's a long cooldown, 40 seconds, but at least you can hold 2. So that's it's a bit of a pro that we won't be munching stacks in the same way of like Brain Freeze. But con, Arctic Piercing is almost begging us to munch procs, right? Because definitely could see situations where like you need to get that Frostbolt out, right? So that you can keep your stacks up. Like obviously it remains to be seen if this is going to be worth it to like always Frostbolt and ignore a proc in a situation where you're like generating a bunch of procs maybe from like Frozen Orb or something like that. But overall, yeah, I agree. This talent is literally anti it's just like encouraging you to just munch your procs. And that's the whole problem with Frost that they're trying to solve with this flurry thing, right? Is like try not to munch procs. But now we're back.
Yeah.
It's like one step forward, one step back immediately. So
I'm also personally not a fan that we need, like, there
Cringing.
are 4 flurry talents here that are just like, here's base functionality.
yeah, exactly. Like just to make flurry work, we have to get the flurry talent, right? We have to
Yep.
get Winter's Chill. We have to get Brain Freeze, and we have to get Perpetual Winter. That's basically 4 talents for one ability that you have to get.
Yep.
And then just to like play in general, you need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're gonna include these. 8.
Yeah, I mean, if you're including
9,
Fingers of Frost, you're including Brain Freeze. Like
10, 11. There's 11 talents that you're never going to change.
Yeah.
Out of 30.
And-
That's more
and
than
they're
a third.
in like they're in really painful positions. Like there's not as much crossplay as there is in the other trees, I find. Like you want Icy Veins, okay, well take Blizzard, regardless of single target or not. Go into Cold Snap, take, Water Elemental or Lonely Winter, go Winter Tide, and get Icy Veins. Like you can't jump across, and unlike Arcane has actually got its main cooldown like pretty high up in the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, Icy Veins is like all the way down here.
I mean, it's roughly the same spot as Combustion was for Fire.
Is it?
I think Combustion's maybe 1 row higher because, yeah, I think it's 1 row higher.
I guess it's not too far off then, but I still don't like Blizzard as a forced single target pick, especially when Improved Blizzard is a thing that you have to spec into additionally. Like, if you want to cleave, and if Improved Blizzard ever gets buffed back to half second, like you have to go out of your way to get that. I wouldn't mind if Blizzard were like Blizzard/Improved Blizzard were put somewhere else, and I don't know. I just the shape of this tree is leaving a lot to be desired.
I definitely think for both Arcane and Frost, the trees are built in a way that if you want to do AoE, you have to sacrifice nearly all of your single target. In Fire, there's a middle ground there.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
Yeah. And then having Splitting Ice be in competition with all of the other talents is like immediately a red flag for me, because this is something that just should be baseline, right? Like why are you taking something that should be baseline, and then not only are you putting it on the talent tree, but you're making it in the most competitive slot it could possibly be, because like literally it's on the final row, right? Like it's in the final batch of talents. That is just so bad. These talents are, I think this actually might be the worst mage tree.
No, Arcane's worse. There's options.
You think Arcane's
I think
worse?
there's options for good builds here. Arcane's worse.
Okay.
Arcane's is pretty bad.
Dude, just the fact that Splitting Ice is like this makes me feel like this is maybe worse than Arcane.
Well, like Splitting Ice being there isn't horrible because, like, okay, it's on the way to Glacial Spike. Yay. It's kind of shitty for like specifically Thermal Void non-Glacial Spike builds, but other than that, I don't think it's in a terrible spot. It's just that Frigid Shattering exists in its way.
Yeah, I don't know.
Why is Frigid Shattering here?
Frigid Shattering? Where is that?
The dead talent on the right. Mid-right.
This guy.
Yeah, like That's a Mythic Plus talent for trash mobs.
Yeah. Yeah, 10% though. Like, I don't even
Well,
think you take it in that
20 'cause it's
situation.
There's two.
Oh yeah,
risks in it.
20, but still, like,
You can talent into like, okay, Nova takes like 80% more damage when breaking. I'm sorry, in Mythic Plus, it's lasting a second. That's just how it is. So you're spending 2 talent points to get 20% increased damage on one spell every, what is it, 20 seconds now?
I mean, well, it would be on your Cone of Cold shit.
Yeah, you would pop it on Cone of Cold, which is another complaint I have, is that Cone of Cold is a proc chance per target hit.
well, I suppose we can.
Snowstorm thing.
I suppose we can probably remove kind of cold then, because we aren't using the talent that like. Honestly, this is one of the talents I was like most excited for was the kind of cold thing where like it increases. Yeah, this one right here, Snowstorm, and like we just would never take it, right? Like maybe in AOE.
Yeah,
right?
no,
But,
there's
like-
like I think of all the talent trees, Frost actually has the best mass AOE options.
I just don't like how much you have to give up to get to
Yeah, you have to
Yeah,
give
you're-
up basically all your single targets. So you're gonna be doing Mythic
Yes.
Plus, right? And it's like the trash pulls are happening. And you're like, okay, this is fine. I'm like in line with other classes, right? And then because you know they're gonna tune around that shit, and then the boss comes up, and you're like, all right, time to do my sick single target without any of the single target talents whatsoever. Basically, just playing like mage with no talents and single target. I mean, it's having to choose that heavily between AoE and
Yeah.
single target is really bad. Like a little bit of choice is good, right? A little bit of, dabbling and cleave is good. But the fact that you have to like pretty much all in this tree, it feels like to like go one or the other, that's where for me it just kind of becomes the worst. But that's just my personal opinion. I mean, Arcane definitely seems really bad too. So
Mhm.
I don't know. I have to play them both to like compare which one's actually worse. But it definitely feels like in pretty much any normal raid scenario, you just won't have any of the AoE talents really, right? Like you're just gonna be skipping on those. And
What's
then
the CDR right now on live from IC Propulsion?
IC
God.
Propulsion, not sure, but there's a conduit for it, right? So
Yeah, no, it increases. Hold on.
and then also keep in mind Frozen Orb is like a huge part of that, right? And in Comet Storm too, and you don't have those either. So
Right, but I'm just
missing
curious
those.
because it goes up to 2 seconds now, right? Like,
I think it's a little bit less.
no,
Although
what
I
I'm
don't
saying
know
is
what
on
I think it
on the
might actually
Dragonflight
be
one.
exactly 2. Hold on, we can pull this up. So if we go to the Wowhead talent thingy mabobber right here, Frost. Or wait, hold on. We need to do a Covenant one, right? Soulbind Calculator. This is the right one. And then we'll just slot some talents.
It's 1.65 seconds with like the fully empowered.
Oops, I misclicked. There we go. Okay.
You
I mean,
also
it's
get
like
1.6 for the
slightly
empowered.
for Dragonflight, given that you can't proc it off AoE stuff. It's a little bit stronger. But
Yeah. It's just like Frost's competitiveness right now in Mythic Plus is like continual rune of power uptime.
Yeah, so
Like,
walk me through
you-
this. Okay, so you bring a Frost Mage to the raid, right? And you're like, all right, buddy, your job is to do the single target just like everyone else. And you're probably tuned around single target just like everyone else. So going full single target, right? You're doing probably about the same damage as like other classes. But then you can't really cleave, right? Unless it's like 2 target cleave. So like what is the benefit of bringing a Frost Mage into a raid whenever they're just like so hamstrung by these talents? I feel like it just in that way it's almost like dead on arrival for like a rating spec, because you could just bring in fire instead and then have like options, right? Like sure you won't have all the AoE stuff for fire, but you'll have a lot more options than you would for frost, because they actually bake some of the cleave stuff into it by default, or like you have to pick it up on the way. Am I just too doomer on this? Am I like super black pill on this, or do you guys kind of see what I'm saying?
I see what you're saying. I don't know if I agree with like how bad it is, but it's definitely not feeling great. Like splitting ice is there. It needs to be buffed back up for ice lance damage because of
Natalie disagrees.
maybe not, because we got freezing winds in the tree now.
Yeah, gotta say, not impressed by this tree either. Big
it's-
disappointment. I mean, hey,
I think-
I'm glad we have
Actually, I
Flurry
think
as a
there's-
charge, but
There's
Yeah.
a slight middle ground option here. You need to give up the Slick Ice and Improved Ice.
So,
well, yeah.
I'm guessing we're not going Glacial Spike, right? So we can just get rid of all these?
Yes.
Okay, so...
You need to go down the Icy Propulsion and down to TV.
Okay, yeah, get the
But then-
TV, get the Icy Propulsion, or are we picking up Slick Ice?
No, you're not.
Oh.
Run down the Freezing Rain side to Cold Front. Like, that's your, like, slightly better leave option. And then
Yeah.
I think you're left with a couple talents that you might have.
Help me out here. Where's the... which side are you talking about here?
Right, there you go, right there.
Oh, this guy. Okay, yeah. So you're saying to go... So you're basically getting these talents gone and then you're sliding this way? Yeah?
Yes, and then... Hold on, I have some... trying to figure out where my talent tree differs right now. Oh, I'm just setting 29 out of 30. I'm an idiot. But then I think there's also a slight option to drop like Ice 9 maybe and run into or like one talent point of Ice 9 and
So,
get yourself like
yeah,
Improved Blizzard.
If we're going to drop Ice 9, we need to pick up some talents because we won't be able to make it to this row. So are you proposing possibly Glacial Assault instead? Or
Well, I mean, like Glacial Assault, or you could run down the Focus Frost or the Improved Blizzard one, like one of those two, just an option for Frozen Orb CDR.
So I'll give you the case for Ice 9, right? We're going to want Splitting Ice for raid. Like, unless it's like a pure single target boss, which is like one per tier, right? Or I guess this tier there are a couple, but in most cases there's like very few like pure single target bosses. There's like a lot of bosses where it's like maybe one or two targets. I feel like Splitting Ice is almost a necessity to pretty much everything, right? Like Glacial Spike, TV, no matter what you're probably wind at, right? And we don't want to pick up Frigid Shattering because that's a bad talent and it's 2 slots and it's just a meme. So
yeah.
I think that kind of forces us for Ice 9. I feel like this almost enforces us having to pick this talent here.
You can't get down to Splitting Ice anyway, though. If you go down the left side of the tree, if you're going for the Cold Front thing.
Okay, so you're saying that instead we go like here and then like this, and you're saying, well, no, we can still pick it up. See,
no,
right?
no,
oh,
so
yeah, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, because we have to get these guys here. Okay. So we're just gonna slot in one, and then
No, you don't have to get Glacial Assault. I think you're missing something somewhere that forced you into that.
Okay. So the only thing that could be competing here is like, I guess we could get rid of this guy. So we want Thermal Void. Yeah.
Yep.
We want Cold Front. We really want Slick Ice, but we aren't picking it up. And then we have 1 talent to spare right now.
Oh,
And
you have it. Okay.
We'll
yeah,
have
sorry,
to either go one into Glacial Assault or one into here or whatever this unnamed talent is, right? Because we can't get there otherwise. We have to just put one more in to even unlock this row.
But I think this is like your middle ground Frost build where it's like your single target might be somewhat respectable. You have options for doing some AoE.
Okay,
Yeah.
I could see that. Yeah, because I mean, Cold Front's probably gonna be pretty good, but it sucks so bad because you're like not picking up Slick Ice, which is just gonna give you so many more Frost bolts, right? So,
But I think it's going to be slightly made up for it if there are targets to cleave onto, because I'm assuming this is true. The Frostbolt cleave from Fractured Frost will also count as single target towards Icy Propulsion.
and yet again, we're in a situation where it's like, look at all these Frostbolt, or look at all these Fingers of Frost we're getting, right? Because we're getting all these extra frozen orbs, but then we don't have Splitting Ice. So like, how do we get there? Like this.
You could drop Frozen Touch. I don't like dropping Frozen Touch, but you could.
Yeah, it's making me squirm in my seat thinking about it. But let's try it out. So we'll drop that. We'll get Splitting Ice. We'll pick up Thermal Void. We'll pick up Cold Front, and now we're done.
Yeah.
Okay, I could see that, but like
that.
no Frozen Touch feels bad. But I think Splitting Ice is too important. I feel like we can't skip.
I mean,
this
like
talent
when
in
you
most
actually
cases.
math it out, though, Frozen Touch is like a dog percentage, you know?
So
like 20% of how much is the base?
30 on one and 15 on the other. It's
So
nothing.
6% and 3%.
okay, so we just skipped that talent then. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, this looks a little better. I'm still really not a fan though that we don't have Slick Ice, but I guess we'll just have to deal with that. It's just too much competition here.
Yeah, like I don't like the the limited duration stack things like Arctic Piercing and Chain Reaction. I really don't like those types of talents. Like Chain Reaction is a little bit less bad simply because the duration is actually a decent amount of time. But Arctic Piercing can go to hell. Like the Frostbolt and Powers Ice Lance thing up near the top.
Yeah, this thing.
I don't like
that.
the Bone Chilling is behind Arctic Piercing and not Bone Chilling being closer to Welly. Like,
yeah. I don't like that Flurry has, like, Flurry, Winter's Chill, Brain Freeze, second charge. Like, merge some of these.
They really just got to take a lot of these Flurry talents and put them into one. There's too many talents that we're having to spend just to make Flurry, like, online.
True, but I would like to just say that, like, at least all the Flurry talents are down one branch of the tree, right? So you're getting all of them in one go.
That's a good point, yeah.
You know what you're pathing to? Whereas the Ice Lance ones, Chain Reaction, down at the bottom of the tree, different branch. Arctic Piercing, top of the tree, right branch. Like, they're all over the fucking place. So if you're trying to actually go for your regular Ice Lance build, they're just... Okay, have to count this point to get to here. Like, Splitting Ice being where it is right now. Weird.
And Hailstones, like, giving your Ice Lance mastery benefit, too.
Yes, weird. Like, they made it so the Flurry ones are all down the left side. Maybe just make it so the Ice Lance ones are all down the right side or something.
Yeah.
Like, personally speaking, I'm looking forward to a Glacial Spike build that's not complete crap. So, because Frost made, like, Sylvanas as your great demonstration. Frost sucked on Sylvanas. Like, there was so much downtime, like, jumping between platforms.
Yeah.
If you ever got targeted by a mechanic, like, you're fucked.
Not
There's
to
nothing
mention,
you
like,
can do.
you'd have to pick either Slick Ice or, like, a legendary that actually gives you some, like, cleave benefit. So you're just, like, immediately doing less damage in phase 3.
Yeah. It's like Glacial Spike without Thermal Void, like, as I figured for sure that Glacial Spike Thermal Void would be a toggle. Glacial Spike by itself doesn't rely on, like, Thermal Void. It doesn't rely on Icy Veins uptime. It's nice to have, but it doesn't need to be there. It's an option to have a non-uptime based Frost. I really like that idea. But then they locked, like, Slick Ice is, bound to Icy Veins uptime. Everything is locked behind Icy Propulsion, which is...
Yeah. They need to make Icy Propulsion not affected by Icy Veins. They, like, this is the number one thing I think that this spec needs is just Icy Propulsion. Make it just so that you're damaging single target spell critical hits, reduce the cooldown of Icy Veins by 2 seconds. Period. And there's no while Icy Veins are active. We don't need that. That's just it's bad. And especially, like, for fight design, it's really bad, right? Whenever you're doing bosses, it's really bad for having to do any mechanic, right? Like, it's going to feel infinitely worse to have to ice block a mechanic if you have Icy Propulsion, just like it is on live. Yep. And there's even less wiggle room because we don't have more cooldown reduction from other sources. So essentially, they're, like, squeezing the amount of Icy Propulsion that we get, but it's still so important that we're still going to have to pick it up. But yeah, this is just, I can't really say anything else on it other than just I really don't like this. It's really bad.
I would also like to see something done with Ray of Frost. Why does this exist?
Yeah, I mean,
the Ice Lances are castable while casting during it, if they're going to fucking do that.
I mean, I think,
yeah, that'd be great.
I think Ray of Frost is a great talent to put somewhere. I just think the spot for it right now is really bad because it's like you're routing to Splitting Ice, and also it's a 20-row talent.
Yeah, but also, like, just as a spell, what is it doing, like, in relation to the spec? It gives you 2 Fingers of Frost. Oh boy.
Yeah, and the whole time you're channeling it, you could have been casting Frost Bolts anyways and generating Fingers of Frost the old-fashioned way. And Brain Freeze, by the way.
On pull, you're going to be, like, you don't want to stack it with Frozen Orb because it's going to generate Fingers of Frost, but, like, it's generating Fingers of Frost. If you can cast Ice Lance while it's casting, that's something that exists.
You know, the only problem with that, though, is then that would break it for PvP.
True.
It would destroy people.
Yeah.
What I would really like myself is for them to go back to the old Ray of Frost style, and instead of it having generate procs, just have it generate icicles. uncap it, let it go crazy.
Yeah, and let Splingy Ice make it cleave or something too. You know, just make it like actually worth pressing whenever it comes off cooldown. Like, make this button something where you see it come off cooldown and you're like, oh fuck yeah, I'm gonna press this button because this is like a sick button to press, right? Like I want to use this on cooldown, but right now it seems like, oh yeah, just kind of press it whenever you have nothing else to do, you know?
Like that's something that really bugs me with it, is like, it is a cool spell. It feels like shit to hit. Glacial Spike, it's like, you know, last time we played it was BFA. Like, oh boy, I have a Glacial Spike. I'm going to hit this guy for 1.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that felt really nice. And then, you know, it fought with Thermal Void and Ray of Frost. Like, what is Ray of Frost doing on this?
I think ultimately for me, it's like for TV and for Glacial Spike, the goals, like the core goal of the spec is kind of at odds with the design of Ray of Frost, because in both cases, like, you just want to be generating either Fingers of Frost, right, and flurries, and just going with those, and sure, it does generate 2, but still, it's just 2, right? Yeah. Or you're wanting to generate icicles, right, so that you can Glacial Spike. And in both those cases, casting the spell for a whole 5 seconds, because it's a 5-second channel, it's like the whole benefit really is just that you're getting the charges. It's not necessarily even about the damage, because the damage isn't even really that high, right? Like, it's a low damage spell. It's got a moderately long cooldown, and it takes 5 seconds for it to channel.
Yep.
Like, and it says over the duration. So what I'm assuming is that you'll probably have to channel it quite a while to get that second Fingers of Frost. It probably won't even be worth it in most cases if you were to talent into this. Like, if it was the first talent, we had to pick it, right? Like, we probably still wouldn't full channel it. We'd just go until the charges and then go from there.
Well,
if the Ice Lance is generated over the duration, were haste affected, would that be better, or would that open up the whole can of worms with haste breakpoints that you don't even want to get into?
Probably that. Like, as is, it generates it at the halfway point in the end. So, like, as I said, I would love for it to go back to how it was in Legion, where it was a 10-second channel. And it was haste affected, but it was always 10 seconds cast. So, like, you could get 26 ticks out of it if you had enough haste going on. The problem was it was capped at 10 stacks on the damage bonus, and was never competitive because of that.
Yeah, another way to fix this too is just take a page from the Evoker playbook, because they essentially have Ray of Frost, right? It's Disintegrate. And they have a talent for Disintegrate where whenever you cast a spell and it's channeling, it has a chance to proc Eternity Surge, which is essentially like a Cleave Ice Lance. And with the other talent, it's basically Spinning Ice. You just cleave 2, right? Like, whenever it procs, you cleave 2. And I just don't get why that functionality isn't here. Like, Ray of Frost should just, like, fire off random, you know, Ice Lances that are empowered while it's going, like, on a chance.
Well, it'll be like a Boomkin Convoke?
Yeah, or something like that. I mean, that'd be fine. Yo, Squared Circles, appreciate the sub. Welcome
Ray of
back,
Frost
16.
needs help. I don't know why it exists.
16 months, appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, I love the turkey alert. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad here. There's some good, you know. I do want to know what that last talent is.
Yeah,
like,
this is more redeemable than the Arcane Tree.
Yeah.
So let's, I think we've talked Frost enough. I think we pretty much have, like, a good idea of what this tree is about and kind of, oh, yo, what's up, Dorovon?
Hey.
Yo, you came just in time for the hate party. We're just talking about how garbage the Frost and Arcane talents are right now.
I see. Wait until you see what the hidden talent probably is.
What is your speculation? Do you have info?
So it's not data mine, but based on the other trees, I'm almost positive it's improved Ice Barrier.
No.
I mean, okay, you know what? I'm okay with that, because that means I don't want it. That means it doesn't screw up any of the other builds we got. Whatever. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so Dorovon, I want to catch you up real quick because we're kind of wrapping up the Frost stuff. But here's, and obviously correct me if I'm wrong on any of this if you disagree. But the impression that we get from the Frost tree so far is that basically a third of the points you don't even get to choose. They're required, right? So that's going to be basically 4 points for Flurry to make it online. You need 4 whole points just for that. And then you need, in total, 11 points basically that just never move. They're just set in stone. And then from there, the position of everything just seems crazy. Like, it seems like they just threw everything on here without even really considering, for the most part, like, where the talents should fall, because you just got, like, stuff all over the place. And Splitting Ice is a talent. It's, like, way on the far right. Yeah, I think we're all kind of feeling that this talent tree is not very well put together so far.
Yeah, I think it just needs some more arrows, and the Icy Vein section just needs to be, like, completely reorganized.
Yeah, and they need to make the flurry stuff like not take 4 talents, because that's just obnoxious that you need 4 whole talents just for flurry. Like, flurry without Winter's Chill, like, what's the point, right? Like, why am I having to spec in the Winter's Chill just to like make flurry do something? That's just crazy.
Are there any other classes right now where you have to spec into your, well, I mean, your specs major defensive toolkit in order to get to your main cooldown as well? So like, because fire has to spec into caught to get combustion. Frost has to spec into cold snap to get icy veins. Arcane doesn't have that problem because G Invis has been moved to the fucking mage side of the tree, the homogenized version. But are there any other classes right now that have that?
Someone in chat saying Shadow Priest. I haven't seen it myself, but that's from Twitch chat.
I just want to go look at Paladin. Do I have to get bubble in order to get wings? Surely not. It's very weird.
Yeah, very weird. Yeah,
I don't necessarily mind Icy Veins being late in the talent tree, just if you think about, like, from a leveling perspective, Frost isn't really about its cooldown as much as the other specs are.
Yeah. Like, Icy Veins by itself is garbage.
Yeah. I mean, you pretty much need TV to make that like a real cooldown. And then you need Icy Propulsion in, any case where you're not Glacial Spike, probably. And like the fact that Slick Ice is on a capstone super competitive spot there, and you just have to give up like so much. Basically, if you're going like pure single target, you're gonna have to give so much cleave and AoE up that it almost feels like you're just like completely stumping your character with it.
To say nothing of like Splitting Ice Freezing Winds for cleave scenarios, because you really would like that.
Yeah, and Freezing Winds being down here as like a other option for Slick Ice, right? Like after improved Icy Veins, the duration 1.5 seconds. Just like means that like there's just really no case where you would take it, I feel like, unless I mean maybe in like some sort of 2-target special scenario, but
yeah, it's locked behind like Icy Propulsion. Okay, fine, whatever.
And so many of these talents,
Icy Veins.
Some of these talents are just damage increases if you really think about it, right? So let's go from the top. Well, I know a lot of talent trees are like this, but just bear with me here for a moment, okay? We're gonna count them out. So Shatter, right? Damage increase. You're gonna take that one, right? And then Bone Chilling, just flat damage increase. And then Arctic Piercing, problematic damage increase we're talking about from Frostbolt. And then Flash Freeze, damage increase. Ice 9, chance to proc Icicles. That's just another like random, doesn't really have much interaction. You don't change how you play really at all. It just happens, right? It's just more damage happening. And then like Chain Reaction is another example of that. All these talents that have to do with Comet Storm are examples of that. These aren't really like gameplay changing talents. They're just like, you just get random procs for more damage or just like slightly more damage on Icicles or something else random. I feel like there's just like a lot of that happening on this tree.
Yeah. I will defend Ice 9 because the combo point specs actually tend to have, like, when you crit, you gain a second combo point. And in a Glacial Spike sense, Ice 9 is basically taking that functionality.
Yeah.
So I don't mind Ice 9 existing. That's kind of potentially interesting. At least from a, like, I'm planning out my Glacial Spike. It's not just, here's 4 Frostbolts of Flurry and a Glacial Spike. It's, there is something you do have to react to in terms of timing. It's not much, but compared to, Wintertide, compared to even Bone Chilling is not exactly compelling, right?
Just... What if Fire and Frost have to spec into Flame Strike and Blizzard as well when Arcane Explosion is base? What is this?
I mean, if you complain about that too much, what they're going to do is just take Arcane Explosion away from us, so...
Yeah, that does not open that can of worms, so I don't want to...
Yo, Dorovon, yeah, what were your impressions of, I guess, we can talk about like the other trees a little bit again, because I think we've talked about Frost a lot. How'd you feel about the Arcane tree?
Arcane's actually probably the one I've looked at the least, I think, so far.
Do we maybe want to look over Fire instead? Maybe just bring it back to where we were at the start?
And if you want to, it's up to you.
Okay.
In general,
Y'all cool with that?
Fire just looks good.
Yeah,
as a
go.
tree, but...
Okay. So yeah, running it down Fire, I mean, it feels like kind of the same situation in some ways, where it's like there's a lot of these talents where you kind of have to have them to get things going, but at least there's like enough variety kind of mixed in where it doesn't feel too bad, right? So obviously we want Pyroblast, we want Fire Blast, we want Flame Strike, we want Hot Streak. Those are all necessary. We want Fire Blast down below, the one that makes it so it always crits, because like if you don't have this talent, you're just trolling. Flame On, another necessary talent. You have to pick up Cauterize so that you can get Combustion, right? Another necessary talent. And then I think we're pretty much at the point where we actually get to start making some decisions.
Yeah.
So from here on out, we were talking about before Improved Scorch, kind of cool that you get like extra Execute there. We're going to double back on that in just a little bit. I want to move on to Combustion Duration. So, you know, obviously this one is nice because it makes your Combustion actually benefit from Critical Strike. Without this talent, you just don't really get anything out of Critical Strike. But I want to pick your brain a little bit on Tempered Flames, because we had kind of a little conversation about this. How do you feel about this Tempered Flame talent that makes it so that your Pyroblast is shorter, but then your Combustion is reduced?
I mean, with the way the tree is structured, maybe it could work with some of these talents, but I have a hard time imagining it being that good, even with like Fire Frenzy and SKB.
Yeah. And I mean, also like you're giving up basically all the mastery that you get from Critical Strike by doing this too, right? So that's another like negative against it in my opinion. Another necessary, or with finger quotes, necessary talent in my mind is like Blaster Master. We don't know exactly how much mastery this is going to give us, but it seems like that's probably one that we want to pick, just like based on the past, right? It seems like Blaster Master is usually a pretty good one that we want.
And for the path, you kind of need it.
Yeah,
so going down the right side
if I look in game, it says Fire Blast increases your mastery by 6% for 3 seconds, stacks up to 3 times. So I mean that seems pretty decent. But yeah, to get to the other stuff like Master Flame, you do have to pick it up. And then from here on out, we also have kind of an idea we were cooking up, potentially not taking Phoenix Flames.
Yeah,
right?
Phoenix Flames I don't think is very good in this tree.
Yeah, and the case against Phoenix Flames is if you pick up Phoenix Flames, you pretty much have to pick up the Alexstrasza's Fury for it to like really get the full benefit there, or like from the Ashes. So either way, you're spinning a talent. You're also probably having to pick up the extra charge. You'd probably want that as well, right? So it just feels like you're giving up a lot for Phoenix Flames when it's probably not worth the amount of commitment that you'd have to put in there. And then since you're not picking up Phoenix Flames, if you want to get to SKB, you're going to have to pick up Fire Mind, which is probably fine. It seems like a pretty decent talent. So I think right now I'm kind of set up for the next row. We just need one more talent. I'm just going to put into Improved Scorch. And then that unlocks our next row. So this is where decisions get really, really tight, right? Because in order to get SKB, we're going to have to go Phoenix Reborn. If we want to go to Fiery Rush, which is our current 4-piece bonus there, we're going to have to either pick up Tinder or Wildfire. And I feel like both of these talents are bad.
Yeah, they're at least currently not great. Wildfire is not that bad, but as long as it gives the crit is like to you, it's not as good as the other ones.
Yeah, it definitely seems like the lesser of two evils here, but still...
The ignite damage is very good on it, though.
Yeah, 10% increased ignite. It's weird that it increases your critical strike chance as opposed to like rating. Feels like an oversight there. Yeah. But hopefully that gets fixed. It seems like something that Blizzard could potentially easily fix there.
Probably, well, because it's a talent, it probably shouldn't be rating either. So it should probably just be like mastery or something, like 2 mastery points or something.
Yeah, I could see that, or intellect, or just anything else really. Just literally anything else aside from critical strike. Just whatever you want aside from that one. And then here's where it gets a little spicy. So we're having to choose between Fire Frenzy and SKB. My gut tells me I probably in single target in almost every scenario want to go SKB. but I could definitely see situations where I would want maybe Fire Frenzy, especially like 2-target situations. What do you think about these two?
I think it really just comes down to tuning. Like both of those can be good talents. Fire Frenzy is likely to be a bit worse on single target just because it has Flame Strike synergies. So they probably won't let it be the best single target option because of that.
Yeah, so hear me out. The reason why I kind of, obviously, like, I don't think we're going to go Fire Frenzy, but a case for it, if I were to make a case, is that we would also get Fevered Incantation on the way.
Good.
And that seems like a big benefit. And we're already going to want probably Pyroclasm, like in single target, right? So we're probably, we're in the neighborhood, right? So why
you're
not
probably
swing
getting
around?
Pyroclasm almost regardless.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not too hard to pick it up.
But then again, Pyroclasm, it's weird almost to SKB is on the opposite side, because it feels like Pyroclasm should almost be like in the place of Pyromaniac, right? Because Pyromaniac is essentially like a baby version of Fire Frenzy, and also Pyroclasm has insane synergy with Sun King's Blessing, so it almost feels like these are flipped in my mind.
Pyromaniac, I feel like, is way too bad to be this deep in the tree.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Even with, like, it's hard to even tune that to save it, I think.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and lock in the rest that I think we're kind of agreeing on here with Phoenix Reborn. That, I mean, obviously, like, AoE talent, whatever. We're not benefiting from the Phoenix Flame cooldown reduction there, which is a little weird, right? Because we're basically skipping on, like, a big portion of what this talent does, but we have to pick it because we have to go to Control Destruction, and then also Sun King's Blessing. So if you look at in total, like what we're getting in Execute, if you like finish out the tree, right? So I'm just going to finish up with improved Scorch talent there. We end up with Control Destruction, which is 10% more damage, right? Below 30%. We also have Searing Touch, which is your increased Scorch below 30%, and also it crits every time. And then we also have your Scorch increases the damage the target takes with like a maintenance buff during Execute as well. So to me, these three seem like, you know, depending on tuning, if the tuning is like normal ballpark, it's probably going to be pretty good Execute damage for Mage, I think, with all of these here.
Yeah. And the other thing, I think, like, it'll be tuning dependent, but you also don't even need to get Fiery Rush or Kindling and Wildfire. You can just go down the right side more if you want.
Fiery Rush. So yeah, you're saying basically
get like SKB and Fiery, and what's it called? The new Firestorm. Fire Frenzy.
Yeah. So if Fiery Rush having like a lot of combustion uptime, it definitely would feel better having more Fire Blast, but yeah, we're losing out on Phoenix Flame, so that's, you know, half the benefit there, or I guess less than half is still gone.
So
but it does free up a lot of talents though, because Wildfire's sucking up so many talents. Go ahead.
I know we've dropped Phoenix Flames from most of the discussions, but I'm just curious, if you go back to your previous builds, you delete the Heretic Incantation and Fire Frenzy and go back to Fiery Rush and down the middle.
Yeah.
You can drop 2 Critical Mass. Obviously, I know Critical Mass is pretty good. And then 1 Fire Mind. And you can grab all the Phoenix Flames talents. And then you'd get the benefit from Phoenix Reborn and Fiery Rush.
Interesting. So you're saying that we would drop the one that gives us the crit stat increase?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not too
you're
keen
gonna
on
be
this.
gaining your Phoenix Flames auto crits back, so you
Yeah.
like
Right,
don't necessarily
so-
need the crit stat as much.
So basically you're saying to kind of go like, oh, hold on. I wanted to go on this side. There we go. So I guess like the point is that you're like generating a lot of crits kind of passively or like actively through Phoenix Flame. So maybe you don't need, because you have so much guaranteed crit, you don't need critical mass as much.
I was saying get rid of Fevered Incantation and Fire Frenzy as well and go back down Wildfire and Fire Rush.
Oh, okay.
And then also, get rid of 1 Fire Mind and pick up the Phoenix Flames. The side.
I can't drop Fire Mind, I don't think.
You can once you get
you're saying to go to the other side.
rebuild
You're saying to go to the
tree.
other side. Got it. So you're saying to do like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It
I
could
mean-
be slightly better, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, this is gonna probably just depend on like Sims, because we'll have to know like exactly how big the benefit is of Phoenix Reborn, how many power or Phoenix Flames you're generating. I'd be curious to know if this would generate more hot streaks across like a 5-minute fight versus critical mass, because I feel like Critical mass is a lot of crit.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose we could also maybe get rid of these two guys and maybe pick it up, right? So no Pyroclasm. I mean, that feels bad, but at least we'd
I
have
feel
the
like the
crit back.
Master of Flame is the bigger hit that you're taking there than the Pyroclasm, to be honest.
Yeah, 25% more damage on Ignite, basically when it does the most damage it does. So
And then
yeah.
also for additional targets beyond just the 25% increase.
Yeah, since it's going to cleave to 8 with this.
Yeah. Really though, I'd say my like main complaint with the fire tree, I think there's a lot of interesting decisions you can make in this tree. I just don't like that if you don't want to hard cast Pyroblast, what do you do in this tree?
Yeah, because I mean, you're going
It's
to
so
either
hard
have
to justify
Pyroclasm.
not taking Pyroclasm, I think, if you go down the right side.
Yeah, this is why I really do think that Pyroclasm should be on the way to Sun King's Blessing, or like in the same ballpark, because
Maybe,
they're
yeah, but
the
the other
same.
side would definitely need something strong then, but
Well, I think one, they need to just get rid of Conflag. Goodbye. Pyromaniac could be moved where Conflag is right now, and I feel like it
Yeah.
would be appropriate.
I
Yeah.
think getting rid of one of those two is fine. I don't think either of them is that interesting of a talent.
So pretty much, if you're playing Mage and Dragonflight or Fire Mage as it is right now, you're gonna be hard casting Pyroblast no matter what you do. No matter how much you dislike it in single target, you're gonna end up probably hard casting that spell at some point.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Well, I guess the easy mode then would be to pick up Temper Flames, but we'd really have to see how it affects your damage, because I do think that just like not having the mastery there and like having the reduced amount of combustion is just probably going to be a damage nerf, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, the main problem I see with that, because of the reduced combustion duration, is combustion itself is the main way you get SKB procs.
Right. Yeah, also Pyroclasm as well. So it kind of this is you weren't here for this conversation earlier, but I was kind of saying like it almost feels like there's like negative synergy here, right? Because in any case where it's benefiting you, right, i.e. hardcasting Pyroblast, you're also generating less of the procs that make you want to hardcast Pyroblast. So it kind of dips, or it's like a double-edged sword, I guess.
That's actually in general, like my main complaint with SKB, even though it's fun in general, is that it's like a positive feedback thing where you get more combustion uptime, so you get more hot streaks. And if you ever like miss a proc, like it expires or something, it just feels awful because you're starting at 0 stacks instead of like the 3 or 4 that you would have had if you used the proc.
The benefit here though is at least you have, like in any case, right, any setup, regardless of if you're Phoenix Flames or if you opt to instead drop Phoenix Flames for other stuff, at least you have access to kind of like some good AoE in the sense that like you have Ignite Spread, right? You're doing some of that. Maybe you're, still able to get a bunch of Flame Strikes out. You don't have Flame Patch with this, but that's just a 1-pointer, so we could easily move just 1 point over to that and pick it up. Possibly take Fire Mind out and just drop it into Flame Patch instead. But essentially you're like giving up very little to be able to like do decent cleave and AoE. Whereas I felt like for the Frost and the Arcane trees, I feel like you get punished a lot for like a quote unquote pure single target build.
Honestly, for Arcane, I feel like you get a decent amount of cleave, but
yeah, they were disagreeing with me earlier. I was saying that in my opinion, so far, I think the Frost tree looks the worst out of the three, but we had kind of a back and forth about if it's possibly Arcane instead. Personally, I think that if you're playing like a Kyrian Arcane build, or like a Arcane Harmony Kyrian build essentially in Dragonflight,
that's the
I feel
one
like
problem.
you gain.
I feel like that's the only thing that you can play in the Arcane tree.
Yeah. In that case, it's like you gain like not only cleave, you also have priority cleave as well, right? Because you have the resonance talent still. So like that to me is like a benefit. It may not be like a good tree because it seems like there's not as many choices for like other things, right? But it seems like at least there's a couple paths that seem like pretty solid. But I'd be curious to know like what you think about the Arcane tree, if we could maybe swap over to that.
Sure.
But a good point just got brought up in chat. It feels like with a lot of this stuff, it's kind of the same thing we're playing right now. Like it feels like the playstyle isn't really changing for these builds for the most part. Maybe Arcane a little bit, but for the most part, it seems like Fire and Frost are kind of staying the same ultimately.
Yeah, I'm okay with that, at least for Frost.
Yeah.
I just hate Icy Propulsion. I hate that we still have
I think
that
they
talent.
should like swap TV and Icy Propulsion at least, or do something simple like that so that you cannot take it.
Oh, sorry. Let me work my way through the tree real quick just to get you caught up if you haven't looked at these too much. So, starting with like the necessary stuff, Arcane Barrage, Arcane Missiles, obviously, right? Clear Casting, Arcane Surge. And then from there we start having some options, but there's stuff below that we want to get to. So we're going to have to like go into those. So, number one is probably going to be, we're probably going to want Rule of Threes, right? So that we can get improved Arcane Missiles. And then we're going to scope out some talents down here that we probably want. We also are going to want to make our way to Mana Adept, right? We're going to need that one. We need a couple more talents though, just to make, just to like bridge the gap. So we're going to go Impetus.
Yeah, that seems good.
Seems pretty nice there. And then moving on, improved Arcane Barrage. I mean, like, this being a talent makes me very sad. I feel like this should just be baked into it, but I'm going to pick it because it seems like way too good to not pick in, like, any real-life situation. And then Enlighten seems like something we'd probably want to pick up, right? So we may want to route down to that. I'm going to go ahead and pick up the Arcane Power one. Yeah, we pick up Mana Adept. And then Resonance, another one where it's like, if you have improved Arcane Barrage, you're probably going to also pick Resonance, right? These two seem like really no matter what you're playing, unless it's like some weird single target build, you're probably going to want both of these.
Most of the talents that would be optional in this tree, you have to take just because of what's under them.
Right.
Like Mana Adept is nice to play with, but you don't need it, but Resonance is right under it, so you kind of have to take it in any cleave situation.
And then you're going to want Touch of the Magi, obviously, so that's another lock-in, right? And then from here, I think it's pretty obvious if we're planning to do Arcane Harmony that we're going to want Amplification, right? Because that's just more missiles. More missiles equals better. And then here's where things get really weird. Because like if you look below Amplification, you've got Improved Clear Casting seems great, right? But then you've got Reverberate. And it's like, are you lost? Like, where did you get lost, buddy? Because like your buddies are, like all your friends are somewhere else on the tree. Like, what are you doing over here on this far right side? And also, like, why would I pick you? Right? We gotta give up so much to just get over here. It's like after clear casting to you for AoE.
Honestly, I'm not sure where they could put Reverberate that would make it like be taken in this tree unless it's a required point somewhere.
And then Mana Gem is like on the 20 row, right? And it's like, okay, so why do I want Mana Gem aside from the mana? Well, yeah, you get a 5% damage increase from the one that's literally in competition with all of your capstones. Okay, cool. So just never picking that. And this is a joke I made before, but like, I like that Blizzard is just giving me an excuse to just like not worry about Mana Gem ever again. We'll never have to delete my Mana Gem or use any weird macros or add-ons because, hey, I'm not picking the talent. So there we go. That's a win, I guess. So yeah, from here on out, this is where things get a little rough because we want some presence of mind, but we also kind of want Enlightened. Enlightened seems like, especially with Arcane Surge, it seems like something that you probably want to pick up and use with it, right? I don't know. How do you feel about these two?
All of them without much effort, I think.
Okay, so we're just going to slot these in real quick. And then now we're in a situation where we have to just put in a couple extra talents. So we're going to pick up the Clear Casting one. And then Slipstream to me sounds like something that I want, so I'm going to pick that as well. And then we are floating around the idea of potentially, depending on like how you want to flavor this out. Actually, Bjartuur, do you want to explain like the evocation thing?
Are we just talking about
it's the choice between orb and evocation is what we're talking about.
Sorry, I was lost, like exploring because we y'all talked about it earlier about 10 minutes ago about like there really only being one arcane build, and I was just like absentmindedly poking away at the tree, so I've kind of
it's all good.
Zoned out a bit.
I was just trying to get a break from talking for a second. Yeah, so basically what we were kind of floating around the idea of is like, what if we didn't take Arcane Orb, right? Like
Yeah,
how
you don't need it.
how are we
Siphon
gonna get our
Storm is good
charge?
enough, I think.
Yeah, so if we go Evocation and then Siphon Storm, we can kind of dodge that one. It is a 2-minute cooldown, right? But we do get that nice little benefit. Plus we have Evocation, which is great. And then, you know, it's going to feel like really bad to not have Arcane Orb. But that talent above it just seems awful. Arcane charges further increase mastery effectiveness of Arcane Blast and Arcane Barrage by 10%. We don't, I mean, I might be misinterpreting this, but the way I'm reading this is like 10% of the spellbook thing, right? So if you like open your spellbook for mastery for Arcane, it's only like 6.9% or something with my current gear that I'm getting on Arcane Barrage. So maybe with Blast that's good, but it feels like probably with Barrage that seems kind of trash. Let's just show it real quick.
It's just a tuning thing. It might be good, it might be terrible, but
I guess it just kind of depends on like how they end up making it work, because if it's 10% of the damage that we already have, it's 6.4, so that's, you know, only 0.6 basically, so 7%. What seems probably more likely is just, you know, it actually being, you know, 20%. So that would just be 20. Yeah, 20. Actually, hold on. I can test this, right? Hold on, let me see if I can test this.
Showing your character panel, yeah.
Yeah, if I go, hold on, if I go into these talents here and I do this, and I slot this, now open my book. It says 7.7. Okay, so it's the bad one. Yeah, trash talent. Okay. And then obviously Arcane Echo, this kind of enables maybe potentially a non-Curing Arcane Harmony setup where you're like more like a Vintier setup on live. Versus Arcane Bombardment, and this one just seems like way too good. Like AoE, single target, this is just goated, right? You're just always dealing 50% more damage with Arcane Barrage.
I think it's a choice between the two. Like there are cases where you'd take Echo, but
yeah, I could see that. I definitely could see that, but
even if you're playing like a Barrage Harmony build,
well,
like
hold
Echo
on.
is still good.
If you're Barrage Harmony then, but you're using Touch of the Magi to enable this, right? So like Radiant Spark is going to be up for every Touch of the Magi. Doesn't that have like negative synergy?
Yes, it has a negative synergy with Arcane Echo, which is why it's stupid to have them in the same tree. Like, you wouldn't take Arcane Echo because you're literally just... You want to be missilesing, right? You want to be casting Arcane Missiles into Echo, but yet Spark is on the same fucking tree, and you're not going to cast Arcane Missiles into Spark, ever.
But you will once it's gone.
Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, so yeah, so you do your burst, right? Like, you touch a Magi, you do your big boom, you know, potentially you're Arcane Surging into a Barrage for the last tick of Radiant Spark. We were kind of talking about that before.
Right, but how much Touch of the Magi is left after that?
Not much, but all I'm saying is that like right now, when you have Resonance versus Echo on live, Echo is like on pure single target. It's often just better.
And to that point, we probably also will have some clear casting, right? Because you end most of your Curing Arcane with like Barrage, and you have a bunch of clear casting that proc anyways afterwards. So you'd actually get more missiles out of that. So I could see it.
There's also the possibility now that you do something like you use Radiant Spark before Arcane Surge, you get up to like 4 stacks, and then you touch of the Magi, Surge, Barrage, and do a bunch of missiles or something.
Oh, okay, that's a neat idea. Yeah, I could see that. We were testing this before, and we never got to it like really in game, but we were kind of discussing it. Arcane Surge, fantastic talent. Being able to cast that though into a Barrage potentially, right, with like full Harmony stacks, that seems pretty awesome to me. That seems like a really great
except for the
situation.
fact that Harmonic Echo is still a problem with how it interacts with that stuff.
Oh, so you want to do it? Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
I don't think there's really a great solution to the rotation there unless they just change things that's no longer a rotational problem.
Well, I think we weren't even picking it in a lot of cases. Oh, go ahead.
It wouldn't be a problem though, because the way it currently exists on live, right, is that to abuse the bug on live, you do a 5th Arcane Blast followed by a Barrage, yeah?
Yeah.
But the problem with that is the barrage is the one that's going to miss the Echo, and that's the bigger hit, which is why it's a loss. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But in the way that this is going to exist in Dragonflight, you're going Arcane Surge into Barrage, and Arcane Surge is going to hit way fucking harder than that Barrage will.
Probably, yeah. I guess that's true.
So during technically, you're still getting the harder hit on the Echo, so it's not a loss.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, because Barrage, I think with Radiant Spark, and I didn't have Harmony because my character's only level 60 right now, but like with just like a Barrage with full charges, it was doing like 7k on the target dummy with just no other cooldowns, just Radiant Spark and a Barrage with 4 arcane charges.
14, yeah.
Yeah, so just doing way more. It's like more than double. Obviously, like it'll be amped up with Harmony, right? So you'll have 100% increase, plus you'll have the Arcane Bombardment potentially, but yeah, I could see them being either about the same or Arcane Barrage being lower, depending on your mana value.
Dude, if an Arcane Barrage...
Arcane Bombardment's tooltip is misleading, by the way. It's probably going to be under 30%, 35%.
Oh, really?
Extra. Yeah.
If an Arcane Barrage hits harder than a 1.5 minute cooldown Arcane Surge, bro, I will have a riot.
If you look at how Arcane Bombardment ranks up right now, I'm pretty sure they just put the 50, 100 on the wrong part of it.
Oh no, dude, if you're right. Well, hold on. So if it was flipped, it'd be Arcane Barrage deals additional 100% damage to targets below 50% health. So it's just like a 30 for, yeah. Okay, yeah, no, I remember that because that was in the Wowhead post where they data mined it.
And it'll still be good. It's just, it's an execute talent. It's not just all the time, I think.
Yeah, pros and cons, that actually makes Arcane Echo way more suitable for a lot more situations. So that actually gives us kind of an option there that's a hard decision to make. So, you know, I think I like that. I think that's probably good if it actually is like that.
Yeah, it should be.
Okay.
Basically, the way they have these talents working right now is they just have something that they put on to override like one of the spell effects. So the first one is the percentage, and the second one is the bonus damage. And right now they have the 50 and 100 going over the 35%.
So if you were to do that, then right now, then the setup would be what? Okay, pull missiles to 20, Evo for stacks,
right?
Then what? Spark, blast 4 times, then
touch of the Magi first, but yeah.
Well, no, but we're saying hold touch the
Magi.
Oh,
yeah.
You
Okay,
might be
yes.
Arcane Echo.
I'm with you now. Yeah.
So blast 4 times, touch,
surge
barrage,
into barrage, right, and then spam missiles. Yeah. Okay. That could be kind of cool.
The echo rotation for sure, I think.
And yeah, so
and you might even do like a longer
the only
mana
thing
burn at the beginning so that you can get arcane charges and everything and get more procs after you get your stacks.
You're gonna get arcane charges from. Oh wait, no, yeah, you won't have them before the.
No, you Siphon Storm. So if Siphon Storm works correctly, right, and it actually gives you 1 charge per tick, like it should, I think, because it just giving 1 charge is weird as fuck, right?
I think it's just 1, but
you think it's just supposed to give 1 arcane charge the whole time?
Potentially, yeah, but you could just spam some extra blasts because you might want to farm up like clear casting procs anyway if you're playing Echo.
Yeah, what I was thinking is like to increment the Radiant Spark, you obviously want to be Arcane Blasting, but in order to be Arcane Blasting, you want to be at 4 charges already, right? Because otherwise, that's just like wasted damage there. So like it really does feel like you probably want to like go into that all with 4 charges already, right?
Yeah, actually, you know what? Since you're not trying to, like, you're going to be missilesing the end of your Echo, or I'm sorry, the end of your Touch of the Magi because of Echo now, right? You're not fitting in, and since you don't have Orb, you can't recover charges. So the point of Palm to be used at the end is now kind of wasted. So you could literally just palm the opener just to get 2 charges off the bat. And
then your evocation gives you 1, so now you're at 3 at least, which is a way better situation than 0. Because at least like casting that Arcane Blast at 3 charges is like worthwhile, right? Like it's damage, like the amount of time you spend is worth the damage that you do, at least. So yeah, I could see that. And God, it's just like, dude, all these problems could just easily be solved by 1 Arcane Orb, you know? Just give us like 1 baseline Arcane Orb, and then so much of this is just so much better, like move Orb somewhere else.
Maybe. The other problem there is I don't think the Orb capstones are good at all.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that because you're pretty much going to be using it on cooldown anyways, so like getting 1 extra charges, whatever. The Arcane Missile one, it seems like you're getting it kind of probably at a time where it doesn't really benefit you much anyways, aside from the damage maybe in the AoE. But I just... I wish that Arcane Orb was either baseline or it was in like the place, and we were talking about this before, but like above the 8 required line, right? Like maybe in the place of
you know where it should be, actually, because we just said like why is Arcane Explosion base, yet Fire and Frost have Blizzard and Flame Strike in their trees, but Fire and Frost have Blizzard and Flame Strike in the top tiers, right? The upper third.
Yeah,
Arcane Orb should just be there.
like here where Arcane Explosion is, or somewhere over here.
Might be good.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were. Yeah, I think if Orb was moved up to either Rule of Threes or Familiar, right? Just like somewhere in one of these slots, and then I think that the capstone for it is just like uninteresting and not really good design. So you can probably just like delete that whole idea. Just like let Orb be Orb and let us take it, because as it stands right now. In most situations, if I were to actually play Arcane in a raid, I don't think I would ever really have Orb. And that feels bad, right? Because Orb getting, like, gaining Orb as a talent this expansion felt great. And now we're losing again, potentially.
Yeah, the only issue I think is I'm not sure what the, like, third capstone should be then for Arcane.
Could be a lot of different things,
They'd
but
have to, like, get something new, I think, because there's nothing else to move down there.
I would like
You
to
could
see
put
the
Arcane
capstone
Power
be
down
something
there
that's
maybe,
like
but-
very not carrying Arcane, right? Like just give us like a completely different enabler, right? So like maybe that change something that like in some way makes Arcane Echo way better, or like something where maybe it's like Mirrors of Torment or something like that. Just something that like would more enable like a build where you're just blasting, right, and doing damage with blasts as opposed to like building arcane missiles into barrages.
Well, the one thing I'd say is like there's a clear distinction with I think most of the capstones and all the trees where some are better for AoE and some are better for single target. That's clearly like the AoE capstone, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then it should be replaced by.
It's clearly AoE one, but it's weird that it's affected by missiles, right? Because that's like, okay, so if I'm wanting to missile an AoE, then I probably want Harmony, right? So then you're
Yeah,
just
so
losing
let's go
to the
back.
support.
What are
Arcane
like the
builds?
Legion legendary? Like there were the orb shoulders from Legion. What else?
What do those do again? The orb shoulders? Remind me.
I'm
It
trying
was
to
a
remember.
chance on Barrage to get a free orb.
Oh,
which
yeah,
was
that was
very
it.
Oh,
frustrating.
yeah,
It was
okay.
good, but very frustrating.
Yeah, see that to me makes a lot more sense than this arcane missiles one, right? Because like, although I like the fact that like I kind of know when the orb is coming out, right? Because it you know it's 15 and you can count that. I really don't like that it's missiles. It just feels like at odds with the whole idea of like I want to do AoE. Why am I casting missiles? Unless you have Harmony. In that case, obviously, you know, you want Arcane Harmony there. But yeah, that's, I don't know. All around, the Arcane Orb stuff is really what feels the weirdest to me on this talent tree.
Yeah, there is a chance it'd be worth taking orb, but it just seems like numerically it's likely to be worse right now.
Yeah, so let's finish this up and then let's talk about the options. So I'm gonna go, I'm gonna assume that we want Bombardment just for you know the stalled experiment here, and then we're gonna go into Harmony. So here we are. We're done with the tree, right? So the alternate version that we were kind of floating as an idea was like if you instead of picking up Siphon Storm, you tried to go into Orb, but the issue is you immediately hit a brick wall here, right? Because you have to get rid of Echo to pick it up. And then that's 20% less damage dealt on the biggest hit that you do. Like Arcane Surge and Barrage, right? So it's like doubly worse.
Yeah.
And there's no other way to work it because unfortunately these talents are below the 20 line. So we don't have any wiggle room. Like it's either this or the other one or something else entirely, but
Although if they don't make Echo Store into Touch of the Magi, maybe it would be comparable between the two, because Orb is pretty good.
I think like playstyle wise, this would probably play way better, right? Because you're not having to evocate ever, and you really don't really want to press that button for the most part right now as Kieran Arcane. So, you know, you press it like every
Surge
once in a
kind
while.
of replaces
Surge,
it,
yeah, exactly. We get so much mana back from Surge where it's like, you know, evocate who, right? I don't need to know who evocate is.
The only problem with no evocate or no mana gem is it's like much easier to like fall into running out of mana if you're not experienced playing the spec.
Definitely more
then it's
punishing
bad.
for sure. Yeah. But I think a lot of that will be kind of counteracted just by, you know, the mana we get back from Mana Adept, and then also the fact that Surge just gives us like so much mana regeneration. So you know, you could definitely fall into those pitfalls still, but I think it will just kind of be autopilot, right? Although I will say, now that I think about it more, so if you want to get your surge out right away, right? Because it's like a big cooldown, so you just want to like cast that pretty much right away is in your first burn, and then you're gonna go a whole minute and a half without having surge, and it's not like you really get to choose when to cast it. Like you're gonna cast it with your next set of cooldowns, right? So the mana regen is nice, but it's only gonna last you 12 seconds. Plus an additional 3 seconds, so 15 seconds. You'll get a full mana bar, and then you have to keep that full mana bar until 1.5 minutes from that point. Or like, if you want enlightened, right? I don't know. I feel like the ultimate or like the takeaway for me is just like I think you just drop orb, and I think you just go Siphon Storm instead, and you just have evocation there as like a failsafe and also a damage increase.
Yeah. I think actually looking at the tree, the weirdest talent in this tree to me is Arcane Tempo. It's like okay on AoE, but on a single target, there's just no way to use that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the AoE and the single target stuff, I kind of wish it was a little bit more bundled up, right? Because like if we look at AoE talents, we need Arcane Tempo probably for AoE. We need our improved Arcane Explosion for AoE. We're probably going to want Supernova for Mythic Plus, right? For like an interrupt. We're going to want Arcane Orb. So we're like already all over the place.
Assuming
Plus,
Supernova
and then
works for that now.
Yeah, assuming that. And then on top of that, we also want Reverberate, which is just like all the way on the right. So literally you're like going everywhere in every corner of the tree in order to like achieve like a quote unquote AoE build. And yeah, as a chatter mentioned, you probably don't need Evocation Mythic Plus. That's right. And in that case, I mean, you'd be kind of going a whole different route here, but you know, picking up Arcane Orb would definitely be something you'd want in AoE. Also, Nether Tempest.
You just don't get Harmony or something. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to drop to get Orb.
Well, you can't. That's the issue. It's just in a bad spot, right? It's just like the spot for Orb makes no sense right now. It just like you'd only really use it in a situation where it's like you're committing to the Orb, and you know you're basically just giving up a lot of single target to have as much AoE as possible, which I think is fine, right? But it just, I don't know. I just wish we had Orb, just always. I don't want to give up Orb. Other weird talents, Nether Tempest, right? Like, what is this doing here? Maybe it's good in single target, maybe.
I could see it getting taken sometimes, maybe.
Yeah.
Like if you have an extra point, it does something.
And then obviously Arcane Tempo, we already talked about how that one's weird. And then Mana Gem, like, Mana Gem who, right? Why are you taking these talents? I think if there's, this is already a dead talent in my mind, right? Like the Conjure Mana Gem, and then the one that you have to take both below the 20 required line. 2 of them just to really get a benefit there, aside from just like a little extra mana.
Yeah, an example of how you might use Nether Tempest is 2 of the talents you have picked right now. What are they called? Nether Precision and Slipstream. Slipstream's nice, but Nether Precision is just not a very good talent.
Yeah, I mean,
so you could easily drop those 2 and get things like Nether Tempest instead.
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, that's cursed to me. Like, I hate this idea, but I agree.
I mean, you can get Foresight too, which gives you some mobility then. But
yeah, I guess you plug in that.
Well, I mean, also since Nether Precision is dead, you can think about the fact that during a burn, I mean, I know it went away since we don't take that conduit in Slans, but if you remember from the beta, which still exists now, I'm pretty sure cancel ordering that counts as spending.
I forget if it does still or not.
Well, yeah. To just like in the defense of Nether Precision, if we're doing this rotation right, we're POMing kind of at the start to get things going. Depending on how long this, I'm assuming that this buff is like just indefinite, right? You just have it until you use it. I mean, at least you're getting that benefit on some blasts during your actual burn, right? Like the ones in your cooldowns in Radiant Spark will have the benefit of Nether Precision at least. There's like one kind of silver lining there.
Damage, but it's just not much.
Yeah, it's not much, but at least it's like not completely useless, right? But yeah.
No, actually, you would use them more often though, because you don't have orb, right? You're gonna need to build up
Yeah.
to 4
Yeah.
charges sometimes just to dump a harmony. So you probably do just use it, you know.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're not going to get any benefit from it, but it's just not like that synergistic or great of a talent in terms of like even if they tune it way up, it's not particularly good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
So
agree.
like Nether Tempest might just do more damage.
POM, Spark, 4 stacks, Touch the Magi, Surge, Barrage, Missiles. Yeah, I think that's pretty much the idea. A little simplified, but yeah, something to
Yeah,
that
similar
effect.
to Fire with hard casting, Arcane also has the problem where like you're really forced into like Gradient Spark Barrage builds. There's not really anything else here.
Yeah, we just need something that like gives us a reason to want to cast Arcane Barrage more, like as a capstone or something, just because
I think
like-
Arcane Tempo is supposed to be that, but it's just
but it's like
doesn't work
misplaced
well.
and it doesn't seem to really, I mean, it's 12 seconds, stacks 5 times. You're going to have to keep that up. That means you're clearing your stacks constantly. I mean,
the main
obviously
problem
this
with
is
pressing
an orb
Barrage a
talent.
lot is just if you spend your charges, you feel really weak for a while.
Yeah, I mean, if
So-
anything, like I feel like Arcane Tempo and Orb are like those are
Synergistic.
handshake emojis right
Yeah.
there, because you're if you're spending your charges that much, you're going to need to be generating a lot more charges as well, right? So Orb seems like a pretty necessary part of that, and it is
Yeah,
only
but at
12
least right
seconds.
now, it
But
doesn't seem like you get that many extra charges from the orbs for that. Is the only problem. But there's something sort of there. You're right.
so like so going back to the previous conversation about this tree and how we feel about it, I mean, there's a lot of downsides, but like going back to this kind of setup that we have currently on the screen, I feel like at least in this situation, and you're in a raid setting, you have you have like priority like funnel, essentially. Like you're getting more funnel on your main target because of the barrage talent and the resonance. You're effectively playing the same as Korean Arcane right now, right? Aside from like you have Surge, which is a little different, but like aside from that, I mean, it seems like pretty much the same idea, right?
And even if you don't go Evocate and you like try to get some other stuff instead, then it's still good. Like one example is you could drop Evocate and Siphon Storm and get Arcane Echo in a build like this if you want.
Yeah, you could totally go Arcane Echo, or maybe you could, route it into like if you're to drop Harmonic Echo, pick up Orb, right? So like at least there's some options here for like some variety. But this is why I'm more keen on this one. I don't think it's great, just to be clear. Like I don't think this is a great talent tree. I think it's got a lot to fix. But
yeah, I don't think it's good, but like a good tree, but Arcane will be fine.
I feel like it's serviceable. And that's and maybe I'm just completely black-pilled on Frost, but I feel like that's not really the case for Frost, because on top of the tree being the way it is, you also still have Icy Propulsion, right? So unless Glacial Spike ends up being like a pretty good setup, I feel like that's ultimately going to be like the downfall of that spec, at least in the raid setting. But maybe that's just me.
Perhaps, yeah.
I don't know. I think
for Frost, I think it's a little harder to see like exactly, without all the tuning, exactly what the builds are going to be.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
primary
thing
thing
that I'm
munching
seeing-
though, bro.
The primary thing that I'm seeing right now, like just playing around with it while you guys are talking other specs, if they tune Glacial Spike to not be a complete DPS loss, there's something there. Because, like, your Flurry generates a Icicle after you've, so if you have 4, you could Flurry into Glacial Spike Ice Lance. The Ice Lance will give you an Icicle.
okay.
If you just do the traditional, like, you have 5 GS Flurry, there's 1, possibly 2. The 2 Ice Lances at the end of it, there's 3, possibly 4. You can be machine gunning out Glacial Spikes pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess, you're kind of winning me over with this. I think that there's hope for Glacial Spike. I'll requalify it like that.
Hailstones is also one of those talents that's like way, way better than it sounds, I think. Like,
Yeah,
and it's a
it
lot
is.
of DPS.
It really is. Like, even on like a pure Thermal Void build, like that basically just gives most of your casts mastery scaling.
Yeah, and also I think maybe I'm just like, since I can't see it, since I've never been able to see it before because it's new, like maybe getting all those extra Icicles from all the new ways that you get them for Frost, maybe that will also just make Glacial Spike like that much better as well, right? Because you won't have to hardcast as much to get to your Spike. So essentially, you're going to be
Yeah.
able to spike like so much more often because every icicle is going to give you every ice lance is going to give you an icicle. So, yeah, I mean, I think that there's hope for Glacial Spike in the current way that the tree is. I just, but on the other side, if you're putting too much hope in the Glacial Spike being like the way to go, then maybe it's a risky strategy. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
If we look historically at at how Glacial Spike has turned out, it's either been really good or it's been completely trash. So
it's not even that. Like, it's been really good, but like Thermal Void just outscales it. But now you can have both.
Why not both? Right, I agree.
Like, that's an interesting proposition.
Okay.
I need to sit down and play with it some more, but like it does feel nice. I do need Glacial Spike to actually be tuned upwards, so that like it never recovered from that BFA nerf to make up for the flash freeze bug.
Mm-hmm.
So like on live, it's like a 21% loss from taking no talent at all. It needs that base coefficient upwards. But
here's a question: given if you're going the Glacial Spike build, what does the bottom of your talent tree look like besides the Glacial Spike road? Do you go for Thermal Void still, or do you go for?
Yeah, I went just down the right hand side, like Icy Propulsion, Chain Reaction, Thermal Void.
Did you go Welly Ebb and Bolt, or?
I dropped Frozen Touch entirely.
Okay. Yeah.
Let me rebuild my thing. Give me a second.
Yeah, I'm punching through it as well.
I'm curious how to like if because you're right, Glacial Spikes will be very machine gun. Like, what is there strength to having Welly Ebb and Bolt with just on demand? Like, give me Flurry.
Possibly. Like, the one thing I'm finding is like I don't know if we want to hold Glacial Spike for Flurry. Like, there's just so many casts.
I think you'll have multiple options, right? If you go Welly Ebb and Bolt, you might want to, but then there's probably another build option, and Sims will tell where you don't run those, and your Flurry generation's down, and you just fucking chuck the Ebb and Bolt, or you chuck the Glacial Spike anyway.
Mm-hmm. I really, like, personal goals, I would like them to merge Winter's Chill with Flurry, and then put Perpetual Winter where Winter's Chill is. I don't really care what they do, like, to replace it there, but that seems to be like that'll just allow me one extra point somewhere, which would be really nice. Okay,
you're winning me over with the Glacial Spike stuff. Let's revisit that one last time and then kind of wrap this up. So I've punched in a bunch of the Glacial Spike talents that I remembered from our conversation previous. I didn't pick up Frozen Touch. I don't have like the Comet Storm shit. Yeah. I don't have Cold Front.
The only thing we differ on is I have the double Frozen Orb single target thing.
Okay. Oh yeah, like,
You swap that out like in a 2 target, so you like gain your cleave benefit from splitting ice. You would swap that out for, I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet.
Yeah. So maybe we slot this in single target, and then maybe in like a AoE scenario, maybe it's like you just punch one in Frozen Touch, Glacial Assault, something like that. Ray of Frost. No, I don't think you picked that.
Yeah, like the thing with Ray of Frost, like if you're gonna pick Ray of Frost, you may as well just take Snap Freeze. Like, yeah, okay, you lose the damage component of it, but like it's 2 Fingers of Frost versus a Brain Freeze Fingers of Frost. You're not gonna get like as short a cooldown as Ray of Frost, but you're not taking Ray of Frost for its damage right now. Might change with tuning, but gotta see that.
Honestly, the more I look at this, I don't think there's going to be a Glacial Spike build.
Yeah, we'll see.
I think there's going to be an Icicle build. I don't think there's a Glacial Spike build.
Yeah, I think there's just
Icicles do Icy Propulsion, don't they? I'm pretty sure they seem to.
I think they do on live.
And as soon as you take Glacial Spike, then you're getting 1 Icy Propulsion hit from Glacial Spike instead of 5 from the Icicles.
Was it the end of BFA that there was an all Frostbolt build, no anything else? Or was that
so there well, it's happened a couple times. It happened in Mists of Pandaria with Siege of Orgrimmar, I remember. And it also happened at least once since then. Yeah, I think it was either Legion or BFA, I don't remember. But
I'll say BFA.
yeah, I remember also in BFA it was no Ice Lance, right? And I remember with like Lucid Dreams, you just had like just insane machine gun glacial spikes, and that memory is what like makes me think maybe having like more of these icicles available to us might make it kind of better. But we don't have the mastery scaling that we had in Legion, right? Because we don't have, BFA, because we don't have corruption. And to me, like the biggest issue with glacial spike is just that I feel like the damage is low on it. Just like in general, it's just too low.
The damage got nerfed in BFA because they tried to fix the glacial spike being like the only talent available, so they nerfed the base coefficient really hard, but Flash Freeze's bug that made it a buff. That was kind of a weird area, but like its base coefficient is garbage. It needs to be buffed through the roof. But outside of that, I think there is potentially something there.
So it says it's 297 spell power. Is that what's on live right now?
Yeah.
Oh.
But like it's a 3-second cast.
But 3 seconds, right? Yeah.
You're, generally on live, you're sitting on it for flurry, waiting so you can like force crit all your icicles, so you gain, a nice chunk of mastery benefit.
Where does Glacial Spike land in a current flurry? Does it eat one of the last two?
No.
Which one does it eat?
It's one of the first ones.
Okay.
I don't know like the specific number, but like you will get Glacial Spike, Flurry, Ice Lance, and end that combo with 3 icicles, possibly 4.
Yeah. I think another thing too, I want to double back on just like the general issues with Frost. I do think that having Time Anomaly, we don't know how much it's going to proc, but I feel like at least having like Icy Veins randomly pop up might help a little bit with the Icy Propulsion situation as well.
Yeah, it might. I've been playing around with it. I don't know if they're supposed to have an even proc rate, but I'm going to say that Icy Veins is the rarest of the 3 right now.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see some potential in this tree. I think it definitely has like some ways that, could end up being really good. Obviously, tuning is going to be the biggest factor. If they tune it around like either having like 100% Icy Veins uptime with Icy Propulsion, it's probably going to be, for me at least personally, like something I wouldn't really consider too much if that's how the tuning ends up, right?
That would be very sad.
We obviously don't have data on yet, or won't be able to tell is how tier sets are going to fuck with these.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, and there could be a tier set that's just like your icicles are now 500% bigger, right? And then it's like, oh, glacials. Well, I think in that case both are back on the menu, but yeah, I mean that could obviously be pretty big for it, but yeah, just talking about like how it is right now though. Yeah, there's just too many talents on this tree that you just have to pick, right?
Yeah.
To just like get the thing going, and that's like the biggest issue in my mind. Just like right out the gate, you're not really getting many choices. You're kind of just like you're picking the stuff that you need, and then from there you can maybe make some adjustments, but already 30% of the tree is already locked in.
What would you say about this? Like, if you were to pin it down to one gripe for each tree, that if you were to like have to present to a dev, be like, please, this is the thing we need to fix, what would you say? I think for Frost it would be Flurry being 4 separate things.
Why don't we all do it? This would be a good way to kind of round this out and wrap it up. So yeah, we'll each give 1 for each spec. That's how we'll do it.
1.
So you go well, if you want to go first, Bjartuur, go ahead.
Just for Frost, it's Flurry being 4 separate things. I think everybody can do their Frost one, and then we'll go different.
Okay. Yeah, so for Frost, for me, the biggest glaring issue I have is just that you have like these like talents that are just kind of like scattered all over the place for certain things, but I don't see a lot of situations where you really get all that much flexibility. I think it kind of ties into your point, but just it feels very inflexible. The tree itself is just way too rigid, especially at the top, and having to choose like between Slick Ice and Freezing Winds, that just seems super weird to me. Dorovon, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. My biggest thing, I think Icy Propulsion and Rune of Power, there's just way too much synergy there. And as long as that's a thing, it's just going to like push Frost towards whatever build gets the most Icy Propulsion reductions, which right now is probably like an Icicle spam build.
Kuni?
One thing. I'm probably just going to go with like I really don't like the decision to push Frost into like a 100% uptime sort of thing.
Yeah.
So Arctic Piercing, Chain Reaction, Icy Propulsion. I feel that that's a really shitty way to be balanced because, like, again, we'll go back to Sylvanas. Sylvanas is an atrocious fight for Frost. Don't play on that. Don't do it. It's bad. I hate that. Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Or make, like in the terms of Arctic Piercing, like make the durations longer. Because, lucky Frostbolt crits, like if you crit them in the right order, you have 100% uptime on 30% damage Vice Lance. If you crit them in the wrong order, you get, 0 to 10. I just don't like the uptime spec of it.
Yeah. I agree with all of these points. I feel like they're all glaring things. And then I'll give in a bonus one, just Icy Propulsion, remove it. That ties into yours, but yeah, it just get rid of that talent. It's bad. Okay. All right, so
you want to get rid of it, or do you want to get rid of the while Icy Veins is active portion of the talent?
Personally, I want to just completely get rid of it because I feel like to Dorovon's point, like the Rune of Power thing is like you're putting too much like weight on Rune of Power then, because it's more Icy Propulsion means more Rune of Power basically is the equation. But I do think a huge increase would just be just remove the Icy Veins component of it, just make it always reduce cooldown. That's like a compromise, I guess.
Anyone want to bring back old Rune of Power charge system not tied to cooldowns?
Yes.
I don't mind having it tied to the cooldowns, but I think having a charge system and having the cooldowns like actually consume a charge when they drop it would fix the problems.
Yeah, I think I don't want to give it up, right? I want to keep the way it works right now, but I agree. I think having an extra rune, especially since it doesn't have like more than one charge, right? Because you just hold one, just like makes you immediately want to cast it afterwards, and then it's just kind of weird that you have like this bonus Rune of Power. I guess with SKB it feels pretty good, but aside from that, I think it feels pretty bad.
Like for Frost, the entire reason like we got the cooldown drops it is because cooldowns were on GCD for that little bit there.
Mm-hmm.
Like now that they're off GCD again, I would really like to go back to just having 2 charge Rune of Power.
If it wasn't a cast time, I'm totally down for that. Yeah, if it's just you press the button and it's below you and there's no GCD, that's great.
Okay, if there's no GCD, sure. Like if there is a GCD, keep it on the cast.
Yeah,
I guess that kind of like screws around with Arcane's timings, but like for Frost at least, no.
Just bring back the charge system, bro.
It'd be really weird for Arcane because I mean, the only way you're getting it right is, I guess. Wait, how are you proccing as Arcane? It's Arcane Power, but that's Arcane Surge, right?
It goes off Surge right at the end of the cast.
Yeah, that'd be really weird for Arcane if it was that way, but
yeah, it's unfortunate. For Arcane right now, I didn't mention this earlier, but the rotation would probably be like you use a Rune of Power before Surge, and then you get a free one from Surge on top of that. And it's just because you need to use one before Surge, so that Surge and Barrage actually benefit from it.
That's probably a bug.
Oh, does Surge not
Arcane
benefit from the one it generates?
It does not. It benefits from itself, but not from its Rune of Power, because the Rune of Power is
actually, Arcane's in the chat as well, and she's saying that Arcane Surge doesn't proc it. Yeah, that's just okay. Well, obviously that's something that Blizzard needs to fix, because that doesn't seem right. Something about that seems very wrong to me.
But regardless, as long as they have these CDR effects and you get free Runes of Power from your cooldowns, it just makes those CDR effects way stronger.
Yeah.
Which is problematic.
Okay, so that's what we hate about Frost. What do we like about Frost? What's like our most what's like the best thing, Kuni, that you're happy for that they've changed here?
I'm gonna let BJ have his. I'll say that mastery scaling on Icelands, like
that's
nothing else. Like that has been just such a sticking point of like, hey, half of your kit doesn't benefit from mastery, and because of that, depending on tuning for the rest of the kit, it can either completely fall out of rotation or makes masteries just garbage.
Right. Either it makes it too good so that you ignore one side, or you ignore the other side. Yeah. It's like either or. Yeah.
That fixes that entire hole in the kit. I'm really happy with that.
That's a good answer. What about you, Dorovon?
I just agree with that, even though it's boring to say the same thing. Like, just fixing Frost Mastery has been a problem forever. And I don't like it as much as bringing back more shatter damage from mastery, but it still just solves the problems with stat scaling.
Yeah. What about you, Bjartuur?
Oh, you can hover your mouse right over there right now. Flurry charge system, baby.
Yep.
Yeah, I also agree. I think the flurry charge is just like such a huge benefit to the spec. And big fan of it. I just don't like how many talents we have to give up for it, but at least we have it. You know, at least they're thinking the right ideas for the most part when it comes to that.
I will say, on a 40-second cooldown, so it's still bound to brain freeze. Like, yeah, okay,
Yeah.
you've used your 2. Where's my brain freeze? Okay, I got it. It's the same thing. It's nice that it's there. It's nice that we have like the munch protection, but it's those downsides that made me pick the Ice Lance Mastery.
Okay. Let's move on to Arcane. So what's the best thing, or sorry, we'll start with the worst actually. We'll end with the best. So Bjartuur, what is your least favorite thing about this Arcane tree here?
It's definitely just the orb situation right now. Just how funky it's going to be to try and deal with arcane charges. And also kind of the lack of viable like other builds. Like with the, I guess just to mention Frost real quick, obviously there's Glacial Spike, there's, you know, standard Ice Lance build. Like there's multiple options for this, so you're locked into Kyrian Harmony for the rest of the expansion, it looks like.
So so you're saying that like you don't like that you basically don't get to get orb, and also that you're kind of always picking Harmony? Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, it feels very cookie cutter already. Like the other ones, I have some wiggle room. It feels like I have some wiggle room with the other two. This one just feels very cookie cutter. Orb is locked off, and yeah.
All right, I'll go next. We'll mix up the order next time. Agree. I mean, that's exactly what I hate as well. That's why I wanted to clarify. Yeah, so orb not being picked. I mean, if I end up rating as Arcane and I do not have Arcane orb on my bar, I'm gonna be mad the whole time. And there's never a time I won't be mad, especially if a bunch of ads spawn and I want a barrage or barrage, right? Because that's just something that you take for granted right now because you have orb and you won't have it. So not being able to. Go ahead.
How many times do you think you're gonna phantom press the button?
Oh, I'm going to be
like,
pressing the orb button all the time.
Orb should be in my rotation. Let me press that. Uh-oh.
Yeah. It's just, yeah. So what about you, Dorovon?
Probably just the thing I mentioned about Rune of Power with Arcane Surge, I think is just
right.
Is going to make the rotation feel more annoying because all of your Runes of Power pretty much, well, not all of them, you get one in between, but one of your Runes of Power just gets forced into your cooldown along with the free one you get.
That seems to also kind of disrupt like the 45-second mini burn as well, right? Because, or would it, right? Because the cooldown.
Yeah. Right now for Arcane, you just don't waste one of your Runes of Power. So this at least gives you something to do with it, but it's still, I don't know.
Kuni?
What's Arcane?
So your answer is that it exists. I don't like that Arcane exists. They should remove it.
I don't like that it exists, but I'm a one trick. Like, I have no opinion one way or another. My opinion has no weight behind it on these two specs.
Yeah, I know. I just have to ask anyways. Okay, moving on. Let's do fire. So we'll do Dorovon first here. What's your least favorite? Or sorry, hold on. I totally forgot. We have to talk good things about Arcane. What do we like? What do we like? Kuni, why don't you go ahead and tell us all the things you love about Arcane?
Arcane Surge looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point.
for the 3 seconds I spec'd into it on just to see how it worked with Rune of Power, yeah, like it looks cool.
Yeah, it seems like a fun button to press. What about you?
Yeah, like, I like that.
What's yours, Bjartuur? What do you like about Arcane here? I think we lost him. There he is.
Okay, so if I had to pick something I like, I guess there's potential. Like, there's potential for improvement with minor adjustments, right? Orb gets moved up in the tree. Maybe they buff the mana gem. I know you hate the mana gem thing, but like maybe they buff it a little bit and you can have a competition between like more often damage increases where you would use the mana gem like damage amp or spell amp versus the Siphon Storm side, right? For different damage profiles on fights. Like with tiny adjustments of this tree, I think there's potential for like really good things for the spec, but it does need work.
More to that point, and I don't think we talked about this before, even if they amp the damage on it, you're still tying utility to damage, and I hate that, like, from a design standpoint as well. Like,
although right now I'd hardly call Mana Gem like utility, honestly.
Yeah, it's
I even
like
forget to use it sometimes because it feels so insignificant.
Yeah, drop in the bucket, but still, I mean, that's the whole point of it is right now is it's supposed to be utility, right? Like, that's the intended design, and then you're adding, like, this baby buff to it, the babiest of buffs, 5%. I mean, come on. It's terrible, I think. Anyways, okay. So yeah, we ended up just becoming negative on this, but I will try to turn it around. I like that Kyrian Arcane is staying, and I think Kyrian Arcane is one of the most fun playstyles of any class I've ever experienced in the entire time I've been playing World of Warcraft. And I've been playing since vanilla. So I love the fact that we're going to be able to keep this playstyle, and I feel like it was really fun in this expansion, and I think that it has potential in the next expansion to be just as fun. So I'm really happy that they kept like the pieces that are like necessary for it to kind of work.
Yeah.
Dorovon, say something nice about Arcane.
So related to that, the thing I like about this tree is I feel like Arcane definitely has like a place where it can fit in rating and Mythic Plus with what's here. Because that's something that Arcane's often struggled with in the past, is just existing as a spec.
Yeah.
And so even if they like undertune it, it's still really good at what it's good at, which is the same stuff it's good at now with like Anduin, for example.
Yeah, I mean,
So
it's
you'll
got
always
funnel.
see it sometimes as long as they leave this.
Arcane having access to Dragon's Breath, A+.
Yeah, 10 of 10, love that. Plus you got Supernova, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, who knows, right? If it does work, hey, you got another button there. You got funnel, right? Funnel? Come on. I mean, that's great, right? Having that funnel with the barrage and the whatever it's called, resonance, that's great too. I don't know. I don't want to be too doomer on Arcane. I think Arcane just needs some slight adjustments, and I think it'll be a banger spec. I think it just needs some, just a little, the tiniest amount of love, right? Just a small sprinkle. Okay, let's talk about fire. So I will start off talking about what I don't like about fire. So my primary issue with fire is just really below the 20 required line. I feel like that's where things kind of fall off. I feel like above it, things are mostly good. Like I feel like pretty good about most of the talents, but then once you get below that, that's when you kind of end up in the twilight zone of like, why is this here? What's the deal with Fire Frenzy being like all the way on the right? I want to play that. Why is it like off on its own? I mean, it's fine, right? But like, then why is Pyroclasm on that side? Why do I have to pick basically dead talents or like kind of crappy talents to get to Fiery Rush? I mean, I think pretty much this whole, like everything below the 20 required line, I feel like could maybe be reevaluated just a little bit. That's my biggest gripe with it. Kuni, why don't you tell us what you don't like about fire?
Red.
It's red.
No,
there you go.
I'm actually not a huge fan of how they've kind of done what they've done with Phoenix Flames. Like, we're going back into the Fire Blast spreads Ignite, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is what I read.
Yep.
So, Phoenix Flame.
Yeah.
What is it doing? What is it? Why is this thing existing anymore?
I think they were maybe playing with the idea of it not, but then they reworked it again to do it, which is weird.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone, like whenever they data mine talents and everyone's like, oh, it spreads faster. That's gonna make it. That's gonna mean it's passive, right? Because that's obviously like the indication from that.
Clearly.
And like they got probably so much positive feedback, and then they went back. So like, why would you change that after everyone's like so hyped for it? That's so weird.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
to
glad
me,
they're
there's
making some
the-
change there, though, because like what they had originally planned for Shadowlands, having it on Fire Blast,
Yeah.
it's basically passive, and at least it works for like maintaining Ignite uptime.
yes.
You don't really think about it.
To me, like
Plus-
the place that Phoenix Flames exists is you would never take it without taking the Alexstrasza Fury bonus to it, and
Yeah.
it's literally just a cover for generating hot streaks, right? Because there will be times where your CDR for Fire Blast is not high enough.
Is that your answer, Bjartuur?
Oh no,
This
that
one-
was just a positive thing. If you're like,
Oh,
are
okay.
we were doing negatives first?
Yeah. Tell me what you hate about this.
Okay, specifically Molten Skyfall. Like one meteor being in the homogenized side of the tree. I don't see the point of meteor for. I know somebody was excited for it as like Arcane, but like I just don't get it being there. But then 2, Molten Skyfall being where it is because it's in the AoE side of the tree. In the side of the tree where you are going to be hard casting flame strikes, where you're going to be like scorching execute targets in order to get hot streaks to cast flame strikes insta. Like at no point when you're going down this side of the tree will you ever be considering, oh, I'm going to be casting fireball a lot, and yet you put a talent there that ties in casting 30 fireballs and pyroblasts on an AoE spec. Like that will never ever be taken.
Yeah, plus on the AoE side, it's like that's against incendiary eruptions, right?
Yes. That is dead. Like, okay, one Conflag is a dead talent. Obviously, it's not dead because you have to take it to get to the other shit in this row. Well, no, technically you don't. You could just run down the flame on tree.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Conflag is dead in general. But like Meteor to be pulled out of the homogenized tree, put somewhere there, maybe. I don't know. Like
maybe. The idea of shattering Meteor as Frost is actually kind of cool.
All right, I'll give you that. But like tie Molten Skyfall in, like that's all I'm trying to get at is one, Conflag is a stupid talent. It should have been gone a long time ago. I was thinking about putting Meteor back in the tree there and somehow tying Molten Skyfall into it in a way that like makes the talent make sense. But even then, it should be out of the right side where it's not competing against Flame Patch.
Yeah,
like it's just a weird spot. That's not good design.
Dorovon, what do you hate about this?
I mentioned it earlier, but I mostly just don't like how you can't get away from hard casting Pyroblasts if you're a player that really doesn't want to.
Yeah, I agree with all those things, especially the hard casting aspect, because I mean sometimes you just don't want to do that on a certain fight because it's just really bad for that fight, right? And it's I mean just on first impressions, and I mean this isn't like set in stone or anything, so don't quote me on this, but like Fire looks pretty good compared to the other two, in my opinion. I think Fire looks really solid. Plus Cauterize isn't baseline, so you only get his Fire. Plus Fire is Execute, right? So it seems like I'm probably going to be playing Fire, if I were to guess right now, if tuning's all the same, right? But the fact that you have to hardcast Pyroblast definitely sucks really bad.
But you can Ice Flows that now.
True, you can Ice Flows that. That is a good point.
Like,
but
that's a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah.
I guess that's a good point. Maybe, dude. Oh, maybe that's the reason why we have Ice Flows now. It's just for Pyroblast.
Yeah. Shimmer's 25 base though, but yeah, Blink is 15. I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I was curious about. If Blink is 15 base,
you only have to give up the most overpowered spell in the game to get it though, right? You only have to give up Shimmer, so very small cost. Just the most overpowered spell, probably. Dorovon, what do you love about this tree?
So it's actually not the Fire tree, but one thing I really like is the time anomaly for Fire. Just because Fire in particular often falls into these really like static rotations where you do the same thing every combustion, like the exact same fire blasts and everything. And so time anomaly giving you like random combustions and random fire blasts just adds like some variance to the rotation where you have to react to something random. And so I think that's a good change. Similar to what we had with like Lucid Miner back in BFA.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I lost my place. What were we talking about? We were talking about what we like, right? So who still needs to go? Bjartuur, have you given us a good take on this one?
I have not. I would just... My positives on this are the opposite of my negatives on the Arcane tree, where Arcane is like locked down and I feel like I am stuck into one particular setup. I feel like there is massive potential here for a ton of variance. Now, the one opposite being the Pyroclasm, right? I feel like every build is going to include that. And so pretty much every time you're going to be hard casting, that's the only thing. But like there's options to remove Phoenix Flames here. There's options to lower combustion duration and like just hard cast Pyros the whole fucking time. If you're into that, there's options for the Flame Strike, like Flame Patch, proccing Living Bomb things, but yet you still have some single target to go with it. There's just so much variety in this tree, and depending on like tuning numbers here or there, like over the course of the expansion, the way that you play could change a lot, and I'm a big fan of that.
Kuni, do you like anything about Fire?
Yeah, I think it's actually probably the best put together. Like going on with a lot of the Bjartuurs there, like there's a lot of variants you can like just play with. There's a couple of interesting play styles. There's the ability to get pretty substantial AOE without completely neutering your single target. I actually like this is easily the strongest mage tree.
Yeah, I agree with that. And mine is just that I love that we have so many great talents added back in. Obviously, we won't be able to pick them all up, but the fact that we have just like a solid playstyle, plus we have pretty much all the fun stuff that we've had over the past like 5 or 6 years, all in one tree, to me, that's awesome. So I guess this kind of ties into both your points where it's like there's a lot of options, there's a lot of variety. The talents definitely seem leagues ahead of Arcane and Frost in my mind when it comes to this tree. And being able to like get Fire Frenzy, right? Firestorm back, that's great. Sun King's Blessing, being able to dip into the AoE. The Living Bomb talent is awesome as well. Like there's a lot of really fun and interesting stuff here. And this is a tree that's like very exciting to me.
Yeah, Incendiary Eruptions looks really fun to play with.
The funniest thing about that talent, Incendiary Eruptions, it has a 5% proc chance, a 6-second ICD, and 6 RPPM. I'm not entirely sure what this means, but...
So we were testing this earlier, and it looks like it actually puts a bomb that then spreads as well. And like if you override it with like Living Bomb, like just the spell itself, just casting it over the main target, instantly explodes.
Yep.
So you're saying that basically because it has a 6-second ICD, then it would never cause itself to explode, right? Like it would.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure how the 5% proc chance and the 6 RPPM work together.
Well, it's weird to me that there's like a PPM on it because I feel like in most situations it's just going to be the cooldown that's the factor, right? Like if you're AoEing with it, which is the use case for it, it's going to be proccing basically on cooldown. So then it's like, I guess the PPM needs to be there for like the single target aspect, but like why would you take that in single target? I don't know why you would. So
depending on like the amount of mass AoE and the health of the mobs, there's actually like a very small window there for like fast hands like play to reward you, which is like imagine you're fighting 20 mobs and they're going to die soon and you get a proc of the bomb, but the bomb's not going to blow up before the mobs do. You can like overwrite the bomb and force it to spread. It's just, I don't know, fun things. I like stuff like that.
Cool.
Does Living Bomb not spread on death?
Depends on which mob dies first. If the mobs without bomb die before, then you're losing the benefit. But you could full spread.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, okay, I think I know what you mean. So you're saying it would like, well, it's always gonna, I mean, I think in most AoE situations, it's just gonna be popping every 6 seconds anyway. So it's like every 6 seconds, one target gets a Living Bomb, that target blows up to all the other targets, they all blow up. So yeah, at the end of the poll, maybe there's like 1 or 2 that you waste, but ultimately,
like
you're getting the benefit where it's big, right?
Because that was the last time that you ever took Living Bomb as a talent, really. But you would do it in M+, where it's like, Living Bomb has just come off CD, packs about the, like, you pick the lowest health mob to guarantee that it spreads,
Yeah. Cool. Well, yeah, this was a long convo. Ended up going like way longer than I thought it would, but I mean, I think that we talked everything through for at least just like a first pass pretty well. Thank you all for hopping in and having this conversation. Definitely gave me like a lot of insights that I wouldn't have come up with myself, so I appreciate that. And I'm definitely looking forward to watching this kind of play out, and I'm sure we're gonna plan like some feedback on this as well, right, guys? Like I mean, there seems like some very obvious things that could be maybe easily fixed by Blizzard, so maybe they'll listen. We'll see. But yeah, this was good. Had a fun talk with y'all, and that'll do it. That's it. Pack it up. We appreciate you.
I can go eat dinner.
Thank you, fellow blue men.
So yeah, once again, this is Bjartuur. Well, there are other people who joined us. I'll shout them out after we wrap this up. But Bjartuur here. If you want to do like a quick sign off, Dorovon, Kuni, and then I'll hop out the call.
Hey, I'm BJ. I read Method. Love doing the Mage discussion. Looking forward to this class in Shadowlands, or fucking Shadowlands. Good put God, Dragonflight. Get me out. Get me out.
The jailer still has them.
I'm Dorovon. I raid with BDGG. Yeah, thanks for hosting this.
Yeah, no problem.
And I'm Kuni. I'm just a Frost one trick who's been up as high as NA23 and now just raiding with friends. Been doing theory crafting since Ice Crown. It's been a while.
I mean, someone's got to do it, right? Someone's got to do the Frost theory crafting.
So yeah, someone's
Norden's doing it too,
go,
but yeah.
You know what's a really good idea? Let's run Frost and BRF. Someone's got to do it, right?
Dude, I'm telling you, the one tricks are super important because there's situations where like one spec is so meta that like you wouldn't even find out about this stuff unless people were one tricking it, right? So hey, you know what? Yeah. It's like a public service. You know, you just care about the community. That's the reason, right? That's the only reason. All right, thanks guys. Appreciate y'all. I'm hopping off.
Thanks for hosting.
Bye, man.
Bye. Okay, guys, that's it. I hope you enjoyed the chat. I'm going to try to cut it up into something that is like remotely viewable for YouTube because we were like all over the place with this. It's going to be a lot of probably editing to make it work out well, but I appreciate y'all sticking around. You know, if you ended up only seeing a portion of this, the VOD is going to be available obviously on the Twitch page. And then I'll, you know, try to get the YouTube up in some timely manner. But I think in terms of like a first pass on all this stuff, overall, I'm excited for Fire and I'm disappointed by Frost, and I'm mixed on Arcane. I think Arcane is definitely like an in-between for me. I think that like, I don't want to be like too doomer on the Frost thing, but I do like have some serious concerns about how Frost is looking just based on the talents, but who knows, maybe I'm just completely wrong about that, but we'll see. Arcane Surge is great. Arcane looks really fun. I love Harmony. Harmony is great. It's going to be there. It's going to be so fantastic, and I can't wait to play more of Arcane. And Fire is just fantastic, right? Like we still have Cauterize, right? It's got like even better execute than it did before, right? Like Fire is just like this crazy execute spec now with all these execute talents. Yeah, I mean it's tuning dependent, right? But like that's always true. But yeah, Fire's looking real good, and definitely excited to play some Fire. Just hoping that the other specs maybe get a little bit of love and can maybe be brought up to not necessarily just like the toolkit that Fire provides, right? But more so just like the variety of talents and like the way that you can play different versions of it that all feel like really good, aside from just like here's your single target, here's your AoE. I think that's, you know, it's fine if that's the way it is, but it's a little boring, right? Like having more variety and like single targety kind of builds is better in my opinion. So yeah, in closing, yeah, I don't know. We're gonna have to play it. We're gonna have to test out all this stuff. I'm pretty much sapped on my energy for today, so I'm probably not gonna keep streaming. This is probably gonna be the end of the stream. So gonna wrap this up. But I'm definitely gonna be testing out Mage more, and you know, I'm gonna be putting up the content, right? Just gotta keep pushing that content. Evoker's also really fun. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what I end up playing in Dragonflight, but I mean, obviously, you know, I've got like a lot of love for Mage, so it's really hard for me to try and main swap to Evoker. I think I'm probably going to stick with Mage as my main based on these talents today, just because the Fire ones look so good, but you know, obviously time can change that, but I'm going to definitely play Evoker alt, and I recommend if you play Mage, well, let me zoom in for this. This is very important. If you play Mage, Evoker is going to be really fun, so definitely check that out. It's really great. It's basically like Mage, but just like upgraded. I don't know how else to describe it. It's great. It's just, yeah, Evoker's fantastic. You gotta try Evoker. It's so good. I hope they capture some of the same magic in the other Mage builds, because we've seen what they can do with Evoker. We've seen what they're able to accomplish. So I have high hopes that maybe they can boost up, especially Frost, to be the same. But anyways, that's it. Thank you all for watching. Oh, camera just froze. There we go. Thank you all for watching. We'll see you in the next one, and I'm gonna go get some rest. So thanks, chat. Have a good one, guys. All right, bye.